Thanks, Jake. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to a brand new day here at Sewing Street. There is a real buzz of excitement in the gallery in the studio today. We've got brand new guest, lovely Rowena is joining us. Katrina from Rowandean Embroidery. Sorry, I'm just all buzzing, all excited. Lots to share with you. We've got brand new launches. We've got Tula Pink coming up. We've got all sorts of fabulous things to share with you. But of course, we're kicking the day off with an early bird. And the early bird is your opportunity to bag an absolute bargain. Absolute bargain. And this is one that is going to be so useful in so many different ways because we have got a beautiful collection of fabric for you. Have a look at these. Now, these are going to be perfect to work alongside many other things you have got in your stash, I am sure. So all of these bright tones are going to work with so many. We've got obviously a Tula complementary bright. So with this one, we're going to be celebrating Tula because, of course, that's what we've got. We've got the launch coming up. But I'm also looking at this thinking it's a work with my capes as well. It would work with all those bright tones that I've got within my stash. And of course, those plains are a fabulous way of extending the usability that you've got. Now with these, you're actually getting 1/2 metre of each of them. So it's giving you 2.5 metres in total. So you've got a lot of fabric in here and a lot of beautifully bright tones here. And loads of you are getting involved. And we've not even done anything about that price. You like it a lot. So here you go. Price is dropping down. You are looking at just £4.95. That is phenomenal value for money. They are big pieces of fabric as well. So shall I open one up just to show you just one of them? Beautiful pink. Just drawn to this pink. It's gorgeous. Is this one a Rose Hubble? Lovely. So there you go. We know the quality because it's one of those staples that we keep on our website all the time and we sell every single day of the week. So this is the perfect way for you to try these out and take advantage. And there's these are going to be so beautiful to work with so many other things we've got coming up today. Wow, half the stock's in baskets already. Oh my goodness. Now, it is all pre-cut because I know that some of you are going for multiples of these. So just to let you know, they are already cut. So, but to be fair, you're going to actually cut it up anyway, aren't you? But we've got loads of different fabrics coming up. So they're going to complement, they're going to work with these throughout. So these will just give you a little insight as to some of the different fabrics that we've got coming. So any fabric you bring in, it's going to work alongside and extend the usability of your feature fabric. Oh my goodness, it's gone absolutely crazy. Sneaky peek, we've got this coming up, so the pinks are featuring in there as well. Whether it's you're extending kind of your florals or whether you extend any of these, I could pick any one of these and they're going to work with what we've got in this bundle as well. So this is the key thing. It's going to make everything go that little bit further. You know, sometimes when you've just got that odd strip from, strip roll, and it's like, what do I do with it? Well, you use that as a feature alongside a plain. If you've got beautiful fabric on the outside or the front of something, you don't necessarily want to use it within the kind of the garment on the inside or the lining. So use this for your lining, use this for your cushion backing as well. These are flying out. Wow. We thought that we'd got plenty of these to satisfy all of those early bird buyers. With this here, I'm looking on the screen and I've only got 20 of these left. Got 61 people with these in the basket. That doesn't add up, does it? Wow, wow, wow. I don't blame you though. I do not blame you at all. I mean, there's nothing more satisfying than having a good basic in your kind of stash. It's like always making sure that you've got a loaf of bread in the freezer, isn't it? You've always got something that you can use, always something that you can fall back on, and that's exactly what you are getting with these. Beautiful. Now, here's our Rose Hubble. So it's been put together as a complementary bright to work alongside some of the launches that we've got today. So if you do like the idea of getting hold of this one to work with some of those fabrics that we've got coming up, all of these would work alongside what we're looking at the moment. if you celebrate colour in your fabrics, whether it's Tula, whether it's Cave, whether it's whichever kind of style that you've got, even if you don't follow designers, then these are going to be useful for you to have within your stash. Even if you've got like a little floral print, let me bring in one of these. So here you go. That's a little floral print. You might not be into your bold prints, but again, it works. It's picking out different features, different elements within these fabrics. And yeah, it just works with everything. So, I've got 0 on my screen. Does that mean it's gone? I know it sounds like a daft thing to ask, but yeah, it's not a big distance from where I'm standing to the gallery, but computer-wise, yeah, they've gone. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So, what have we got coming up? Well, let me tell you, we have got a fabulous set. I am so excited for today. Honestly, I'm all giddy. So we've got the Tula Pink Full Moon Forest fabric launch, number 2. So this must be the second release of this. And we've got them as a mega bundle. We've got them individually as well. We have got the most beautiful hand sewing shows today as well. So I love this because I love a bit of hand sewing because, you know, we've got the nice weather. You can take it with you. I don't do a lot of hand sewing when I'm at home, but when I'm on holiday, I love to sit on a balcony as the sun's going down with a nice glass of something chilled. And potentially this will be on my list of things to do. So if you're wanting to get involved, then we're going to be seeing that at 9 o'clock. Lovely, lovely Emma is here. Then, dun, 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 Katrina is here. Now, Rowandean Embroidery. I am so pleased to see Katrina. Fabulous Ted here as well. If you are familiar with Rowandean, you know we've got some fabulous treats. That's a new one. That is a new one that's caused a real stir. Beautiful scenes, lovely little bit of slow stitching, a lovely little bit of kind of sitting back and relaxing, but with quality kits and beautiful inspiration. If you've not met the lovely Katrina before, you're going to adore her. She's so talented. She's a lovely lady, and we're going to have a lovely, lovely time from 10 o'clock onwards. And again, we're going to have another lovely time after that. Emma's going to be back again with a mini quilting book, and I have to say, this is brilliant. There are so many amazing projects in this. Now, this is a fabulous book. Laura Strutt being the kind of the author behind this one. We've got 35 projects in that, so everything about it I already love. It's going to help me use up my stash. But you know what? We have some signed copies. Now, we don't have an infinite number of these, so when they've gone, they have gone, so you need to get in early. We do have backup plans, so we do have more, but they won't be signed. So, you potentially won't miss out on it, but if you want a signed version, which is always nice, isn't it, then you need to get in nice and early. And then another hour with Katrina, but different kits. Have a look at this. How amazing is this? It's stitched art. That's what we're looking at here. And you are going to have absolutely loads of fun. Lots of different sizes of projects. They've got projects that are going to fit in things like a 7-inch hoop, but you've also got larger projects that could go into a picture frame, but also gift cards as well. So there's lots and lots that you're going to be able to gain from that hour. Now, I don't know if everything is live on the website already. Oh, it is. Oh, gosh. And the reason I pull a face is because potentially things could go before we even get to them. Seriously, if you like anything that we're bringing to you today, I mean, you saw the early bird. How quick was that? And already you're shopping for this. So jump on the website, have a little look. And of course, if you need to get in touch for any reason, you can do. Drop us a message, drop us an email, all that. We might talk about it a bit later on, but it's already 10 minutes in. So yeah, 10 minutes in. We need to look at these fabrics because these are flying out. So yeah, email, message, whichever way you want to get in touch, by all means. I haven't got the tablet, so if you are messaging me via social media, I'm not being rude. I don't even know it's there. I always forget. Oh, look at this. Now, this is brilliant. So what you've actually got here is all this gorgeous fabric. You've got 12 half-metre pieces. Price on your screen means that you're getting half a metre for free, which is brilliant. It's Tula Pink. You are loving it. These designs are absolutely beautiful. Look at these with that little hidden elements in it. I will open some of these up in a few moments. You've got owls featuring in here as well, which is beautiful. I mean, look at that. Oh, wow, look at that for a feature piece. Gosh, you could add beads to that embroidery if you wanted to, or just sit and look at it. It's gorgeous. Love that. So all of these are coming together. So you've got a brand new kind of release, brand new collection. If you want it all, then the big bundle is the way to go because you're getting a little bit of everything. Well, not a little bit, half metre of everything. And these are really, really pretty, really pretty. And I love these gorgeous colours in here as well. Beautiful subjects. That's a really nice way of putting it on. Positive fabrics, yeah. They are giving you that sense of positivity, aren't they? Oh, here's the owl again. Now, I think they are going to be available, well, they are available individually. So if you like any of these, can I suggest you're as quick as you can? Because certain ones, I'm forecasting that the owl is going to be a popular one by itself as well. So jump ahead. But the best way to, oh, look at the little squirrels. Is it a squirrel? Or is it a chipmunk? It is a squirrel. It's because his tail's not doing that thing. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Each and every one of those. Thank you, Levi. Good morning, everybody. Tracy, Julianne, Steffi as well. Thank you. Lovely to hear from you this morning, so bright and early. These are gorgeous. So we'll come back to these as the big bundle. So we're going to go through them individually now. So where should we start? Where should we start, Ben? Should we start with the owls? I think this is going to be the... Now I'm going to go for the blue one. This one ends 06. So I'm going to hold it. You brace yourselves because it is going to go crazy. How many did we start with? Wow. So that, oh, I can't do the maths. Is that about 20% gone already then? Da, 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 da. Isn't that beautiful? Now, if you are shopping using the details on your screen, this is where we are cutting to order. So if you want this specifically as a larger piece, then that's potentially the way to go for it. But you know what? What a feature piece that is. I'm thinking cushions. I'm thinking backs of garments, maybe using it in a sewing pattern. Maybe appliquing it as well. But isn't it beautiful? Gorgeous colours. Absolutely beautiful. And so much detail within there. Now, obviously, when it's cut, it's one of those situations where you kind of, you might end up, well, on this row, we've got 3 of the owls. On the bottom row, we've got partial owls. But you know what? I wouldn't worry about that because say if you were doing something like a book bag, you could actually have a pocket in front of the owl. So fill it up with your kind of your stash. And then it looks like that the owl is poking out of the pocket. So it doesn't matter that you haven't got the rest of the body there. So then you've got 6 pieces in there. Anyway, I better move on. Because I could be lost for an hour, a whole hour talking about the owls. The owls is also available in the pink as well. So we'll open this one up. So again, we started off with huge quantities of this one, but we've not got huge quantities. Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? Appliquing that onto something is going to look amazing. Love it. So I'm going to leave you that one with the pink as well. So I'm totally rearranging the bundle here. So there we go. I'm going to put that one over there as well. So we've done those 2. Where should we go? Should we go with these? Now, these are kind of, I don't know, are they wasps? Are they bumblebees? I'm not a fan of wasps, but they seem to be more kind of longer in the body. So that's nice. Like that. Oh, they're little hearts in the wings as well. That's a pretty one, isn't it? So we've got that one in the lime green. That one is on your screen at the moment. Forgive me for not reading out all the different names, but there's a lot here to go through, so I don't want to slow things down. Hi, Helen's asking about, is anybody, channel 73, not getting Sewing Street on channel 70? Oh, I don't know. The telly box. Don't know, because we're online, so yeah. So, yeah, web or YouTube, if you're struggling at all for any reason, there shouldn't be a reason. So this one here ends 9/4, and you've got that gorgeous kind of purple tone. That is gorgeous. Isn't that amazing? When you look at how it varies so much. Varies so much when you change the colours out, doesn't it? Beautiful. So that one is the same. I don't think we've got another colour variation with that one, so I'm going to leave that one with you as well. So that's that variation. Let's look at the bunny rabbit one, because we've got that in a couple of different styles. So let's go for the pink first. So again, This one's got some quite bright colours in this one. Oh, this is nice because you've got him popping up and you've got your kind of symmetry there as well, which is nice. That's a nice one again. That could be a feature piece, couldn't it? Beautiful. So that one is your bunny rabbit. Or bunny rabbit or hare? I don't know. The owls. Didn't need a crystal ball, did we? Those are about to go in the half-metre opportunity. They are still in the bundle, though. So, yeah, if you're wanting to see the whole bundle and make your decision, then make your decision. Then I'll be as quick as I possibly can. I don't want anybody missing out on anything. This one's a gorgeous one as well. So maybe the pink was a little bit too bright. Well, here you go. We've got that green version as well. Beautiful, the lashes and the whiskers and everything captured beautifully. So that one is your green variation. You get a different kind of, what's this one called? Hoppy-go-lucky. I love that. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. I love it. Now this one's nice because this one's got a very fantasy feel to it. But it's one when you look at it, it's suddenly like you can see these little eyes in there. So I'm getting like an essence of, I don't know, is it a rabbit? Is it a deer? Or is it a squirrel? It's a squirrel. Camouflage squirrel. Branch manager. Look at the name, branch manager. Love these. Brilliant name. So that is your branch manager. Love it in that gorgeous purple tone. And then we've got another version of that one, which is your blue, kind of bluey greens. This is a pretty one as well. It's one of those ones that, you know, when you put it into maybe a garment or something, people don't notice. Do you remember those magic eye pictures that they used to have years ago? And you couldn't see anything, but then you had to focus on one point, and it's like, oh. But it just depends on where you focus. I think I kind of focused on the eye and then kind of followed the design, so to speak. Very clever. Wow, very clever. I couldn't design anything as clever as that, my goodness, it's incredible. Oops, there we go. And then this one's a nice one because this has kind of got bits of all sorts. Lots of you gone for this one as well. It's almost like a silver birch that you've got in this one. But then you've got loads and loads of different birds and animals featuring there. So this is nice because you've got all the colours. Oh, a little raccoon there as well. Oh, a little kitty in the car. Oh, the Fire Brigade are on their way. Adorable. Oh, the owl there as well. You've got the owl featuring there as well. Oh, you've got the little marmoset. Is it a marmoset? Marmoset? I'm not sure. The little monkey. No idea. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Loving that one as well. Family tree. Love that. Nature's family. All in that tree there together. They've got the bluey version of this one as well. So maybe, again, some of those colours are a little bit too strong for you. Not quite ready for those. Beautiful. Oh, look. So cute. This is one that you could literally, I mean, look at that. Could you imagine English paper piecing this and actually having these in the centre of each of them? Adorable, absolutely adorable. Love it. Very funky, lots of fun in there. Both of those are proving to be very, very popular. And then there's something a bit fishy about the next one. Ah, okay. Oh gosh, there's loads of messages popped up now about channels. You might need to retune your box, so to speak. Which sounds like I know what I'm talking about, but I don't really. Is that like turn it off and turn it back on again? Because I can do that. And if it asks you to kind of do a rejig, then just say yes. Isn't that fabulous? Love it. Beautiful. They're like those, is it salmon that jump out of the river? They don't quite do that, but you know what I mean. And then the last one that we've got in that big bundle, so now is the time to check out your big bundle if you were waiting to see them all, is this one here. So there you go. Nice as well because it's non-directional, isn't it, with all the fish going in different ways. Beautiful little rainbow fish that you've got there. So those are your half meters with their each individual item numbers. Now, if I was going too quick and you didn't catch them, then they will all be on the website. But now we're going to look at them in the complete bundle. Now, a bit of bad news, the owls have left the building, so to speak. So they have gone. So the only way you can get hold of those now is within the big bundle, which I'm putting back together now so as you can actually see these. But you know what? You're loving them. And the thing is, quite often with a mega bundle or a big bundle, there'll be little elements that you think, "Do you know what, I'm not very keen on that." But with this, I love them all. I think they look amazing. And if you are a little bit scared by bold prints, large prints, lots of colour, then don't be, because as I said, when you bring in, this is another complimentary bundle that we've got coming up, by bringing these in, it dilutes down the rest of the fabric. Makes it much easier to work with if you're not confident with colour. So again, this is another bundle. This isn't the early bird that I'm showing you, but this one, you've got the beautiful tones bringing it together. So the big bundle. The big bundle, if you're wanting to get hold of that, £98.89. Is it on split pay, this one? Oh, hold the line, caller. Because usually, I think the rule of thumb is it needs to be £100. Should we give it a nudge? Give it a nudge. Don't tell anybody. Just between me, you and Ben, because it's him who knows which button to press. I haven't got a clue. You can spread the cost. You're going to be able to spread the cost over a couple of split pays. So maybe you were thinking about going for a couple of the individuals because of the costs to your pocket this month. Well, now you don't have to worry. 2 split pays, making it incredibly affordable to get a beautiful range of fabrics. More importantly, to be able to get hold of those owls because they have sold out. So, yeah, split pay, so easy. All you need to do is if you're checking out online, you tick the box to say you want to spread the cost, and it will break your the cost down into 2 payments. First payment today, along with your post and packing if you've not already shopped for us. If you've already gone for the early bird, then you don't have to worry. Now, this is the only way you can get hold of these. So, £49.44. I'm going to hold this one up again because sometimes when you've got a feature fabric, sometimes you might struggle to actually kind of get complete pieces. But with this particular cut, I've got 3 complete owls, and I've also got 3 and a bit partial owls. Don't shy away. Don't think, oh, gosh, well, there's a part of that I'm not going to be able to use. Take advantage of the fact. Use it like in a little pocket, as I say, so it looks like... You could have it on a shirt, couldn't you? And you've got the pocket and the owl behind it. So use it as a feature. Just think about it, and you'll find... The one down at the bottom there, it's almost like a quarter of the owl, but again, it could... Well, it's not actually. It's this side, wasn't it? Sorry. Literally, you could just have that as a part. It might be that you're appliquing that onto a solid fabric and then you're embroidering somebody's name or appliquing somebody's name in a book bag. Or it could be just the eye, that's right, because I mean, that looked fabulous, wouldn't it? It almost looks like a paisley element now. You could have a button in the centre then. Hello. Peepo. But that would be fabulous, is it? Yeah, on a garment with a button or a fastener in the centre there, or on a bag, closure on a bag. Ooh, I'm so excited for you guys. Oh, we got a message. Who's this? Oh, brand new, is this, have I got a name? Oh, I haven't got a name. Is it, am I allowed to say? It's Kate. Hello, Kate. Good morning, Hayley. These Tula fabrics are gorgeous. I went for family treat. I was thinking EPP, just as you said it. There we go. We're on the same wavelength. Same wavelength. Good decision. It's flying out. I better move on, hadn't I? Because, I mean, it's a gorgeous bundle. I could spend an hour talking about it, but I'm going to leave it with you. Just because I've moved on doesn't mean it's sold out, doesn't mean it's gone yet. But it potentially will do. So, I might need to bring it back in just a few moments because lovely Ben, we all know lovely Ben, don't we? He has put together another bundle of solids because he preempted the popularity of the early bird, but didn't want you to be without some solids to work alongside the collection. So he's put together this lovely collection. It's a little bit more muted than the early bird, but absolutely perfect to work with these fabrics. So there we go, that's in the big bundle. This one is in the big bundle. Which do I go for? Do I go for the pink? Do I go for the purple? Do I go for the lilac? Do I go for the green? Spoilt for choice with regards to that one. Or am I going to go for this one here with the waspy bees, which I'm not sure. They all work absolutely brilliantly alongside it. I mean, look at that. Look at this. Oh, Ben, you've hit on something here. You're an absolute star, I have to say. Done really, really well. So this bundle, incidentally, is a 3 metre bundle. I mean, look at that. That's going to work with so many. Absolutely perfect, whether it's the turquoise that you're going to be using, whether it's the green you're going to be using with this one. You've even got purple in the centre of the flower, so you could utilise that one as well. Really, really clever complementary pack. So details on your screen are for the complementary pack. So let me just move that out of the way just so I don't confuse the issue. So £23.94. It's already cut, all ready to go, and you've got a ½ metre of each one of those. Ben, you've got a mischievous thread running through you today. £18.94. So we're saving a fiver now. Ooh, you're going to be in trouble. It's the weekend. It's the weekend. He's doing what he likes. And we can take advantage of that. Love it. This is flying out. I can see the numbers diminishing on my screen. Seriously, if you missed out on the early bird, even if you got the early bird, to be fair, still go for this one. And if you have gone for your Tula, obviously I've been bringing in all of these fabrics. I'm going to bring in the rest of them just to show that it complements it so, so well. Don't forget, you've got your split pay. So the split pay on the big bundle was around £45, wasn't it? So for around £65, I can't do the maths, it's around that figure, you would be able to get all of that Tula fabric and this complementary bundle straight away from the get-go. You have got something that is going to be absolutely amazing to work with. Now, we have got way less than we started with on this one. Seriously, folks. We've got 56 in baskets and we have got about 15 left. It's another one that's going to go. Oh, gosh. I'm so pleased that so many of you take advantage, but I'm a little bit sad that so many of you are going to miss out on it as well. And we've got another Tula launch as well. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to leave that one with you. It is going to go, to be honest. Don't leave it to the end of the show. Again, you might be new to us. We've got lovely Katrina joining us. You may be come across to see what's going on, what this sewing street is all about. Here, you can check your basket out after every item that you see. It's only 1p&p for the whole day. And that's the best way to shop in hours like this. Because if you leave it till the end of the show to complete your order, you'll have missed out on some of these because they will have gone. So check your basket out after each item that you see and you love, and then that way you can kind of go, yeah, I got it. Rather than, I missed out on it. Now, where are we going next? The true colours. Oh, is this the one with the florals? Yes. This is lovely. So, with this one, this is a bundle. Now, it might not be what you're expecting from a bundle after the bundle that we just looked at, because these loads of beautiful fabrics, loads of beautiful colours, but also not as large a print as we looked at previously. So think of this one as blenders with personality. They've got a little bit going on. Now, they've got a little bit going on that could be the main feature, or a little bit going on to complement another fabric. So they've got enough to work on their own, but equally so, if you're wanting to use them with other bits and pieces, then you can do. So sometimes you might not want a plain. Sometimes plain fabrics can make your stitching stand out a little bit more if you're piecing things. So if you like to hide behind those kind of things being absolutely bang on, then this might be a nice way of doing it. Love this one as well. It's kind of like a soft grey, but you've got little bunny rabbits in there. Beautiful. So with these, you are going to get, is it 8 fabrics? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So ½ metre of each of them. It's already pre-cut, and it's all ready to go. Oh, okay. So if it, well, this is like a kind of bluey grey. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Blue dotty one, a blue one like that one. How did that get over there? So that's not in there. So we've got that one coming up in a little while. So that should be in there. Right. We'll edit it out. So that one, if you just say, I'm not going to bring the details up just yet, but that one, we've got that coming up for, via the ½ metre. We'll talk about that one in a moment. But this is your bundle, so this makes sense now. So can I just rearrange? So you've got, there we go. So there we go. You've got 4 fabrics featuring the little stars and little mini moons. And then you've got 4 featuring your florals. So £67.92p. You've got 4 metres in total because there's half metre pre-cut in each of these. And now Ben has activated a £5 saving. So £62.92. Boom, what a price. What a price. This is beautiful. Love these. These are so pretty. Now they are available by the half metres. Should we quickly go through those? Okay, I won't spend a huge amount of time with these. So let's start off with the florals. So we've got the gorgeous florals with that kind of soft lavender backdrop, which is a pretty one. So £8.49. I'll hold this one up so you can see the size of the piece, but I won't hold them all up because they're all measured the same. And you'll be able to see the design. So there you go. Nice one for a little bit of foundation work, not foundation work, EPP. Beautiful. I kind of like this one almost. I love the plain aspect, but you know what? It'd make a really pretty binding as well because you've got kind of small enough print there that you can see the design in there and it just stops it being too plain. Sometimes you don't want plain, do you? But it could be a little garment. I mean, it's going to gather up beautifully if you wanted to. So let's do a little bit of kind of pretend gathering. So the drape of it is beautiful. So you could use it in a garment. Little girl's dress, little sheared dress, something like that. Really, really pretty. Lovely lightweight fabric. So please don't think these are just quilting fabrics. They're not. There's so many different scenarios. Little pouches, little bags. Obviously those kind of little crafty projects would be beautiful in this as well. And a nice one to use as a lining if you want a pretty lining. I tend to use a lot of plains for linings though, because I like it being on the outside. So, pink version. There we go. Pink version, if you wanted to go for that one, the details popping up on your screen. And again, these will work, they will work alongside the others that we've seen earlier on, because you kind of got that colour coming through. So if you do like the boldness of those colours, then yeah, go for it. Beautiful. So that is your pink. You've also got the green, which is here. Nice fresh one. These two look nice together actually. You could almost do, I don't know, like a log cabin type thing with these two if you wanted to. If you wanted to quilt them, that's pretty. Like that one as well, nice fresh. That'd look lovely against it. We've got some actually coming up a little bit later on. I think these tulas as well. See the freshness that you've got? They've actually got paste print on them, but we'll show you those in a little while. So yeah, nice to work alongside a white fabric maybe, or a pale yellow, which would be lovely. The pale yellow that we saw, well, the yellow in the early bird would probably work with that one as well. I think it's disappeared. It's been tidied away because it's sold out. That's got to be one of the speediest sellouts of an early bird that I've seen in a long time. This is pretty. What a ditz. Pink buttercups, very pretty. There we go. So those are all of the florals, so all the individuals for those. Then we're going to look at these. So don't forget, this is another, those are in the big bundle alongside these, but we'll look at these ones individually now as well. So you've got the lovely pale blue with this lovely little kind of white moon and stars. Beautiful voice at this time in the morning, Ben, I have to say. Sounds like a little angel. Now this is a pretty one. This one, it almost looks like it's a glow-in-the-dark kind of print on it. I don't think it is, but it's almost got like a softness to it. Piglet. Oh, space sprinkles. Oh, I want space sprinkles on an ice cream. Sounds fabulous. Love it. There you go. So that is your gorgeous pink. This is a pretty one. And this is nice because now you've got kind of a feature colour coming through. So on this one, you've kind of got that quite bold turquoisey blue coming through, greeny blue. So that's a nice one. So if you want that one, frozenberry. Is frozenberry a thing? I don't know. I've never heard of it. Yeah, frozen berries are a thing, definitely. But is it an actual type of? It wouldn't be a type of fruit, would it? I don't know. See, I like to use frozen fruit as like an ice cube in a drink because it doesn't dilute a drink down. So yeah, you still get the flavour of the drink come through. Beautiful. Love it. So all of those, lightning bug. To infinity and beyond. So all of those, individually, I've just gone through all of those. But again, let's bring them back in because you have got them as a bundle. If you are shopping for these as a bundle, you are saving a £5 on them. But we've got way more people shopping for this than we have stock available. So please don't leave it too long. Oh, you're talking about the Tula Pink. Yes, give the call centre a call. So yeah, apologies for that because we brought the split pay in a little bit later on. But if you speak to them, lovely bunch of people. I bother them all the time and they're so patient, bless them. But give them a call. Use the number that's on your screen. If you've got an order number already, but if not, don't worry. Just mention your account details and they'll be able to find it and they'll be able to tick that box for you. Because nothing actually comes out of your account to midnight, so that's how you can make an alteration to any of your orders. So yeah, and then that might free up a little bit of cash to shop for other bits and pieces. Who knows? Got certainly plenty to tempt you in this hour. So that's that bundle. Shall I show you this one? Because I did tease you, didn't I? Showed it and then kind of snuck it away. Or can I quickly show this one and then go on to the whites afterwards? Sorry. Yeah. There you go. So this one, this ends at 38. Oh, has it got the wrong sticker on it? Oh, okie dokie. So the details on your screen. Do you want me to take the sticker off this one or just shall I just leave it as it is? I'll leave it as it is then. So you've got the little bunnies here. And then you kind of got, well, I don't know, is it a bunny-esque type? This is where you use your imagination, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, don't know. Ooh. Oh gosh, I remember those. So was it back in the 80s, was it? It was like jelly, late 70s, 80s, jelly moulds were the thing. And it wasn't a party unless you had a jelly bunny. Or a salmon mousse. There used to be like that mousse thing, didn't it? It's the most revolting thing I've ever tasted. But it was like a proper dinner party, wasn't it? When we had all those foods that nobody could stand, but it meant it was a proper dinner party. Oh gosh, yeah. I do like a vol au vent, I must admit. It was always a prawn cocktail and a black forest gatto. And oh, when profiteroles came out, that was it, you were the bee's knees. Now, this one ends at number 36. Now, I'm going to leave this one here because Ollie is brilliant at bringing in those kind of paler tones for you. So this one is like a paste version. So you can see it's a similar sort of design to the last one that we looked at, but it hasn't got a stronger background. So this one's much more subtle, but it's got the same design on there. And with this one, if it had been in the bundle, you would only be getting a ½ metre. But this is one that I'm pretty confident that you would want to go for multiples of these. So as you've got that continual run, which is why we've got it separate, which I think was a good call, Ben, thank you. £8.49 for each ½ metre that you go for. Love it. So that is the first version. Now, I'm not going to let that go too far away because I want to be able to compare it with the next one because I think it's the next one got this. Oh, no, excuse me. Next one's got a different design on it, so that's fine. Let's move that one over. So this one's almost like a paisley style, I suppose that you could call it. Now, which way around? I don't know if there's a right and wrong way with this one. I don't think there is. So this one ends 6/7. Oh, it is the owl. Well done, Ollie, because I didn't see that one. This is, do you know what? And I know this is potentially not how it's been designed, but if you're into your hand embroidery, if you're tuning in today because we've got Rowandean and we've got some hand stitching, you could actually hoop that up and use that as a base to actually do embroidery stitches on top of. What a hoop. Or you could leave it just like that. So it's almost like one of those, is there a pattern there? Isn't there a pattern there? And then people will say, oh, is that an owl I can see there? Beautiful. Gorgeous fabric. Proving to be a very popular one as well. So tone on tone, as you can see, paper white. Sold by the half metre, so you can go for multiples. I mean, you could make a shirt out of that, couldn't you? And it looked lovely. Love it. Beautiful fabrics. Oh, I haven't got another white, I don't think. Oh, have we got another one on the list? No, I can't see it here. Can't see it here. Oh, hold on. Hold the line, caller. Hold the line, caller. Excuse me while I just have a sip from my William Morris mug. For the record, I paid for this one. I didn't steal anything off the set. Did pay for this one. Not that I'm obsessed, but I've got the coffee cup as well. Incidentally, we have got, oh, thank you, Levi, William Morris show coming up. Is it next week, Holly? Monday? Oh, I'll be here for that one as well then, I think. I think I'm in Bank Holiday Monday. Well done. There we go. Here, now you can see the owl, can't you? So again, you're getting multiples with this one. So again, that could be a feature. That's an embroidery. And it's kind of circular, isn't it? So it'd be lovely to sit within a hoop. So that, it's a little bit easier to see on this particular one. So that was the white version. So if you want it very, very subtle, then the white might be for you. But here, might be an easy one for you to add embroidery to. I mean, it depends. I'm not much of a hand embroiderer, so it depends, I suppose, what you're actually stitching with. If you've got a big enough floss or embroidery thread to cover the background, then this one will be okay. If you are very worried about that, though, maybe go for the white. But you're loving this. Or sequins, you could put little sequins on here. There's loads. And if you are into your embroidery, oh my goodness, today is the day to be tuning in. Because we've got brand new company joining us, Rowandean. Look at this. This is a brand new design from Katrina. So you may have come across Rowandean previously. You've already shopping for this one, incidentally. So yeah, it is live and on the website. This is kind of more of the traditional embroidery that I remember when I worked with Katrina before. Lots of kind of printed backgrounds. When I say printed backgrounds, it's almost like they're dyed to create the sky and the ground. And then you add the detail. But it's kind of almost like a little bit of free stitching. So you've got the foundations there, but you can add your own twiddly bits if you want to. Some of them will have beads to add in. Some of them will have shells. It's just a lovely, lovely way of sewing. There's a huge following from Rowandean. So yeah, make sure you do tune in. She's got 2 shows today, so looking forward to it. And the lovely Emma's here as well with some hand sewing as well. So shall we go back to the beginning? That's a very good place to start. I don't have to worry about copyright and paying royalties because me singing sounds nothing like the original. So nobody will even recognise it. So here we go. This is what we kick the show off with. So we're going to revisit this because, oh my goodness, you have been loving it. Wow, the stock has come down, hasn't it? Just looking on the screen. Wow. My goodness, you have been loving this bundle. Now, a little bit of a heads up. These are all available individually, with the exception of these 2, which we kind of preempted. Not going to rub the salt in, but I guessed it. I called it. So, the owl. So, if you missed out on the owl, this is the only way that you can get hold of the owl fabric. Now, we've got it in 2 different colourways, but it's featuring this large piece. Don't forget, we saw the owl in that kind of paler version. So we have got that available as well. But if you like the full colour version, then this is the way to get hold of it in the big bundle. Depends on how your fabric is cut, depends on how many repeats of those that you're going to get. Sadly, it's no longer available by the metre, or the half metre, should I say, because that did sell out very, very early on. We will, I am sure, see it back at some point in the future. But, well, I say that, I don't know. I'm not privy to that, to be honest. I would like to hope that we do. The other version, which I love, the blues, you know how I love my blue tones. This one is a gorgeous one, again, only now available in the big bundle. But the beauty is with the big bundle, if you were looking at maybe going for several of these half-metre pieces, shopping for them individually, you would probably be more than covering the initial split pay. We've now got split pay on this one. £49.44 will get you all of these 12 fabrics. And in the price on your screen, it's the equivalent that you're only actually paying for 11 of those. So it's a really good saving. Can you imagine, considering that that is your free fabric? Oh, wow. Oh, just look at that. That could go on the back of a jacket or anything, couldn't it? Beautiful. Love it, love it, love it, love it. So we've got those two that you want to go home. Ben's just said, speaking of jackets, we've got 28 of your patterns left from yesterday. I didn't have a chance to get on social media last night to say thank you. I was pooped. I'm not going to lie. I got home, had to do some emulsioning, and I just was absolutely gone. So I do apologise that I didn't put anything on Facebook. But thank you to everybody that tuned in yesterday. I had a brand new pattern launch, and it went phenomenally well. Way beyond my expectations. I thought that the stock that had come in, oh bless you, Leo, you've been up and got Jen's jacket. Jen, who works in the buying upstairs, or is Jen scheduling? Yeah. She made a version of the jacket. This is the one that John was wearing yesterday. So this is the classic denim jacket. And what I'm saying is, can I lay this down on the counter to illustrate what I'm kind of showing you? So that could be your denim jacket that you're making, but it could be either that you're appliquing this on top or you're actually making your back panel out of it. Now, it might be a little bit short as a pattern piece because of the length of that, but what I'd be more than likely tempted to do is actually applique it instead. So I would fussy cut around the edge there, put some bondle web on the back or heat and bond or something like that, and then actually applique it in place, hand stitch it in place or embroider it. So if I took these little bits in at the side, just to kind of give you an idea. So it could be something like that featuring on the back or on an arm, almost like a tattoo on the sleeve of your jacket. But then don't forget about those little pieces that we've got here. So for instance, I was talking about utilising the partial prints that you've got. So we've got a pocket here. So it probably wouldn't work necessarily on a jacket. Oh, it could do, could try it if you wanted to. But say you've got a pocket of a bag. So imagine that is a pocket of a bag. You could actually have this fabric. So it kind of sits like so. So it looks like it's coming out of the pocket, because then you don't, or nobody would know that you haven't got a complete print of that particular piece, but you're still utilising it. I don't advise that you put an owl in your pocket. Not a real one. But that's the jacket anyway. And here we have the latest influencer. He loved it. Jen very nearly didn't get it back. And if you are watching, Jen, I hope you're feeling better. She was a bit poorly sick yesterday, bless her, watching. So hopefully she's feeling a bit better. But thank you for making that one up. So, yeah. So there you go. Yeah, that is the jacket. So if you want to get it, it's there. But that's not what it's about today. So all of these fabrics, that's what I was, got a bit distracted, sorry. So all of these are the fabrics that we are seeing, the new releases today from Tula Pink. And this is a beautiful collection. Some of them are available as the half meters. The majority are, with the exception of the owls. But you've got beautiful prints that you are going to love working with. One of my favourites after the owl is this one here, which is kind of like a subtle kind of magic eye kind of image. Because when you look at it, the first thing you notice is you notice the eye. And I thought the eye looked very much like a kind of deer or something. But then when you follow the eye, now I can't see it now, I'm looking at it now. Sometimes you have to look, now I've looked away, I can see it when I'm looking at it, but not when I'm on the screen. So, there you go. You have got your squirrel's ears coming down over the bridge of his nose. There's his eye, there's his nose. He's got a little paw at the front there. And that's his hind leg. And there's his fabulous tail going up there. But what a clever design. It's intertwined. Very clever design, like that one. And you're going to get two pieces of that one in there as well. So, lovely collection. And you're loving it. Don't blame me in the slightest. Beautiful. Can I suggest, though, you add in alongside that to maximise this, because this is your kind of like, this is your expensive fabric. This is the fabric that you're paying that premium price for because of the quality, because of the design. Although here, it's not really a premium price, is it? But you can extend its usability when you add in your planes. Now, how many of these have we got left? Oh, one, as many as that. Oh, okay. We've got one chance left. So with these, You have got all of those colours that are going to complement these as well. Can I say a massive thank you? Because we are so busy today. I must admit, I thought with the sun and everything, maybe we would kind of, well, not that I'd be on my own, but I can't get over how busy we are today. Everything that we've been bringing to you, you've been so enthusiastic about it. You've been shopping for everything. There's nothing that we have brought to you today that has not been popular with you guys, so thank you. And I know it's because of the prices we bring to you as well, the way that everything is configured. And that's the beauty here. We've got a fabulous team that kind of will look at fabrics, which will automatically know what we've got in our warehouse, bring it together. So it's almost like acting as personal shoppers for you, and you guys are snapping it up. That Tula Pink bundle, incredibly popular. The individuals have been popular. The early bird sold out earlier on. Those solids now. Last one is available. If you check your basket out quickly, 1/2 meters of these here. You've got 6 fabrics there. And Ben very naughtily dropped the price down. So that's, yeah, a very cheeky discount on that. Actually, I've just got distracted again. See again? They all just, this is a brilliant bundle. Brilliant bundle. So, oh, gosh. Focus, Hayley, focus. So I'm going to move that one out of the way. Now, I've got some fabrics over to my right. Should we have a chat about these? Oh, these are extra wides. That's why they're over there. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is fabulous. Oh, my goodness, it's huge. Levi, have you got a minute? Could you be my glamorous assistant for a moment? Thank you very much, my lovely. There you go. I'm just going to take a walk. This is huge. And it is beautiful. I love it. So you've got your extra wide, 108 inches wide, which is massive. Thank you, Levi. Shopping for it as 1/2 metre. So you decide on how much you need. So if you've got a project in mind, brilliant. If you're thinking about big quilts, you might want to go for 4 repeats of that because that will give you 2 metres in length. Pizza, no, repeats, not pizzas. You might want to go for 4 pizzas. Don't know about 10 to 9 in the morning, but 4 pizzas would fill the crew very nicely. So this one is cut to order. Now, quilt backing, perfect. But do you know what? What a funky dress you could be making with this. A fabulous shirt. That's a John Scott shirt, isn't it? Beautiful fabric. I like that one a lot. I've got a feeling I'm going to be putting an order in for that one myself. Got good healthy quantities with these, so if you are looking at going for your larger quantity, I mean, look, it's nearly 3 metres wide. My go-to cut for dressmaking fabric is usually about 3 metres, because if you order 3 metres, even if I don't know what I'm making, and quite often that will happen, I'll buy the fabric, love the fabric, don't know what I'm going to make with it yet, so I'll buy 3 metres, because that way I know I can cover a shirt, a jacket, whatever it is that I'm wanting to make. But with this one being 3 metres wide nearly, you've got a huge piece of fabric. Hi, oh, what a beautiful name, Ophelie. Is that right, Ophelie? Am I saying that right? Hi, my 5-year-old granddaughter, Ophelie, just said, we like Hayley. Oh, thank you. That means so much. She gives us a lot of information. Please say hi to her, Sheila. Thank you, Sheila. Can we say hi to Ophelie? Hello, Ophelie. Thank you for tuning in with your grandma. There you go. There's Ollie and there's Ben. Levi's disappeared off the face of the earth. He's around. He's around. But thank you. And that's really kind of you. I appreciate that a lot. Makes it all worthwhile. So thank you. So I wonder if Ophelie's a sewer then. Ooh. Sounds like she might have a good teacher there with Sheila. So, yeah, like that one. Nice, happy fabric. Nice, happy fabric. I'm going to bring this one in as well because I've just been given free rein for the next few moments. I love this one. This is like a geode type of fabric. Love this. This is beautiful. Now, oh, is that all that we've got of this? It's 1/2 metres. So, if you're shopping for garments, remember me saying about your 3 metre being your kind of go-to? That only means that 4 people, well, not even 4 people, can actually shop for this one if you're going for your 4 metre. What would I do with this one? Perfect to go on the back of your quilts. Again, it's nearly 3 metres wide. Again, if you're doing a 2 metre by 2 metre kind of quilt, then go for 4 repeats of this, you'll have plenty. But, you know, I think this would look amazing as like a maxi dress for the summer. Maybe a little bit of shearing. Down to your ankle length, that kind of thing. beautiful. It's lovely fabric. Like that one a lot. And of course, those kind of, it's almost like a marble effect running through it. That's going to go right the way through the full length of a garment that you're making. So yeah, that'd be nice. What's that one called? Gradations. Oh, Stonehenge gradations. That's a good word, isn't it? Gradations. Does that mean that? That kind of like ombre kind of thing? I don't know. It's a big word. Don't use big words at the weekend. Green version. This is a nice one. Again, similar to the last one that we saw with the purple. I like this one. Oh, malachite, yes. Is that beautiful? I'm just going to kind of move it along so as you can see it all. Isn't that gorgeous? Beautiful. So, I mean, that piece of fabric you're looking at there, which is going to be 0.5 metre by 2.75 metres. That's a big piece of fabric. You're only paying $12.99. Dare I say it, I'd be buying this almost as a blender, because you could chop into the same with the purple one. That is a very affordable fabric for what you get. This is one of my just-in fabrics, just in case. That's his full name, just in case. And it's lovely because you kind of got pale tones, but then you've got the deep tones all within that same fabric. Isn't that gorgeous? Love it. So I'm allowed to choose one more. Ooh, now this one looks interesting. What's it? Oh, that's a bundle, I think. Is that a bundle? Because we've been liking our bundles. What have we got here? I've got one number on it that ends 29. Oh, is it an ombre? Ombre. Oh, no. Where's this one being kept? If you can't decide on a colour and you want all the colours, this one is fabulous. How much is this? Or $12.99? Absolute bargain. Absolute bargain. Again, garments. Can you imagine this as a fabulous, it's almost like a festival dress or a shirt or, oh yeah, I need some of this in my stash. Need some of that in my stash, definitely. $12.99, absolute bargain. There's loads more fabrics, incidentally. They're all on the website. I can't even fold it, my arms aren't long enough. Loads and loads on the website. Please do shop for anything that you've not seen in the flesh on the website. You'll be able to find it there. There's loads and loads and loads. I can't even fold that up nicely. I need this one. If I breathe on it, do I get to keep it? No, I'm not going to do that. Check out the other fabrics. I'm not going to go through all of these. These are all on the website. So I haven't had a chance to show you these because I've been too busy oohing and ahhing about fabrics. So yeah, do check these out on the website. You will find them all. They are all there. That's one that I particularly like. That's gorgeous. They're all extra wides. So I'm guessing that they're all going to be that $12.99 price. So we've got the details coming up on your screen. It's going to be a bit speedy quick because we've only got a couple of minutes left, but you can go onto the website and find them. And certainly speak to the call centre with a few words of description if you're wanting to go for these and you're not shopping online. So what's coming up next? Well, I've got another fabulous ad to share with you, which I am very much looking forwad to. I think it's Emma's up next, isn't it? Yeah, Emma's up next. Look at this. We're going to be learning all about this. Hand piecing, American hand piecing, and the history. And we've got a very dapper looking Emma. You wait till you see her and we'll learn about why she's looking so amazing. She always looks amazing, but she's got a fabulous outfit on today. And I'll tell you about that just after the break. See you in a moment.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry. You can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to an hour that I'm even giddier for. I'm so excited today, honestly, proper giddy kipper. I am working again with the lovely Emma, and I have to say, Emma, you're looking amazing. I love this outfit.
Thank you very much.
Looks fabulous. Now, yeah, tell me about, because there is
my
a
outfit.
reason why you're wearing this outfit.
There is. So I'm going to be doing a thing called the Distinguished Gentleman's Ride.
Because you ride a motorbike, don't you?
I ride a motorbike, yeah, so those who don't know, because a lot of people do know. So it's a charity motorbike ride.
Okay.
And it's global.
Okay.
So it's in lots of different cities, but I'm going to be doing the one in Bordeaux.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, I know.
Well, when's this happening?
It's the 18th of May.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful then.
I'm hoping.
Lovely.
Fingers crossed.
And is it kind of like a fundraising event?
It is a fundraising event, so it's all to raise money for the charity Movember.
Brilliant
which
charity.
is men's prostate and mental health.
Yeah.
And everybody goes and dresses up, takes their nice bikes and dresses up all dapper-like.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, goes through the towns.
Oh, I bet that's a sight to see. I bet it looks amazing.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
So how do we support you? How do we sponsor you?
Oh, yes, if you'd like to sponsor me. So I have actually smashed my goal of £500, which is amazing.
Congratulations.
I'm ranking 4th.
Okay.
In the whole of France right now.
Really?
Yes.
Well, we need to get you to number 1.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll quite get there because
Okay.
there's quite a bit. I'm happy at 4th. We
That's
stay at
good.
4th. I'm actually leading the Bordeaux ride, so I have the most sponsorship on the Bordeaux ride.
Oh, wow.
But if you would like to sponsor me, I've put a link on my Swift Quilting Facebook page.
Okay.
If you just click on the picture that's a Distinguished Gentleman's Ride, it will land you on my sponsorship page. And you can put in so it's in euros because obviously it's in France.
Yes, yeah.
But you can change the amount. I think it puts an automatic amount as they do. But you can change the
that's
amount and
fine,
put whatever you'd like.
Oh,
And,
wow. I'll check that out later on.
you
So,
very much,
yeah, have a little look. And is there actually a Facebook page for the actual event itself?
Yes, there
I
is.
bet it looks amazing to see everybody all dressed up.
So there's a Distinguished Gentleman's Ride on Facebook, as on YouTube. I've actually just posted on my own Facebook page a video of the Bordeaux ride, which was 3 years ago, so in 2022. So it's like what will I actually be doing? So
Love it. I'm going to go and have a look at that later on. But
Yeah.
that's not why we're here. Sorry. went down a
digress.
Went down a little rabbit hole then. Do apologise. We are here for this. And this is beautiful. This is a brand new pattern that you've brought to us.
Yes, I'm excited about this one.
I'm not
Couple of
surprised.
reasons.
Well, we're learning about a new technique. So we're looking at American hand piecing, which I'll be honest is new to me.
Okay.
And we're going to be learning a little bit about this. So everything is hand sewn that we're looking at here.
Yep.
Perfect. So straight away I'm thinking transportable.
Yes.
Take it in the garden on holiday.
I'll actually be taking some with me to Bordeaux.
Perfect.
I'm going to get some ready so I can do some sewing while I'm on my trip.
Lovely. Look forward to seeing it. So this is a brand new pattern. Now, this is a new it might be a new technique to you. So I will mention, and I'll show you this in a little while, everything that you need to know about American hand piecing is available in this booklet, which I'll show you in just a few moments. But this is a brand new pattern. So we've got a brand new pattern, but what we've also got is a brand new kit. In fact, we've got 3 brand new kits. This is the one that Emma is going to be demonstrating. So if you like the idea of getting hold of this and you know how to do your hand piecing, your American hand piecing, then go for this as you see. So you've got your pattern, your instructions, beautiful Liberty fabrics and your backing fabric there as well. If you just like the look of this and you want to get involved, then by all means do go for this. But if you've never done your American hand piecing, then do make sure you're adding this into your order as well. But I'll give you the details of that in a second. I love the look of this. So this is your own design.
It is.
Wonderful.
Yep.
All laid out. And this is the actual kit you're going to be demonstrating with.
It is. Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of that one, it's just £17.99. We've got other variations though, so I'm going to hang on to the pattern as I bring in the next one for you. These bundles are so incredibly affordable, I have to say. I mean, that one was a Liberty one. That price was phenomenal. So with this one, we've got nice bright tones, proper tulip colours those, aren't they?
Yep.
Like that one. So this one is £14.99. Again, you're going to get your tuition, you're going to get your fabrics, and you've got all of these gorgeous fabrics. The fabrics that we've got here, is it just one block we'll be able to make with these, or will we have enough to do with
You will
others?
have a little bit extra to make more, so you can make more. That's one thing I love about American hand piecing. It is very economical with fabric. There is little to no waste.
Oh, okay. Oh, that sounds like my kind of sewing.
Yeah.
So there you go. If you like the idea of the bright spring colours, then by all means do go for that particular one with the details on your screen. But I promised you 3 variations, so let's bring in the last one to show you, which is this one. Slightly more vintage feel, I feel, with this particular set as well. Oh, I like that. New age fun with a vintage feel. Is that all on the title? Oh, no, we're calling it Paisley. So, I don't think we've got enough little kind of spaces to put all of that on there, but I'm feeling the vibe, So again, another lovely collection of fabrics. And again, you've got your tuition within your block. Again, if it's completely new, don't forget you do need to add that into your order as well. And ultimately, this is what you are going to be making in whichever variation of those fabrics you've decided to go for. And you've got a new technique that you're going to be teaching us.
Yes, so this pattern, and the new technique is included in the Twirling Tulips pattern, and the new technique is hand applique.
So that's in this little corner that I've got over here. So where you've got what might look like a tricky curve.
It's actually very easy.
I love it. So if you like the idea of getting hold of it in those kind of vintage vibe feel, then here you go. You can take advantage of that. So as is usually the case, the pattern is available by itself. So if you're wanting to get hold of this, then by all means, please do so. I'm not going to go through it too much because, of course, the key thing is the tuition is in here, and that is what we are kind of encouraging you to go for because, of course, that supports the designer on this occasion, being our lovely Emma. So for £6, very affordable price, just £6, you can get the details that are on your screen. Again, if you are completely new to it, you might want to use your own fabric, but you will need to have that tuition. So do make sure that you've got that under your belt before you get involved with this one. And that one I'll tell you about in just a few moments. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of that one, just £6. Have we got a download version of this one, Ben? No. So if you're wanting this one, then the only way you can get hold of it is for that one on its way to you. So let's talk about the American hand piecing. So changing the details out because it's a certain technique that we're going to be learning.
Yes.
And you'll be showing us some of that in your demonstration.
I will. I'm going to mostly concentrate on the hand applique because I have done the American hand piecing quite a few times before.
Okay.
So you can actually get
so if you go back onto our YouTube channel and find one of those previous shows.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But I will go over it.
Wonderful.
American hand piecing is a way that I learned how to quilt or make patchwork to begin with.
So you don't need a sewing machine at all?
Don't need a sewing machine. So when I very first started, I did not have a sewing machine, didn't have a rotary cutter, didn't have a ruler, didn't have a mat, didn't have anything.
Wow.
I had cereal boxes for my templates, and that was it.
I love
Some fabric that was given to me.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Love it.
Little basic sewing kit, and that was it.
So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of that, then you can do. So that one is your American hand piecing tuition. Details are on the screen. But if you like the idea of both of those, because you've got the tuition of the fabulous brand new craft, do you? And then you've got your tuition of the Twirling Tulips. Well, you can get them both together. So the details are now on your screen for this as a duo, which is brilliant. It's not many crafts you can get into for just $14.99, is there?
No.
Brand new craft for just $14.99 is phenomenal value. But we've got lots of other kind of tuitional blocks coming up. We'll chat about those a little bit later on, but I'm keen to get into a demo to see how this all comes together. So I'm going to leave the details on the screen for you of the Twirling Tulips. So this one has been incredibly popular, which makes me think that, I mean, we're busy for the actual tuition as well, but this is a lot of people coming back who understand the technique, understand how to put it all together, and just want more inspiration pattern-wise. So, hold on. The Liberty Bundle. Oh, a lot of people go, well, do you know what? I'm going to leave this one with you because this is one that you're working with, isn't it? So that makes sense.
Yeah. I'll show you some bits made up.
Perfect. So there you go. For $17.99, I think that's brilliant. It's only £3 more than this one, because that one was $14.99, $17.99.
Wow.
Liberty fabric, makes sense. Right, Emma, what do I need to know?
Well, American hand piecing is very, very simple. So what it is, just to outline the whole technique, is it's hand sewing piecing, but instead of English paper piecing, where you have a template and you wrap your fabric around it, you have templates, but you actually draw around your template on the back of the fabric.
So we don't need lots of paper.
Don't need lots of paper.
Oh, okay.
You just mark your sew line.
Yeah.
So you know exactly where you'll need to be sewing, and you can really be accurate when you're sewing your shapes, because you know exactly where your sew line is supposed to be, and so you can really match everything up really well.
Sometimes that sew line is more important than your kind of seam allowance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because that's what you actually need. And I know a lot of people don't worry about seam allowance. It's the sew line.
Sew line.
Okay.
Yeah. So in all of my American hand piecing, and I differentiate it, I call it American hand piecing because just to differentiate it from English paper piecing.
No, that's fair enough. Yeah.
But if you're in America, it's like Chinese food. You just call it
different
hand
name.
piecing.
Yeah.
You just call it hand piecing.
It's like when you go on a road, isn't it? We might call it the Coventry Road, but in Coventry they call it the Birmingham Road.
Yeah, because it's the other way. Exactly. So in all of my hand piecing patterns, you will see templates. So these are your template shapes. This is where, when I started, I actually traced these and put them onto cereal box card, because I didn't have anything else. But now we have the technology.
You've got the template plastic.
Yes, which is much easier.
So the sizes, are those true sizes? We don't need to photocopy and enlarge or anything?
No, it's exactly true. It doesn't include seam allowance.
Okay.
So these are your actual shapes.
You're going to draw around them.
You're going to draw them.
Yeah.
So what you do is you just lay your template plastic down over your template shapes and just draw around. So I usually use a very fine Sharpie or something like that, or a pencil, a nice sharp pencil to do that. The template plastic has a very smooth side and a very rough side. If you're using a pencil, it sometimes helps to go on the rough side.
Okay.
Just to mark it, but yeah. So you make your templates.
Just cut that with scissors?
Yes, non-fabric scissors.
Oh, well, yeah.
I know we're all well versed. And then you'll end up with some templates that look like this. Okay. So you just need one of each.
I will warn you, with the plastic template, we haven't got huge quantities of those. In fact, I think we are already over allocated. So sorry, we're not going to be able to satisfy all of those orders. But if it's in your basket, check your basket out. Fingers crossed you'll get it.
Yeah. The beautiful thing about the templates is that they're very reusable.
Yes,
So what I'll often do is I make out some templates for this particular block. With my Sharpie, I'll actually mark out on the templates, I'll put twirling tulips block and then shape, because I've got them all lettered, shape. So this would be shape E, A, and things like that.
Perfect. Okay.
And then you can put it in a little baggie. And
that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah.
A little grip seal or something like that, and they're all together. Keep them with the patterns. Yeah.
And then the other thing, and again, this is improved technology, although I have used just a sheet of sandpaper before, a multi-mat.
I love these. I've got
these
in several styles.
Yeah, I love it for the sandpaper, specifically for this technique.
Wonderful, because the beauty is that the fabrics don't move around, do they?
They don't move around.
Nice and easy. Popping the details up on the screen for the stripe version. We've got a dotty version as well. So it's kind of horses for courses. They're exactly the same. It doesn't matter. It's just purely the fabric, whichever one you prefer.
So what I do, and I love these Roxanne pencils because they're washable.
I've not seen these before. So what are these about?
These are to die for. So these are water-soluble pencils. You come in a packet, you get silver, you get white, and you get a sharpener.
Okay.
The silver works well for most fabrics, but if you get like a dark blue or a navy or something where it's quite dark on the back, the white is really nice.
Okay.
So I use it for my hand piecing marking, but also you can mark it on the top for your quilting lines.
Yeah.
And it'll wash out.
Oh, that is brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, now we don't. Oh gosh, we don't have many of these left.
Yeah, I love these
Is that
Roxanne
really
pencils.
Oh, we don't. We've only got one left.
Oh,
my goodness, they went quickly. Wow. Okay, $13.99. You're going to get 4 of the pencils. You are also going to get your sharpener in there as well, and you get pencil caps as well, which is quite unusual. So little pencil caps there to protect
the nib.
them. I've not seen these before. Water soluble. Brilliant idea. But be quick. They've gone now. So yeah, hopefully we'll see those back again at some point.
I always request them for this for sure. Roxanne are really good. They make some really nice needles as well, but I don't think Sewing Street carry them. But they make a little.
It's not a brand I've come across. I'll have to do a bit of research on those because okay.
So I'm just marking around the edge of my template, and then in between each template, I don't know if you can see, it's dark enough. I've left at least a ½ inch of gap. between one template and
Because
the
you've
other.
got to allow for a 1/4 inch
You've got
on
to
each
allow for
piece.
quarter
That
of an
makes
inch.
sense, yeah.
And you can make it bigger
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Because when you, after you sew your seam down, you will actually trim your seam allowance to about 1/4 inch.
I think I'd never even thought about using the kind of the grippy page that you've got in the pressing board there, because it's something for the pencil to go against as well, is it? The grittiness will mean that you're kind of getting that marking on there. While I've got your attention, half the stock of the bundle has gone. This is the Liberty version one, so yeah, over that. I was meant to give you that update a little while ago, so yeah, it's moved on from there. But yeah, this potentially could be the first one to sell out if it continues selling the way that it is. I mean, $17.99 for Liberty fabric.
It is beautiful. And it's that lovely cotton weight, like quilting weight rather.
And also you showing us there laying out the different designs, because it's something that's non-directional.
Oh, yes.
It's literally a case you can use every last
scrap. Yes. Yeah.
Brilliant.
So that's, and you'd complete that with all your templates. So the instructions tell you how many of each shape to make of each fabric.
Okay.
So you've got it all there.
Also, get the pieces all together first.
Yeah. So what I often do, if I'm making a block for the very first time, I will then cut all of my shapes out and I will recreate my block.
Okay.
Obviously, that's a little bit harder with this one because you've got some applique bits.
Yes.
But if you do it roughly, that always helps. One, to visualize what your block is going to look like with those chosen fabrics, because if you find a fabric in there like, I'm not sure that works, now's the time to change it out.
It's funny, isn't it, how sometimes in your head, and when you look at them, they look great, but when you put them in, it's like, not so sure.
Not so sure. And then the second thing is just to make sure you've got enough of each shape cut out of that particular fabric, because I've done that
do
as
a bit
well.
of a stock take.
Exactly. So I'm like, I need to do 4 more squares of whatever it is. So
Fair enough.
I have to do that.
Okie doke.
And also what it does is it sort of orientates you to how your pieces will go together.
Okay.
So I always do that first.
Lovely.
And then I'll start doing my smaller units. For this one, I've started with the applique.
Okay. Don't forget, this is all hand sewing as well. Although I suppose if you wanted to, you could do it on a machine. They're not little tiny pieces. But I think the whole fun of this is the fact that it's a little bit of hand. It's that
tactile.
That tactile, isn't it? You're getting involved. You're kind of at one with the fabric and the sewing. So yeah, nice.
Yeah, I have to admit, my eyes aren't good enough now. I have to wear glasses to see the television. But when I was a few years younger, I would always watch television with some hand sewing.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't just sit and watch telly. I had to have something on the go, either hand quilting or hand sewing. But yeah, now.
And also as well, with the beautiful weather that we've got, you could actually take this out
sit outside,
the patio, sit in the shade, have a little bit of time outside while you've got the chance.
Yeah. What I often do, because I can show you with this bit, because I'll be travelling, and I do take it travelling, after you do your first recce of making sure everything you've got, you kind of get into the habit of knowing how many of each shape that you do need. So what I'll do if I'm travelling is I will mark out all the shapes that I need of one particular fabric on the fabric, and then I just take that. I don't cut it.
Yes.
I'll cut it as I go, basically,
Yes,
so that I know all my shapes are together on one piece of fabric. So you're keeping track of maybe 3 or 4 pieces of fabric rather than lots of little shapes pinned together. So yeah, little tip.
We've just swapped the details around incidentally for the pattern. So if you want the pattern by itself, you're only looking at £6, which makes that Liberty bundle or any of the bundles even more attractive, because if you take £6 off that price, the Liberty bundle, then in effect you're paying $11.99 for your fabrics. Need I say any more?
Wow.
You got a bit of tin foil.
I do. So this is just for the applique bit.
Okay.
So I will show you some, I'm sure we'll get to it, the actual hands piecing.
Fair enough.
But for the applique, this is a nice little quick and easy for curves on how to turn over the seam allowance. So I've got just a little square tin foil, and the instructions show you all of this. I actually had 3 different pattern testers who were very kind enough to test the pattern in a very short amount of days. So they managed to make a block each in about 2 or 3 days.
Oh, wow.
So yeah. So
oh, thanks,
it
guys.
yeah, thank you for that. But also it did make me relieved that at least my instructions make sense to 3 people.
Lovely. Okay, right.
So I've
use that.
sprayed it with some Best Press.
Lovely.
I've got a little, let me show you that. So in addition to my plastic template of my curved piece, I've also made a cardboard one.
Okay.
So I just actually used my template piece, my plastic one, on a piece of card and drew around it and made it that way.
Perfect.
And it has to be cardboard or something similar because you're going to be pressing it with heat. So you don't want to use your plastic for this.
That's
So
a good point, yeah.
Yeah, I've sprayed my shape with the Best Press, which helps. You don't have to, but it does help to
Do you
keep
know
it
what?
in.
I am relatively new to Best Press, and I wish I'd used it for many years, to be honest, because it really does make the difference.
It
I
does.
use it now with so many, even when I was working with Dan and putting jackets together, I was using it because it helps press, so yeah. I never realised just how useful it is to have. I mean, obviously I was managing to sew without it, but it's one of those situations that once you've got it, you don't want to be without it. So we've got a big bumper bundle. We seem to have lost the spray thing. We've got the tube, but it does come with a spray.
Just like this.
Down bit. Oh, it's a trigger, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
trigger bit. There you go. So
just like this
It does
one.
come with that. But yeah, now I wouldn't be without it. And we do big bottles. When we sometimes have deals on it, I will kind of go for larger bottles. $11.99, at that price, it's worth giving it a go. And it smells lovely as well.
I actually use it to iron the shirt. Yeah, because I don't iron clothes very often, so this is probably the only garment in my whole wardrobe that actually requires ironing.
It's funny, I hate getting the ironing board out for doing ironing, but I don't mind when I'm quilting.
Yeah, exactly. So what I've done is I have folded over my tin foil over my curve so it's nice and tight. Do be careful that your template doesn't shift, so make sure that it is still up against that seam allowance,
Okay.
because otherwise you'll lose, up against that seam line, otherwise you'll lose some of it in your seam
Could you
allowance.
use like one of those temporary glue, I think, is it seam line, do like a temporary glue stick?
Not really.
Okay.
Only because with American hand piecing, you want all of your seams or seam allowances to be free, flapping in the breeze, basically.
Oh no, I meant to keep the secure the template in place, just a little block to stop it moving.
Oh, it could, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just to stick the template, yeah.
Yeah, so as it doesn't shift.
Yeah,
That's
you
all-
could
that's
do,
all
you
I was
could do
thinking.
it.
Yeah. Okay. Lovely. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, and then I've just pressed it over. Oh, is that? Oh, it's not actually on.
You need to press the button as well, so you
Yeah.
probably come
Oh,
on.
okay.
Has it got red?
Yes.
Yeah.
Press
See,
that.
we've got one on the shelf behind Emma.
Do that
but
again.
Sadly, it's not plugged in either as well. I think it's just behind Emma's head. So yeah.
It is a nice little iron. I picked it up and I said
Not
right
used
away.
one before, had you?
Not the mini one, no. It's got a nice weight to it, because very often your mini irons are
They're quite lightweight.
They're quite lightweight, aren't they?
I must admit, I've got this little one. I do use this one a lot. But yeah, if pink's not your colour, maybe you want to tune in tomorrow.
There we go. There, now we've got some heat on it. That'll be better.
Lovely. So you just press it. And of course, the heat from the tin foil is going to help as well, isn't
Yes.
it?
Make sure you keep your fingers well away as well, though. There we go.
Lovely.
That should be good.
Clever technique. I've not seen this before.
I'll be honest, I kind of pinched it from Jo Carter.
Okay.
Yeah, because I made a clamshell, one of her clamshell, demonstrated clamshell quilt
Yes,
pattern that she
yeah.
had with pandas on it. Yeah, do you remember that
Oh,
one?
yes, I do.
Yeah,
Yes, I
from back in
remember
the
that
day.
one.
I'm like,
Oh,
ooh,
that's
that's
a
a
good
good idea. Yeah,
Lovely. So just repressing it just to
yeah, just to keep it down.
keep it all pristine. Lovely.
There we go. And then we are going to begin sewing that onto one background square. So I've got the green one.
So it's just the curve that you press. You don't press all the sides.
No, just the
Okay.
curve.
And this is for that little applique piece that forms kind of like the bowl of the
Yeah.
tulip. Yeah.
So this is what this is the corner piece that I'll be making with this. Oh, I did forget. I knew there was going to be something I forgot.
We had this conversation, didn't we?
We
What is
did.
it that you need?
Pins.
Pins. Oh, now there might be
There should be some handy.
Is there some behind you? Excuse me, I'm going to come into the
Yeah.
set. Don't know, sometimes we've got a little tub of pins
Oh.
down here. Oh, no, we haven't today. Oh,
then
on
Levi
it.
to the
He's on
rescue.
it. He's
We
on
were
it.
saying there's going to be something.
There
There's
always
always
is.
something that I forget.
While I've got your attention, have a
Guaranteed.
little
Sorry,
look at this
Levi.
bundle,
Thank
'cause
you.
This is the bundle that Emma is working with. So don't forget, the pattern by itself is £6. That is available. It is a technique that if it's completely new to you, make sure that you are adding this into your bundle as well. We have got that together as a bundle, and we have got that available by itself. But lots of you are shopping for this new pattern with the Liberty fabrics and your backing fabric. If you take £6 off that price over there, it means that for the fabrics you're only paying £11.99. And for you to actually have a completed block for £11.99, I think it's brilliant value for money. So yeah, only a couple of handfuls of opportunity, well, not even 2 handfuls. And we've got a lot of people with this in basket. So check your basket out before we get to the end of the demo, because you might not have the opportunity to get it. Right, we've got pins now.
Oh, yeah, I got pins. Thanks for Levi.
Fabulous.
Okay, and don't panic, because all these instructions are in there with photos.
Okie dokie.
Like I said, I had 3 pattern testers who did not contact me. They just went off the pattern.
Oh, that's
So they had no questions. So yeah. So what I've done is I've pinned my pins through the corner of my square on my green background, and I'm going to pin it through. So you want it's kind of not right sides together, so you've got a right side and a wrong side together.
Okay.
And through that corner. And you just want to match up those seam lines. So I'm going to come down. This one's a bit tricky because you don't have a seam. You could draw the seam on the front as well to make it easier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to bring that up through the seam line and up through the seam line on here. Okay. So the goal is you want your seam line on this piece to match exactly your seam line on your pink piece.
Right. So maybe a light box or holding up to a window or something like that if you need to kind of
It's actually not too difficult.
Okay.
You just apply. If you're familiar with hand piecing, yeah, you'll get it. It's just a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit of practice.
Lovely.
And then I'm going to.
So make sure you haven't got any bent pins.
Yeah, make sure they're nice and straight. I'm going to go through this corner.
Okay.
And whichever corner it is that you find most easiest to do is fine. And then I'm just going to have a look to see where. I just want to pin it through the corner. Over a bit. You just got to open up your seam allowance a little bit.
Have a little peek underneath.
Yeah, a little peek underneath. Make sure you find that corner and match up the corner. But you want to make sure that seam allowance is still folded under.
So it's not necessarily lining up the outside edge. It's the focus is on that line.
On the seam line, okay. Yes. If it's easier for you to do that, then by all means, do actually mark a 1/4 inch seam allowance around your shape and go by that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always marry up the seam line because that's the bit that makes the most sense and is the most important.
And it's the most accurate with, as I said, the conversation that we had yesterday, myself and John. Yeah, it's all about that stitch line, not the seam allowance. Yeah.
So that's it pinned. That's all you need. You can do more if you want to.
Okay.
As you feel comfortable. And that's what it will look like on the front.
Okay.
Now I'm going to start sewing. So I always use a thimble.
Okay.
I know when I first started, I was like, oh, I don't need a thimble. It gets in the way. It feels weird. It feels weird. But after a few days of hand sewing, you realise you actually do need a thimble because your needle just digs into your finger too much. So it's one of those. Find the thimble that works for you.
That's it. And also, who was I on with the other day? Jenny Jackson. And she was doing some, she was doing her EPP.
Oh, yeah,
and she's got like little stick-on.
Yeah, little stick-on. You can get leather ones.
She's got longer nails because I struggle with a thimble because of the length of my nails. So if you've got longer nails, check on the website. We've probably got some of those. We may have sold out, but yeah. Or you've got a traditional thimble. So, yeah.
Yeah, traditional thimble. You get ones that have an open back, so your nail actually curves.
Some like little silicone ones as well as the grippy ones. Yeah.
So it's just a matter of persevering and finding a thimble that works for you.
Okay.
And to use it. I like one that has. If I have a traditional one, I like one that has a ridge around the edge because the ones that are domed, I find the needle just skids off the edge.
Okay. Good advice.
Yeah. This one, in particular, I really like.
Nice snug fit, isn't it? That's the other
Nice
thing.
snug
They can
fit.
kind of rattle around.
Yeah, and it's also quite lightweight.
Yes.
I've got another one that is a bit heavier.
Yeah.
And I will use it, but it's not my favorite.
Okay.
But I do lose them because I've got cats.
Oh, okay.
So it got to the point when we lived in America, the little hardware shop down the road would sell thimbles, and they were perfect little thimbles that I really liked. And my husband knew exactly how much they cost because I'd have to go buy them on the regular because the cats would play with them and lose them.
Love that.
Yeah, I think they were $1.89. It's like, oh, there goes another $1.89.
Does it matter what type of thread that you work with as well? That's another question.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I really like Gutermann hand quilting thread.
Okay, so would that be like 100% cotton thread?
It's
or-
100% cotton. I always use 100% cotton in all my sewing with quilting. That, again, is personal preference. But what I like about the hand quilting, and if I pass this to you, you can have a play.
Yeah, let's have a little
It's
look.
quite strong.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking with your hand stitching. You don't want anything that's going to break easily, do you?
Yeah, so
Oh,
there's that.
that's good thread, yeah.
Yeah, there's the fact that it's nice and strong because obviously there's less thread to hold it together, so you want something that's going to be quite sturdy. But also because you're pulling your thread against the eye of your needle quite a lot.
Yes, yeah.
You don't want something that's going to break
Yeah.
there very easily. I find that really
I was
annoying.
doing some toy making or character making. We had a show on yesterday, and you were doing a lot of repetitive sewing and pulling and tensioning and going through the eye of the needle and going through the fabric as well. It all has a detrimental effect on your thread. So yeah, nice strong thread.
Yeah, and I only use maybe about shoulder width amount of thread, and I'll just keep using it until there's none left, basically.
See, I'm a bit lazy with that. I've got as long as I can get, but then of course you get all that coiling and the knotting, don't you? So yeah.
But again, it's personal preference. As you start working,
I think yours is the best advice. I've just got the lazy.
So my first step to sewing the applique on is I'm going to open up my seam allowance. You can see, really well. You can in real life.
Yeah.
Where your seam line is. I'm just going to put my needle straight through. Now, what is different to this that I don't do with the regular hand piecing pieces is I actually have a knot on the end of my thread. Because normally I don't ever work with a knot.
Oh, this is a conversation myself and Katrina regularly have had in a previous life, to knot or not to knot.
Yeah. Well, the American hand piecing has a technique of starting and finishing where you don't need to knot.
Okay.
Because there's some back stitching involved. With this particular hand applique, I don't do that. So I always start with a knot. And then I've gone through the corner of my curved piece. Now I'm just going to match up the corner of my background piece and just pull it through.
What about needles? Does it matter what type of needle that you work with?
Again, it's a lot personal preference.
Okay.
So I really I've got a little, like I mentioned, the Roxanne brand.
Yeah.
Roxanne, at least in the US, do a little glass vial of sharps.
Okay.
I think there's about 50 in a vial.
Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty reasonable. But they have nice large eyes.
Okay.
But the needles themselves aren't very thick.
Okay.
So they're still a size like a sharps 9 or something like that. And they've got a nice length to them.
Okay.
So it's really down to what you prefer.
What you feel comfortable with.
How thick your thread is. So I try to find, because I use a hand quilting thread, I do need to have a needle that's going to accommodate that. So the eye is going to accommodate that, but not so thick that it's hard to pull through. And yeah, it's trial and error.
I think we've got
Absolutely
some
trial
John
and
James needles on the show, so I think those are the ones you're working with at the moment.
So I'm using the big eye quilting needles, which are perfect for this thread. It went through like a dream.
Lovely.
Yeah, and not too thick. The needles themselves aren't too thick. But I have to admit, I tend to use a sharps even for quilting because I like a little bit extra length on the needle.
And what type of stitch are you working with here now?
So what I've done is I've come out of my corner and I've gone back in, maybe not quite half an inch away from the edge, just so that I'm catching through the top of my applique piece.
Okay.
So if I pull this apart, you can see.
Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah.
And when I go back in, you want those applique stitches to be as invisible as possible. So I go back in directly on top of where my threads come out, but just through the background.
So it's just a smidgen underneath that applique piece?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you really want an invisible, I know I don't usually use polyester, but so fine thread.
I kind of like seeing little stitches though. I think it adds to the authenticity of it, and it makes it feel more organic, I think.
So you just continue stitching it down like that. So again, just about ½ inch away.
So it's up through the applique fabric, and then back down just underneath.
Just underneath,
so
yeah.
It just kind of almost wraps around the edge. Is it okay if I leave you to carry on doing that? Is that, are you completing that curve?
Yeah, I'm just going to complete the curve.
Wonderful.
And I'll stop at the end before I finish it off.
Then we can kind of get all the information that we need. So that is the kit that we are seeing the lovely Emma work with. We've got a variety of different kits dependent on the different colour pieces. This has been one of the most popular ones, and we only have a couple of handfuls of those left. So if you're wanting this one, there's only about 11 opportunities for you to get, 10 opportunities now to get hold of that one. So be as quick as you can. We've got 24 people shopping for that one. So please be speedy, quick. Potentially that one is going to go before the end of the show. Pattern-wise, we've got the pattern available by itself. So if you do want to get hold of the pattern, lots of you have been doing so. So I think we've got lots of seasoned American hand piecing viewers watching us. So you know how to put these pieces together. You've got the tuition for this brilliant price for £6. But let's just very quickly mention $11.99 for your fabrics. That's what's working out with this $17.99 bundle. So just consider it before you do go for the pattern by itself. But if you do want it, then it is there, so you can see the details on your screen. If you don't know what to do though, and you need to learn that tuition, that technique, then you will need to add this one in. Now we have got it as a bundle, so rather than going for individuals, go for the two of those together or go for that one by itself. So that is by itself, because you might be that you want to go for one of the other patterns that we've got. So that is by itself, $9.99, and then we have got the bundle of the two together if you're wanting to shop for those together. But as I said, we've got lots of other designs. So for an extra £5 on top of the $9.99 that you'd normally be paying for that, you are going to get the twirling tulips. But we've got lots of other designs to share with you as well. So if I bring in the next duo for us, now this one, again, you need to know that you've got the knowledge, so you can add that one into any of these that I'm showing you. Now, we haven't got any more bundles with that featuring in it. So if you see a block that you like the look of, you need to add that in yourself. So I'm going to leave you to do that. So these are where you're looking at your individuals. Now these, we have got your twisted star block. So you can see the layout there, absolutely beautiful. Lots of tuition, lots of information. £5. What's not to love about that? That is amazing value for money. And you've got everything that you need in there, so you'll have all your templates and everything. And that is it. So if you're wanting to go for that one, £5. Next one that I've got for this one is your windmill weather vane. So this is a block. So again, you can make multiples of this one, build it up to make a quilt, a cushion, or kind of create the blocks themselves. Do they tend to be all the same sizes? With these?
Yes.
So
they are all.
You can kind of do like a selection of blocks.
Yep, they're all 12-inch blocks.
Perfect.
So they're all interchangeable.
So 12 inches, so you know that they'll all fit together beautifully. So maybe the weather vane block is the one that, or the windmill weather vane block. Should have put my teeth in for that one. So £5 for that one, if you're liking the idea of that one. Have we got those two together? Or am I just imagining that? I'm imagining it as well. Now, we have got, are we doing any more, or are we going back over to them? Because Emma's still stitching at the moment, so yeah. So here you have got, oh, this is a block. Oh no, we've got a set of 5 here. Oh, they're individuals. Okay, so individuals, you've got your hidden star. So again, if you don't, I know I keep saying it, but I don't want anybody buying that and then suddenly finding they haven't got the tuition. So that one, if you're wanting to go for that particular one. So with this, are these all together in this one? So $20.99 for that one. That's why I'm querying it. Because the patterns by themselves were £6. Okay, we'll check that out. 5, as I say, because it's an individual, but it's I'm just concerned that you actually get all of those, and now we're going to get all of those for a £5. You definitely only get one. Fair enough then. So glad I spotted that one. So there you go, £5. Hidden star. If you're wanting to get a hold of the hidden star, then those are the details there. The weather vane block. We've already done the weather vane block, haven't we? Oh no, that's the windmill. So this one is the weather vane. So that one, again, same price, a £5. So there you go. Details are on your screen if you're wanting to go for that particular one. The hexagon block. Again, if you're wanting to get hold of that one, then we've got details for that one. These are, there might be a bundle, not sure. I'm going to go through them all quickly. So this one at £5 if you like the look of that one. I like that.
Yeah, it's
That's
got
a nice scrappy one, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
And it's what was it, how many, 1, 2, 3, 5 different sizes
Yes,
of
yeah.
hexagons, so you can go quite big and actually.
And hexagons are so versatile, aren't
Yeah.
they, when you start putting them together?
Yeah.
So yeah, like that one. Next one we've got is your layered star. So if you like the idea of that one with that star block at the bottom there, well, there you go. Details are on your screen at a £5. And then the last one that we've got is your floor tile block. So again, that is another nice one. So they're nice, large. They're all 12 inches in square, so you can kind of build these up if you're wanting to. So we have got a bundle that we have of patterns to share with you. So within the bundle is, you get the twirling tulips, which is that one. You get the twisted star, which I don't think I have. Did I have the twisted star? Have we read out the twisted star? I've read out the hidden star. Twisted star. Oh, going back there. Ollie, 10 house points. The windmill weather vane, so that was, those two were in a duo, weren't they, originally? So they're actually in this bundle now. And any more? That's it. So those three are coming together there. So if you want to take advantage of that, oh, you get that as well. That makes sense, because I'm thinking, well, that's 5, 10, 15, and we're charging £21.99. The reason being is you're going to get that in there as well. So again, that's a nice bundle.
That is a nice bundle.
Started,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, like that, because you've got the brand new one with a bit of a plique in there,
Yeah.
but then you've got some very versatile blocks in there. All coming, when you finish at 12 inches, so they can all come together. So there you go. And then, is that it? I've got a couple more over. Oh no, that's those two together. Is that a bundle? Have we done that as a bundle? Yes, we have. So many options. You can't say we don't give you choice here at Sewing Street. Yeah. So, yeah, I think you've had enough time to finish the whole block, let alone that one piece. So let's have a little look at what you've been up to, Ree, while I've been gone.
I have sewn my entire curve, so you can see. Just make sure that you pull your thread a little bit tight, because sometimes it can get a little bit loopy.
Okay.
So just make sure that's nice and tight. Now to finish it, what I've done is I've kind of finish how I started. So I put my needle straight through the corner of my background, and I'm going to open up the seam allowance on my curved and do the same. Go through the corner there, so that's nice and matched up.
Lovely. See, this is I mean, the price of this bundle, considering getting the tuition in there as well. Mm-hmm. Again, another brand new craft, £21.99, using your stash that you've got at home.
Mm-hmm. And then I go back through the corner, so because otherwise you won't be able to see what you're doing. Back through both corners. Just pull that tight to secure that last bit. And then to finish off, you're just going to do 3 tiny stitches just on top of each other.
And that's just going to secure everything, keep
just
it
to
together.
secure everything in, so that's kind of
Right.
replaces your knot. So that's 1. Sometimes I do an extra one for luck. That's 3.
It's always and one for good luck, isn't it?
Yeah. And then what I do, you don't have to do this, but this is what I do. So what I'll do then with my tail is I'll actually go back into just in my seam allowance about another ½ an inch.
I do that as well.
Pop back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then cut a little tiny tail, and then a sort of ½ inch tail.
Perfect.
And that's it finished. Now, to trim, and this is optional, but this is traditional hand applique. This is how they do it.
Okay.
You actually cut, and don't panic, but just make sure you know which bit you're cutting. Trim all of that. And I'm cutting in between, so...
Oh, thank goodness for that. Oh,
I
was looking
between. Very important to point out. Just a ½ inch seam allowance.
They're taking away the bulk.
Taking away the bulk, yeah.
Ah,
so you just
okay.
end up with... It's as if you hand-pieced them together.
Yes, clever.
And again, you don't have to. If you want the 2 layers, that's entirely up to you. But this is what the instructions say. And this is how I do it. It's how I've done all of these. So then that is what it would look like on the back.
Fabulous.
And then that's what it looks like on the front.
Beautiful curve.
And actually, essentially, that is now like a drunkard's path piece.
Yes, yeah.
So if you just want to make a pattern with just curved pieces,
Yeah.
fill your boots.
Absolutely.
Because there's so many variations you can do with that.
Love it.
Pin. So then, if I do...
So I notice you kind of got that out, the drawn line on the back of that piece. That's still your stitch line, isn't it?
Still
on
my
the back?
stitch line.
Yeah.
So
Don't be tempted to trim it to that line.
no, that is your stitch line. If I show it on the back of this one, all of my seam allowances are cut to 1/4 inch.
Got you, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. And you can see how the outside of those units kind of all lines up to make that square, yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
and you can see my raw edges around the outside are all ragged and all different sort of shapes.
No.
That's because once I sew them together, then I'll trim it down. And
Very
make it nice.
forgiving, isn't it? Yeah, I like
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Okay.
And then if we've got time. If we've got time,
About
I'll
10
show.
minutes or so, is that okay?
Okay, yeah, no, it's perfect. That's perfect. So those of you who have done this will know all about this, but I'll show you. Yeah, it's my needle. This is American hand piecing, this is how I sew it. So what I've done is I've got 2 of my curved pieces and my top piece all done. Now I just want to finish up this tulip square. And I've put a pin at each place where a seam allowance joins,
Okay.
essentially. So whenever I'm sewing all of my hand piecing together, I always put a pin in each of those places.
Good, yeah, it's good advice.
Yep. So to sew this on, don't forget, you're going to want to open your seam allowance. So I'm going to start sewing here rather than here, even though that corner is marked.
Okay.
So this side, I use my pin to marry up my corners. Just like that. Now how you decide to do this is entirely up to you, but this is how I do it.
Mm-hmm.
You may want to put a pin, you may do whatever, but this is how I always do it. And this is why I like a little bit longer needle, but this works. So I've gone about 1/2 inch into my seam line, and I want to make sure that marries up with the seam line on this side, which it does. So I'll push my needle through.
Okay.
I'm going to switch it around, and I'm going to hold this corner now on my thumb and finger, and I'm going to pull that all the way through.
Lovely.
Because that little technique is just to make sure that my corner is all lined up.
Perfect.
So now I'm actually going to start sewing towards the corner first.
So it's almost like you're over sewing. It's almost like that's a little tacking stitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I call it it's a running back stitch. That's what I call it.
Okay.
So I've just done a little running stitch.
Yeah, got it.
About 1/2 inch into the corner. You come out of the corner, make sure it matches on the side. And then pull it through and leave about a 1/2 inch tail or so of thread. And then you can start sewing your actual seam.
And now we're doing it properly.
Yeah.
Not that you weren't doing it properly.
No, but yeah.
You know what I mean? This is
Yeah.
like the proper seam now.
Well, that eliminates the need for any knotting.
Yes, yeah.
And
good technique. I like that.
Yeah, it again reduces the bulk because you don't have to worry about those knots
I'm
getting in
rubbish
the way.
at tying knots in threads.
Yeah.
I can never get them lined up on top of them. Somebody who's coming up in a little while, Katrina, she's amazing when she does a knot in the end of her thread because she just like kind of wraps it around her finger and there's a
that's what I do.
perfect size knot there.
I lick my finger, get it a little bit wet,
I can't
twist it
manage
around.
it for
And,
something.
yeah.
And if I try and do individual knots, I end up with like 3 knots in
Yeah.
succession. None of them
Yeah.
are on top of each other.
Yes.
I need to try that technique. If
Yeah.
that's it.
So I do usually stitch about a needle's length, whatever feels comfortable for you, and pull it through. Make sure everything is lined up. And then when I start again, I do a little back stitch.
Okay.
So I'll start my needle just behind where my thread came out. And you just continue till you get to the seams. I'll get to the seams quickly because I want to show you what I do with the seams.
Repeat that then? So you do a little bit of that running stitch and then you go back to secure it and then off you go again and do
No.
No. Oh, right.
So the little back stitch is just when you start again.
Right, sorry. Got
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
And what that does is a little back stitch, because you're only using running stitches, that little back stitch every time you start again just helps to secure it in place so that your thread isn't running.
It's one that could easily come undone, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Or shift or anything like that.
Wonderful. Now, Emma's working with the Liberty fabric bundle, so we're going to put those details back up on the screen.
See it.
That looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That is so pretty. Oh my goodness. Wow, that stock's come down a lot. My goodness. We've got only a handful of those left. So 5 chances if you've got taken advantage of that. We've got 3 times as many people shopping for this than we have stock available. So yeah, a lot of people shopping for this one. So yeah, check your baskets out. We've only got a few minutes left on the show. So yeah, just get ahead of the game.
Yeah. But then quickly, just the last thing I'll say, and it is in my instructions, and you'll be able to see this on past shows as well. But when you get to your seams,
so that's like the center point.
Yeah, the way that I treat the seams is because very often you can get holes in them.
Okay.
Is what I like to do is I like to go around them. So I'm going to sew straight through from corner to corner through the seam allowance on every shape. So I'm going to go corner to corner here.
Okay, so work your way around.
Work your way around, exactly. And make sure it pulls everything tight. All your corners are aligned. It helps with the alignment, and it helps to close any gaps that you might have that might want to happen, and it just makes it nice and secure.
That's really useful little technique, yeah.
And I do that every time I encounter a seam. I mean, yeah, a nest of seams, or whatever you want to call it, crossroads. So it's like, imagine if you opened up a book, you're sewing through all the pages around the spine.
I was going to liken it to the signatures when you're stitching bits.
Yeah.
And it is literally, it's like going through the different pages, isn't it?
Yeah.
You work your way through. Okay.
And then you end up where you started.
So you just do one rotation.
Just one more, just one rotation. You just do that last one again.
Okay.
And then you continue your seam. Oh, I couldn't put it down.
That's okay.
Continue your seam as you did before.
Perfect.
And then to finish, you just do that reverse back stitch again.
Yep, got you.
And then once it's all done, I'll trim this side, then you trim your seam allowance down, trim off any extra dog ears, like there's a little dog ear there.
Yeah, because there's going to be those kind of bulky pieces. Although saying that, with the Liberty fabric, it's such a lovely weight fabric that it does come together nicely even when you've got bulky layers.
Yeah. And then you'll end up with your tulips.
That is beautiful. Those Liberty fabrics work really well.
They do work really well.
Yeah.
Let me see it.
It's
so I can...
been a very, very popular bundle. Look at those. So obviously when you actually put the block together, you've got the formation of the different pieces, so it comes together like that. So you're going to repeat what we've just seen, and obviously it'll all connect together. Don't worry that we didn't get to see the whole demonstration because it's all included in the instructions. And you know what? I kind of like the fact that we didn't see it all because people might think, do you know what? I can work that out myself.
Yeah.
And as a designer, I think it's something that we should celebrate by actually shopping for those kind of instructions because it shows you. So loads of different ways that you can shop for things. Now, one thing I will very quickly mention to you as well, the spotted mat. Oh, I don't think I actually showed you this one in the flesh, did I? It's on 3-way split. Oh my goodness. $19.99 in a 3-way split. That is not meant to be, is it? That is not meant to be. So this is £6.66. So I've got several of these.
I love them all tonight.
I was going to say loads of these. And they're just brilliant. So you've got your pressing area, which will open up. So you've got plenty of pressing area with that. When you flip it over, you've got your little kind of element that you've got there with your cutting mat. So perfect. And then, of course, we saw the grippy bit, which we saw you using opening technique. So,
and even if you don't use it for hand piecing, I use it for half square triangles to draw that line across.
Yes. I've never thought of using it for the drawing, so yeah, I'm going to do that. So thank you for that. Brilliant value for money, as I say, $19.99, but even more so when you've got that split pay on it. Now, we've had some lovely messages come through. Sue's been asking about your outfit, so we're going to chat about that when you're back again.
Yes, we will.
Because we did cover it at the top of the show, so you can, by all means, go back and watch that, but we are going to see you in an hour's time. Yeah. Totally different show, though.
Yeah.
With a fabulous book, with loads of projects. It's already flying out,
Yay.
which I'm not surprised. So there you go with mini quilting in there. So yeah, definitely do join us for that one. But I must give you a heads up. Next hour, do you know what? And they won't mind me telling you this. The guys in the gallery, and I can say guys because they are all guys. They got so excited. No, Ben, I'm not going to say you're all very handsome. Oh, go on then. But they got very excited at our next show. Our lovely Katrina from Rowandean Embroidery is here, and have a little look at this. This is beautiful. Now, it has been selling on pre-order. Lots of you have been getting involved. This is something different from Rowandean, and I know a lot of you guys have got very excited about this one as well. So if our guys in the gallery have got excited about a bit of hand stitching, then you definitely need to stay tuned, because I know you guys are going to love it as well. Oh, look at that. It's like a halo. So do stay tuned. We will see you the other side of the break, and I can't wait to bring Katrina to your screens. I'll see you in a moment.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside, so your ironing looks really crisp.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Hello there. Welcome back. Look who is here. Lovely Katrina. I am sure you know Katrina because Katrina has been bringing us some amazing embroidery kits for many, many years. You won't mind me saying that, will you?
No.
But she is so talented. But what she also does is bring us kits that we have that kind of freedom to create without kind of following set instructions. You can put your own little twist on it.
Absolutely. And I think that extra bit of being creative and changing it the way you want to stitch is just brilliant.
Absolutely.
Really.
Now, for anybody that's not met you before, it's only right and proper that we do a bit of introduction. I feel as if everybody's like, oh, Hayley, come on. And I know. But just in case you have been living in a cave and you don't know, Katrina, tell us a little bit about yourself and your inspiration for everything.
Well, my inspiration is the countryside and landscape and all things floral.
And you
really.
live in a beautiful part of the world, don't you?
in Derbyshire,
Gorgeous.
which is just fantastic. So there's a few stone walls and things like that.
Beautiful.
But Rowandean then it is the name of our company, family company. It was the house that my mum was born in Scotland. Still there, Rowandean. And so we're a company that like contemporary stitching, and we like but the basic traditional stitches.
This is the thing, and it's lovely because it's all very much UK based, UK sourced with lots of the different elements that we talk about, and very hands-on in what is brought to you. Now we've got something rather exciting going on because we have got a brand new piece of art that we are going to be sharing with you, and it's the piece that I've got in front of me here. And for anybody that's familiar with Rowandean, they'll look at this and this will be a little bit different to what they've experienced previously, isn't it? Because it's quite full in comparison with some of the embroideries we've seen in the past.
Oh, it is. So the idea of this design is it is that party, you know, all the flowers in the garden. So we've got dahlias, we've got echinacea, we've got cosmos, which I love. So it's all on one design.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
And it's just really 4 stitches to complete this.
It's
4 stitches
to
complete all of this. A little bit of organza, a little bit of treasure, you know, a few beads and sequins. So all the things that I just love to work with, really.
And I should have said as well, please forgive me for not inviting you to message in, but thankfully you don't need my invitation. You've just literally got those messages coming through, got one on the screen already there, welcoming our lovely Katrina. So Katrina's embroidery and her kits are superb, have done many of her kits. So this kit is beautiful. So let me explain to you what you're getting. I'm going to have to do it pretty speedy quick because already half the stock is gone and we haven't even shown you any more than what you're going to be creating. So within your kit, you're going to get everything beautifully packaged, I have to say, with a lot of inspiration there so you know what you're working to. And I like the fact that you've got a big picture there so I can see what I need to do.
That's right.
In there, brilliant, all carded, ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we've always done. I like the threads organised. You can see the colour range, and then you haven't got to wonder in the instructions which green am I talking
this is
about.
it, and lots of different types of threads as well. We've got some traditional embroidery skeins here, but we've got kind of like wool threads in here, have we?
We've got a total mixture. We've got the stranded ones that you see, you know, that are made of 6 strands, and then we've got some others that are variegated. They're my favourites, you know, the variegated threads. But I also like texture, and so I've got some Jameson wools from the Shetlands. So that's the shades of green. We've got obviously the thread for the beads, but that blend gives you texture.
Absolutely.
So that even if we're just doing a straight stitch, you'll get different textures just emerging.
Perfect. So for anybody that's completely new to this, we've got everything that we need in here, bar a hoop. If you want to work on a hoop, you don't have to work within a hoop, do you?
You don't have to work with a hoop. We've got all the organzas, all the needles, all the step-by-step instructions ready to complete it. And the fabric does have a print on the fabric. So you've got a starting point.
Absolutely.
You know, it's not, you don't have to draw anything on. It's all ready to stitch.
Beautiful. I didn't even notice the gorgeous little sequin flowers.
And the ladybirds.
Is a ladybird in there
ladybird,
as well?
A couple of ladybirds are in there. And then the bees. You can have as many bees at the top there.
They're making these
just
all up.
stitched
Isn't that
bees.
gorgeous? So everything that you need, bar the hoop. If you do like the look of it in a display hoop, we have got these on the show as well. And we have got working hoops. So if you do want to go for a spring hoop, I'll tell you all about that later. But with so many of these already gone, I think we better get into a demo nice and early on. And this, we've got loads more kits coming up. They're all live and on the website. So if you do want to jump ahead, you can do, which is probably good advice, actually, to be fair. But here you can see the beautiful base that you're working on. So what are you working on here?
So this is 100% wool. It's a fabric that we have woven for us. So it's woven in the UK, in Lancashire. It's a beautiful weight fabric, lovely fabric to work on. And I think one of the things, the colour lends itself to the designs I like. But the fabric is nice to hold.
Yes, yeah.
And that's it. That's really quite important. And you can use the different textures, and you can use it takes the wools, it takes the finer threads as well.
Beautiful. Very, very busy. I'm just looking on the screen. My goodness. Wow. The stock that we've got in this one, get in early. We are going to see a demo with Katrina, but don't leave it to the end of the show. As I can see on the screen here, we've got about 15 opportunities left. We've got nearly 70 people trying to shop for this. Oh, it's a proper bun fight going on. Be as quick as you can. Here, incidentally, if you have followed us or come to us because you're following Katrina, which is fabulous, thank you for joining us here. It's a little bit different here. When you've got it into your basket, you're not reserving it. It's there to show that you're interested in this item, but the only way you can guarantee to get hold of it is when you confirm your order. We could have 15,000 of you watching and adding this to your basket, but if we've only got 5 opportunities left, those first 5 people to complete their orders will get that successful message that their order has been completed. Everybody else will get, sorry, that item is no longer available. It's not a nice message to get, not when you've got your heart set on something. So what you up to?
Okay, so in this design, and a lot of my designs use organza, so all it is a way of creating a little bit of colour, a little bit of background colour on the fabric. So you'll get all that in the kit. And to start with, I've just taken a little piece of the organza, and you've got the sharp scissors, and I'm cutting it on the bias, so like the stretchy part of the fabric. And I'm just going to take a little piece.
Now, is it kind of structured in the instructions to tell you to put which colour where?
It'll tell you, and there'll be a picture of what it looks like before you start. And then I'd be a bit mean to it this time.
I know, you are very brutal.
Yeah, I know. Just distort the fabric a little bit, and that's going to give you a little bit of texture there.
I love that fluffiness that you create.
It's just a little bit of mist. You know, when you look at a garden and you can see all those colours, and you can see the distance, and all the colours sort of merge together.
Like a little haze,
so it's great. So you're going to pin those on, and then just see, you can have as many layers as you want. Obviously, you can still see the design on the fabric.
Yes,
so that's what you want.
But we don't have to worry, because this is all going to get filled with stitches,
This is all
so
going to get filled. And then for this particular one, I mean, look, I'm just going to show some of the colours.
So
some of the colours, look.
We're down to 3 chances on my screen.
I just love the colours. And so you'll be able to select, and this time I've written put them on the card so that you'll easily be able to find echinacea, or you find the dahlia colours all together, and then you've got the greens for filling in at the end. Okay, so we're going to put those, and you just pin those on like so, And then once you've got them pinned on, you're going to tack them on.
Okay,
right?
so we'll
this
move
is
on to
where I've
this.
got
I'm glad
on
you've
my
got these
thing.
prepared because we're down to the last opportunity now. Single opportunity. Who's going to be the first to get hold of this one? Not even 15 minutes into the hour and Katrina's got her first sellout.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Okay,
6 minutes, we've had the details on the screen.
So about temporary stitching. This is just going to hold the organza in place. So once you've got the pins, I mean, we sell the pins. They're sort of a flower head
because they're
pin.
kind of like flat, aren't they? They sit nice.
They're flat
and they're long.
Because they're long, they just keep that organza in place. But obviously, when you start stitching, then if you've got a temporary stitch, that's just going to give you it's flatter.
Yeah,
a little bit
it's one
easier.
less thing to think about, isn't it? Incidentally, we have got two little kind of accessory kits. I think it's accessory kit number 2, which is the one that's got the needles, the pins in there. I think there's a little magnet in there to hold your needle as well when you work. And then the other one is the one that's got the hoops in it that Katrina's got at the moment. I think that it has now sold out, that kit, because on my screen it says 0. I think there's a bit of a time difference between here and in the studio. So, I'm giving you all the up-to-date information here. So, yeah, that one has sold out. So we will move on to other kits in a few moments.
Okay.
But the hoop, if you want the hoop, this is in the accessory kit number 1. And you've got 2 different sizes,
2 different
haven't you?
sizes, and really they're both very good. So this is the 7-inch. So you put a plastic part onto the table, put your work down, and then just hold the spring and then just release it. And that's going to keep the work.
Isn't that genius?
That's going to give you tension there. If it changes, all you do is just adjust it like that.
So
And that's going to be worked. And obviously, you don't want to get the spring in the way, so you can move that around your work as you go along.
And it doesn't kind of crush your fabric either, does it? There's 2 hoops. Katrina, could you bring the other hoop in as well? So everybody can see what you're getting within
there's
this
the
kit.
other one. And then you get the scissors are great. The scissors,
So they come in that set as well.
in that set, and that's
Perfect.
quite useful, especially if you're cutting around the fabrics or
Nice.
so you've got everything you need. You don't need a lot of equipment.
Yeah.
It's like quite portable.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean? You can just take it away and
I'm going to
have
let
a
you carry
go.
on with your demo. Leave those details on the screen, so if you're wanting to get hold of that. We are going to be looking at some of the other kits in a little while, but I know lots of you shop for this one, so it's nice for us to see a little bit more of this one. But yeah, take this as a bit of a warning that this is how the show is going to go. So if the first one has sold out technically in the first 6 minutes of the show, you will have kind of a sense of what's going to be happening. And we've shown you so many beautiful pieces of artwork, and they are pieces of art in the display hoops. Don't forget to add those display hoops in to get that finished look as well.
Okay, I'm just going to thread my needle. So in the kit that you'll get a chenille needle.
Okay.
So what that means is it's got a sharp point and a large eye. So
I like
you don't
a
have to
large
worry.
eye.
You don't have to worry about can I get the needle threader. And there are different sizes of those. So
Okay.
this is a size 20. So you can have a knot or not or not. We've always said that, haven't we?
This is going back to a previous life. It's like, do you knot or do you not knot? You'll have your own personal beliefs on that. I think was it your grandma that never agreed with it?
No,
Was
my
it
no,
your
yeah,
auntie?
my aunt,
It was your aunt,
and she
yeah.
just didn't. She wanted the back perfect, and she wanted no knots at all.
No,
But I think you just, and I don't care what the back looks like. So don't worry.
Never struck
All
me as
those
a rebel.
all those things, just the back have to be good. It's not like a counted method of stitching. So we're going to be using threads where you're crisscrossing over the back, and you're going to be using quite different textures.
Enjoy the process.
So I think just. It's the colours. The colours really make it feel good. So this is the end acacia. So it's printed on. This is a print. It doesn't wash off. It's screen printed onto the fabric. So this time I'm using 3 strands, and I'm just going to do a small stitch. And I'm going to each time take the thread to the top. It's called stem stitch. So it's like the only stitch that's really good for doing curved lines.
And this is kind of creating that boundary, that outside area, is it?
That's right. So I'm going to make a petal.
Now, I know this kit has sold out, but I know this is across all of your kits. If anybody is watching who's never embroidered before, you always give all of the stitches in the instructions, don't you?
All the stitches.
You assume that you know nothing.
Absolutely. And then, times have changed. We've got YouTube and all, there are little tutorials on there. But it's a really nice way of just, the whole idea is that you're going over the surface of the fabric, and this just creating a petal. So as you get further to the last one, you're just going to take that point down, and that's just going to give you
Look at
the
that,
shape.
isn't that brilliant? And of course, because you've got the triple thickness of the skein or the thread that you've got, then it just fills in very, very quickly.
It's very, very quick. And just to fasten off, you're just going to take a couple of threads, wind those round rather than knot on the back, and then just that's going to release those. Now you'll see the same stitches. So this kit's got 4 stitches. You'll see them in lots of designs.
I'm going to bring the hoop in.
So if we bring here, so we've got stem stitch here, and then we've got a little bit of
very slightly. There we go.
stitch. There we go.
Because we're very nosy here at
So we've got stem stitch over here, but the rest of the design is really straight stitch, and I think it's the variegated fabrics threads that make that
the
design.
difference, yeah.
So you don't have to worry about putting that colour in. The magic happens on its
Wonderful.
own.
Now, I don't want to tease you any longer with something that you can't buy, so we are going to have a little look at
move on.
some of the others, if that's okay. So sorry to cut your
That's
demonstration
fine.
short.
That's fine.
I'll warn you, do not miss out on any of the fabulous kits that Katrina is bringing to us. She's going to get herself ready for another demonstration. The next one that we're sharing with you is the Flower Festival. Now, this is beautiful. So with this one, it's designed to actually go potentially in a picture frame. Again, picture frames are very much a personal choice, aren't they? Because you might want a white frame, I might want a mahogany frame. So this kit, you are going to create a large piece, and it's beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Similar sort of idea with regards to working on your base. So your wool base is printed. You've got everything that you need in there again. So all the organza, all the threads are all pre-carded. You've got your guide in there as well. And this is the largest of the kits that we're bringing to you. So with this particular one, you're looking at a price point of £37.95, but you are getting a lot within here. I'm going to go through a few of the kits before we get into a demonstration, because I don't want you to miss out on anything else with regard to this one. Beautiful. We don't have a bountiful supply of these. I mean, look at this. This is gorgeous. We've got one partly stitched out, which I know we're going to have a little closer look at in a few moments. But again, what a lovely size piece. Beautiful.
We're ready to go. We're going to get.
Well,
do you want to talk some other?
Do we need to mention a few more of the kits? Just
Yeah,
very
yeah,
quickly,
that's
only
good,
because we're worried that things are going to go before we actually get to them. So we will see this one just a few moments. Now the foxgloves, Candy Mountain. Ooh, I can't see that one. Which one's that one? Is that a set?
At the front, that's
Those-
the come on in.
The second one in, so this little one over here.
Candy Mountain.
Can I bring it in?
Yeah, it's lovely. Lovely
This
design.
is really pretty. I'm going to pop it on the little easel so you don't get my big fat fingers in the way.
This is a new design.
This is
relatively new
pretty.
design. And again here, it's worked on the tweed fabric, on the wool fabric, but this time the organza's used just to create a mistiness in the background. So again, it's got the print on the fabric, and you've got step-by-step instructions. So really, we're going to do, and we're going to do a French knot in a minute.
I love a French
knot.
knot.
So we can't go without a show without doing French knots.
Absolutely.
So the flowers are created with French knots in different colours. So that's easy.
And this is a nice little portable one. Now, it doesn't come with a display hoop, although we have got those on the show. But when you actually get your kit, you've got everything that you need in there. So you've got your inspiration on the front there, and you've got, again, everything that we're seeing with the larger kits goes right the way through all of them. So your printed canvases in there, your threads all carded, and then all of the beads and sequins that you need for you to create a beautiful project, as you can see. Next one that we've got is this one. Now, you're better with the names than I am. So this is one of your favourites, the Cosmos, isn't it?
So, I mean, I just love Cosmos, can you tell?
Gorgeous. I do like it. Well, they're quite a dramatic flower, aren't they, with the kind of the solid nature.
It's good because it's got a little bit of a butterfly there, and again the organza's in there just to give a little mistiness, and then again just a few French knots, some straight stitch, and I'll show you a long-legged French knot, hopefully.
I love it.
Now, spider's webs.
Now, if these are all easy. Kind of, you're thinking, what on earth is that? Don't worry, Katrina will show you everything. Lovely little kit with this one as well, so affordable. Nice little kit to take maybe on your trips, on your holidays, maybe on a plane even.
Yeah, it's a good size because it's not going to take very long to do.
Absolutely,
with the counter method it can take a lot longer. But this, you can sit for an afternoon and just enjoy the colours, really.
I love it. And it's maybe one of the most affordable ways for you to actually get involved with Rowandean. So if it's the first time that you've done any embroidery, then give one of these kits a go. you've got the freedom to stitch with these, which I think is beautiful, because that means that there's no kind of pressure. Might need a bigger easel for that one. There's no pressure. It's all about enjoying, isn't it?
That's right.
The key thing.
We keep it to just a few stitches, and because you've got that print, you've got a starting point.
Absolutely.
And I think that's really, really worth. So I mean, snapdragons, I just love those. So that's the same
they
stitch.
fascinated
I love
me as
these.
a
They're just
child.
great. So that's a layer. Well, my mum used to call it lazy daisy, but it's a detached chain.
Okay.
So and use multiple colours there to create the snapdragons.
Again, comprehensive kit. Everything that you need is in there. All you need to do is add in a working hoop if you need it, and one of the decorative hoops if you want to display it that way. But of course, it's entirely up to you. You get a good sized piece of fabric, and what that means is that you can actually use that within something else. So it could be a cushion that you're creating with this. It could be going into a garment. There's loads of different opportunities. So that's a little kind of soupçon, if you will, of some of the different elements that we've been sharing with you. But we're going to go back to the Flower Festival. We'll warn you though, this one that we've got on the easel at the moment, the Cosmos and Snapdragons, is proving to be incredibly popular. So yeah, very affordable at £27.95, proving to be very, very popular indeed. So that means, that equals, check out your baskets. When I say that, it means get that out of your basket. Don't forget, first one sold out in about 6 minutes. So this one is a larger kit. We don't have a finished sample to share with you, but this is the working sample. So, oops-a-daisy. Let me go ahead and move this round. So there you go. If this is the kit that you're wanting to get hold of, this is the one that Katrina is going to demonstrate, and it is proving to be very popular as well.
Lovely.
So let's have a little, let's calm down a little bit now.
So I'm going to show you the size of the fabric here. So you've got, it's a fairly large design. And again, all the print is on the fabric. So the first thing that you'd be doing in this kit is you're going to put on the organzas. So I've put on the organzas on my sample here. So I've got they're just pieces that you place over the design and then tack those down just in the same way as we did before. So looking at the design, I'm just going to show you, when you do this design, this is the perfect hoop to go for this design. So you sort of work at one side and then you work at the other side, then you can move to the middle.
Do you have to worry about the hoop going over stitches that
Well,
you've already created?
Yeah, not the stitches are fine. It's just if you put some of the beads in. So sometimes resist and put the beads at the end. I know we can't wait to put them on, but you know, sometimes it's good to leave some of the bead. Just have a go, work out where they might appear. So I'm just going to take that across, because you'd be able to feel the beads if it's not able to go into the kit. So because I've already got beads on mine, we'll just take that through. So just be careful that you're not going to get those in the way. So I've got my hoop. Now one of the stitches that I just love French knots. So you'll find that French knots can be created in the distance, in the foreground. They can be scattered in amongst foliage. It's such an easy stitch to do. I mean, I'm going to show you straight stitch as well, but can't not show French knots.
And again, this is going back to a former life, but it used to fascinate me because Katrina's information on French knots, I think you've got to hear this, because I was asking about, obviously some of the French knots are larger, some of them are smaller, and I thought it was down to the number of times that you actually rotate the thread around the needle, but it's not.
So really, I'll show one. Okay, so you've got the thread. So you bring the thread up from the back of the fabric, and then you take the needle. You're going to ground it round once, twice. So only twice around, and then you're going to take the needle, point down, and you're just going to push that into the fabric, but not the same hole, just about a couple of threads over. And as you put the needle in, then you're just going to tighten that bit. And as you tighten it, that keeps it sort of twizzled around the needle. So then you're just going to hold that thread.
Okay.
And then as you pull it through, just gently pull it through, then let go. Don't be tempted to guide it with your finger. Just leave it to travel in on its own, and you'll get the knot. And that'll give that sort of like little dint in the middle. So it's easy.
How is it that French knot is bigger than some of the other little French knots that we've got on there?
Okay, so if you, it's the tension around the needle.
And does
all right?
the thread that you're working with as well make a difference?
Make a difference. So the cotton one's a little bit different. So again, you can go around once with the same one and make a smaller knot, just without having to thread and refasten off. That's going to jump out, I think. So take that
just be
across,
careful where you're going back
'cause I've got
through.
beads, I put a lot of beads on this. So it'll make a smaller knot.
Okay.
And then there are other ones, let's just go down here.
But you said go around twice. Is that
Go
as
round
a
twice.
maximum?
Yeah, because otherwise it distorts the shape of
Okay.
it. So if you want a bigger knot,
Yeah.
then you make the thread thicker.
Right. Okay.
All right?
So you don't be tempted
so
to go
don't
around
be
more
tempted to go around
times.
6 times because it'll just all be lopsided and it's not that kind of stitch. It sits
Okay.
quite high above the fabric. So again, you can go around twice, and as you go through, I mean, I've got a double thread here just to make it quite big. So that's going to go. And it makes a really big
Isn't that
knot.
effective? Because it almost makes like a little flower shape
A little
as it
dint
goes
in the
through,
middle.
doesn't it?
Really,
Yeah.
really good. And they're quite addictive to do. I mean, they were, once you start doing them, you know, like Candy Mountain,
Yeah.
you know, you're filling that whole shape in. There'll be a little bit of a print on there,
Mm-hmm.
and then it might say reduce the size of the French knots as you go to make the top.
But
so
where
really,
you're
really
adding
easy.
these in, that's down to your personal preference. If you want them to be a lot there or just quite sparse, you
That's
decide
right.
that.
You don't have to. You can go and mad and put all the beads on. Ted says I put too many in. And I know I do. But it's the sort of thing that I think if you bring a few of them across, that just show you how many's in here.
No.
So you get loads and you get lots.
Any of the kits that need beads will come with the beads. If you're wanting the working hoop that Katrina is working with, this is in the accessory bundle number 1. So within there, you're going to get the large hoop that Katrina is working with. You're also going to get the smaller hoop as well. It's a brilliant, it's ingenious design, the hoop. It's such a clever idea. When I think back to all of those ones that you used to have to tighten up, and they damaged the fabric, and they were horrible. Anyway, we've come on with technology. So for $13.99, you're going to get 2 hoops, this one a smaller one, and a little pair of scissors.
I mean, they're great. I mean, I know if you do free motion machining, you can use it the other way up. I mean, I think originally that's what we used it for.
Oh, right, okay.
Because when we first started, a lot of machine embroidery.
I didn't know that.
So it's great. And then once you've got them, that's it. They're really, really
And they're
good.
nice because when you actually finish your sewing session, you can kind of take it out of the hoop and let the fabric rest and then rehoop it when you need to
Yeah,
come back
I mean,
to it,
it's not going to
easily.
distort like
Yeah.
some of the other fabrics do.
Yeah.
Okay, so hopefully you'll be rushing to finish it. So, so I'm just going to show you another one. This is a long-legged French knot. So again, this is useful for adding a little bit of texture. So it's a little bit the same. You wind it round twice.
Okay.
And then this time, instead of taking it back into the fabric, then you're just going to take it higher.
Okay, right.
And so that's going to be, so it's almost like a stem with a little knot on the end.
Oh, look at that.
All right, so it could be stamen in a flowers, or it could just be a group. You know, just then I'm not doing about botanical study, so it's just texture.
Well, it's about getting
it's lovely to do
visual
those.
design.
So that's going to add a little bit of texture in there.
I love it. Now, if anybody's watching, it's the first time that they've shopped for one of your kits. And I know the answer to this because this is something that I quote Katrina, and I've quoted her many, many years with her advice. If anybody's looking at this and they're thinking, I've never actually done any hand embroidery before, which kit is the best one to go for?
I mean, I always say, pick the design that you just love, because that's what makes you finish it. I know this is bigger, it'll take a little bit longer, but it's got the same stitches as Cosmos and Foxglove and the Candy Mountain.
Yeah.
You know, though that size, if you've done perhaps a lot more counted cross stitch, then maybe a smaller one just to try it and see if you like it. But I think pick the design you love.
I always like to think of a small breakaway project sometimes. So this is something that you might stitch when you're at home and you're watching the TV and you've got a lot of time. But then sometimes it's nice to have a nice little project that you can go to, that you can kind of create. When you're sat in the car waiting for somebody who's doing football practice, or at the doctor's surgery, or having some sort of treatment, when you've got a little bit of time, or you sat out in the garden and you just want to take something with you, then the smaller projects are nice ones as breakaways. But equally so, you can take the larger ones with you if you so choose, because you're just doing a little bit of sewing when you've got the ability to do it. So very portable. Love it. Okay, what we've got going on here.
So this is a lazy daisy. All right, so I'm using the 6 strands, and you'll see it. This is that one that was on the tablecloth years and years ago. So you bring the thread, the needle up from the back, and you can turn your work so the stitch is coming towards you, and you're just going to hold the thread. This time you're going to go into the same hole, and then just bring the needle back onto the surface, tuck the thread underneath, and you'll have a loop. and that's created the loop. And then hold the loop in place, and then you're just going to move around, and then just rotate all the way around until you've got a little flower. So you don't need to do them all the same length. They can be different lengths. Think about it as you don't have to be perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Nature isn't,
you
is
can,
it?
You can have a go at the stitch. You don't need to sort of practice the stitches. Go for it.
And the stitches, kind of like the vocabulary stitches, if you will, if there's such a phrase, across all of the kits. I mean, how many different types of embroidery stitches do you tend to work with?
Well, probably the most 5. And 5 stitches.
Wow.
But you know, I introduced other ones as well.
Yeah,
But basically, we've got straight stitch, we've got lazy daisy, we've got French knot, a little bit of stem stitch like on the other one.
Yeah.
So those are the basics. You might get a little bit of a fly stitch on one kit. I might introduce how to put sequins on. So there's lots of little things to do.
I love it.
And you'll get that whole box of treasure. I mean, I've split these into 2, so you'll get flower sequins. Now you put as many on it as you want.
Yeah.
So these are going to be scattered in amongst the flowers.
Love it.
And then you've got the cup sequins that are going to add a little
those
bit.
in there.
A bit
Love
of
it,
darkness.
bit of
So
sparkle.
really, really good. And then of course you'll have the ladybirds.
And they're all included in there as well?
They're all included in that design.
Katrina, thank you so much. Absolutely beautiful piece there. But I'm going to show you a piece because we've got lots more to share with you. And also we've got pieces that you found by yourself as well. So I'm going to show you everything else that is available. I'm also going to open up one of the bags as well because it strikes me as we haven't actually opened up any of the kits to show what's included. It's pretty much the same across the board how they all come to you. So this one has been very popular. I'm not surprised. It's a lovely little scene, isn't it? So the garden. Is this your garden gate, Katrina? Or is it just
no,
something
it's
you
just,
wanted?
well, because we live in Derbyshire, you know, there's lots of, you can see those scenes,
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
in the Cosh of the Eam or, you know, lots of the places. But it's just that what's around the corner through that gate. So again, here we've got a little bit of fabric. So there's fabric to create the pink flowers. Just be bad at just, you know, easy, not perfect, not perfect.
Just chop into the
Yeah,
fabric.
just chop into the fabric. And then again, we've got French knots again there, a couple of beads there to add the texture, and straight stitch again.
Gorgeous.
And then I've got a little piece of a textured yarn in the foreground there. It's
Love
just to
that,
add a little bit of colour. So the sort of thing, you can put that on or not.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? That's the
absolutely.
same with all of these. You can add more colours, you can add more texture, and again, this time it's worked on a cotton fabric. So there's a piece of green organza and a piece of blue organza, and the print is on there. So that gives you your background, and then you stitch all the way through. So once your organza is on, just forget. Just forget that, you know, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. It's pinned on, and then tack it into place, and you'll find that that's the best idea.
Your threads are there as well, all in there, all carded and ready to go. So you know, in the past, if you've done cross stitches, there's kind of you have to look at the different numbers of the threads and figure out what the manufacturer calls sky blue might be different to what you call sky blue, but you've done that all. So all of this is literally on the card, ready to go.
Yeah, because you want to get going.
Absolutely,
You don't want to
that's so true.
I want to start stitching, so that's what we've always done. You know, you'll see the colours on the cards, and we always like a few extras so that, you know, you drop one on the floor, or you know,
plenty there.
The cat runs off with
But
some.
also as well, it makes the kit very affordable, because if you put a full skein of each one of these in there, it's making it very costly, isn't it? So yeah, that's the other thing as well. So I'm going to pop those there because you're going to get those in there. You're also going to get your fabulous little beads. And again, if you're going off shopping for beads, you might have to go and get a packet of sequins, some bugle beads, seed beads. With this, you've got more than enough seed beads and bugle beads and all the different pieces that you need within there without having to go looking for them. You've also got your fabulous kind of satin or silk fabric style in there, which is there again for you to use. That was creating the little flowers that you've got on the front there. So that's how they come together, with a cheeky little French knot.
Yeah, a little French knot there.
Love it. So that's in there, so you don't have to go looking for that. Then you're going to get your organza. Now the organza will help you build up your obviously background, but also you've got larger pieces in there which are going to form your grass or your ground area, and then your sky. So if I bring this back in, you might be forgiven for thinking that it's actually printed on the canvas, but it's not. It's the organza that adds that.
Yeah, it's just to create the colour with the extra fabrics. So the background that you'll be stitching on, you place that over the top, and then you've got the picture of the gate and everything else on the
Absolutely.
fabric. So,
So-
that's a cotton background.
So when you actually look, now this is a slightly different background to, well, it's very different to the background that we're seeing Katrina working on. So this is a cotton background. You still got the outline there. The outline is still going to be completely covered.
Oh yeah, I mean, the idea is you've got a starting point. I mean, I don't put every line on. Sometimes I put a line on just to say, this is the size of stitch to do. But, you know, I think you need the gate there. You need that, because that's quite an accurate
Yes, you want it to
part
look
of the
like
design.
a gate, don't you?
Yeah, but some of the other ones, that when you're just adding French knots, you know, there'll be a dot there. But, you know, you can add more.
Absolutely,
you can add more,
yeah.
and it'll tell you the thread numbers to use. But, you know, say you've got threads at home, you want to change the colour for a different part of the design, that's fine too, you know.
Absolutely. Now, the most important bit, if you are new to any of Katrina's kits or new to this style of sewing, are the instructions. And that is where you're going to get a lot of instruction, but equally so, it's only on one A4 sheet. And this includes how to actually do the stitches as well, because you've got the freedom to create with this. It's not like you've got to do, like a counter cross stitch, where a cross has got to go in a certain point, because otherwise it ruins the kind of overall image. With this, you've got that fluidity, you've got that freedom, haven't you?
And I think that's good. And you're not going to get tension when you're looking at how to follow the instructions. This is quite relaxed. You know, you're just going to do a few stitches, and you're just going to be able to chat to people. You can be, you know, you're not in a room on your own. You can just sit and have coffee with friends. It's that kind of stitching, really, that, you know, you can just work at a piece.
It's like doodling with thread, isn't
It
it?
is, it is,
Yeah,
it is.
with the foundation that or colouring in with thread, but you've got the foundation there that's going to help you. So there you go, if you like the idea of getting hold of this one. Tina, you sent a lovely message through welcoming our Katrina, and loads of you have been sending you messages through.
Lovely.
That is another kit that is going to sell out, so I'm going to sort that out in just a few moments. But we've got another lovely kit to share with you. Let me just pop that one over to there. So we've got another large kit here for you. Now, this is going back to the wool that we saw previously. So again, everything that you need within this one. I picked up the right one, haven't I? The red campions and daisies. I think it's this one here. I do love a daisy. That fresh look.
I think
Oh,
they
look at that.
just are. This is the hedgerow, isn't it?
Yes,
This is in the campions out just now, and then the
Beautiful.
daisies. So again, it's worked on the tweed. That's the stitch we've just done, the lazy daisy or detached chain. So you've got a print to show you where to do those. And there is a plan. I mean, there is a bit of a plan.
Bit of
and
structure.
they have in the instructions, it would tell you which bit to do where. And then obviously you've got a few sequins, few bees, a little bit of fly stitch there, and then that you're building in the whole design with straight stitch, which I'm just going.
Now, I don't know how many more. Have I got just one more kit to share with everybody? Which is the kit that I've got to share with you?
Heleniums.
There you go. Helenium.
Salvia and helenium.
Helenium, salvias and heleniums. I'm learning so much about botanical
Just
plants.
flowers. Just flowers.
I know a
really.
tulip and a daisy, and that's about it. So I love this. Again, lots of little beads going on. This is a very manageable kit because, again, it's one of the smaller kits at £14.95, incredibly affordable. A nice little kit to take on the move. Might be your first introduction to a little bit of hand embroidery. So there you go. Do take advantage of that one while you've got the opportunity. But if you are a seasoned embroiderer and you are a big follower of Rowandean, then we have lots of kind of foundation pantry elements, if you will, that you might want to shop for that will allow you to kind of recreate designs going forward. So things like the fabrics, we've got those available for you as well. In fact, we've got two fabrics to share with you. So let me give you those details, then we'll get back into a demo with Katrina. So if you like that wool base, and the one that Katrina, well, quite a few of the ones that Katrina has shown you, we've got two different colours that are available to you. So you've got pistachio, which has got a lovely kind of soft green to it. We'll chat about this as well. Now, I don't think I've got it here to show you in the flesh, unless I've misplaced it somewhere.
I think they're on the...
Oh, it's on the trolley. Hold on a minute. I'll go and get it off the trolley in a moment. The one that you're working with, now obviously this is printed. Oh, here you go. This will show you. So we've got a lovely cushion that I'm going to share with you, which has been created utilising the pistachio wool base. Now, with this particular one that you're looking at, has this been printed, or is this kind of just like free reign?
This was we did a cushion topper.
Okay.
All right, so there are lots of projects, I'm only showing you a taster today, but there's lots of, other things that we do, book covers or a pin cushion, all kinds of things.
Perfect.
But the fabric is just so nice to work on.
Now tell me about this, because this is something that's been important to you and you've sourced this locally.
Yeah, it's made in Lancashire. It's a
big size.
Britain's one of
a fat quarter. This is
I know.
huge.
Well, the fabric, you should see the roll of fabric when you're rolling it out. You know, so you can get a nice size cushion out of that.
Yeah.
Or if you've got projects that you want to do, or with the leftover threads, you know, the two together are great.
Idea,
And then if I
reuse
just,
the patterns.
I think somewhere I've got a cushion with the. I'll
fine.
just.
You go for it.
I'll just.
If you want the pistachio, then the details are on your screen. It's proven to be very, very popular because any patterns that you've got, you can kind of go on and recreate, utilising that one as a base. So if you like the idea of getting hold of that one, £15.95.
So this is the natural. So this is the
Let's
natural
turn this
colour.
round so we can show everybody
So
on the
this is
screen.
the. This is just something that you could do with the
Okay.
threads that are left from a kit. So it's not a kit. This is just mountain daisies, and then I've just put the butterflies on that. These are kits that, you know, but these are things
We'll see all
just to
these
show
in the
you. You'll
future,
see them,
won't we? Yeah.
because there's lots of possibilities. But so useful, the fat quarters. I think are really good. A good idea to have.
Lovely
those.
to work with. Phrase beautifully as well. So if you like that little look that we've got on there with that kind of fringing.
Or heart. I mean, there's so many
Yeah.
different projects to show everyone.
Love it. If you're wanting that, the natural is on your screen at the moment. So 100% wool. Again, it's a big size piece like the pistachio I showed you a few moments ago. And again, at £15.95, incredibly affordable. Got another little toolkit to share with you. It's probably easiest if I show you on the overhead. Shall I do that? Is that okay, Katrina? Sorry, I'm encroaching
That's
on
great.
your area
No, that's
again.
great. I did have
We did see Katrina working with this earlier on. So again, you've got a little magnet that's going to be helpful as your needle keeper, so you don't lose your needle. Obviously, you've got your chenille needles in the little pebble there, and those flower head pens that are very, very useful for putting your organza in place. £11.99. That's all your shopping for those if you wanted to get hold of those. And just very quickly, if I can just bring in two last items, and then we've shown you everything, and then we can let Katrina get on with her demonstration. So the hoops, the decorative hoops, we've not done those yet. So with these ones, is it the decorative hoops that we're looking at, all the working hoops? The hardwood ones, so it's these. So these are your display hoops. So they're not designed to actually be used for working with because there's no screw fitting in there. They give that illusion, don't they?
It's just a hang. Just
Absolutely.
a hang.
Beautiful. So 7-inch. If you wanted to go for your 7-inch, then the details are there on your screen. So is that the right size?
Yeah.
It is the right size. Make sure I've got the right one. So if you've gone for any of those large, you can get. That's a 7-inch by itself. Right, I'm with you, sorry. So that's a 7-inch if you're wanting that one. If you've gone for one of the smaller kits, then this is one of the ones that you need to go for. So that one is the smaller one. And with this one, you're just looking at your 5 inches on that one. But £4.95, I mean, that is brilliant. Brilliant value for money.
I mean, and it's instant, because that's sometime when you've finished it, you want to hang it on the wall, or if it's a gift for someone, you want to do that really quickly.
Yeah.
So that's why I think, you know, it's a nice way of framing.
Yeah.
But it's not to say that you can't just frame it in a traditional frame.
And then obviously it's down to, we'll talk about this maybe, how you finish off the back of your projects, whether you add a little bit of felt or whether you've just kind of got, whatever you want to do with those. So those are those hoops. I'm going to put those there because I'll probably have to talk about those again in a few minutes. And then what else was it that you wanted me to introduce, Ben? That was it. So I've done that. So there you go. Everything's on the website and live. We now got the fabulous little salvia and heleniums. Heleniums.
They're just lovely.
Right, that's the demonstration that we've got next, and we've got 10 minutes now, so you can go free rein now.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so I've got my fabric and the designs printed on the fabric, and then I've just placed the organzas. You'll see them all in the kit. You'll get more treasure to play with.
I love the fact you call it treasure.
I know, that's what it is, I think. And then you've got the organza, and then you've got some little bits of organza that are going to be the textured flowers.
Just a touch. There we go. Just in case anything pops up on the far side of the screen.
Okay, so those are pinned on and tacked on, and I'm going to show you a little bit of what to do with this little bit of fabric here. So part of the design, you can add texture as well as doing the French knots. And this is a nice way of adding texture. So you take a little tiny bit of the organza and just a sort of rough square. And then you're just going to fold it into 4. And then again into sort of like cone shape, you know.
Yeah.
And then that's going to be pinned on. And you can distort a little bit. You can trim that if you want it a little bit neater. And then you're going to add these onto the design to give some textured flowers. So that's the same.
They almost pop up, don't they?
Give it a little bit of texture.
I like that. And is that a little French knot?
Little French knot to hold it in
place.
place.
Nice idea.
And again, on the one that's the red campion, there are little bits of organza there, just to add a little bit of texture in amongst the sequins, and then a little bit of a flower. And I'll just show you the flower.
Wonderful,
just
thank
now.
you.
So once you've seen one or two different techniques, you'll see them again in other kits.
Absolutely,
So you know it's like. So for this one, you just take a little bit, a strip about 1 centimetre, half a centimetre. You're just going to take a little bit of the thread, and probably just take one strand.
Oh, it's so easy to take it off the card, isn't it?
So,
yeah.
I mean, that took years, to do that. The weight of the hook, how big, when you're holding them, that's had a lot of development. Okay, so I'm just going to take...
And the chenille needle, you're going to get a chenille needle in with your kit as well.
And they're made by John James, so they're good quality, and they all come wrapped. So that's good.
Now that you're in our neck of the woods, one of the days you'll have to go and have a little look at the
know,
museum.
I know.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating and also sad at the same time, because obviously Victorian times it was, they didn't have a lot of health and safety, shall we say.
No.
But it's interesting to go and learn about the process.
So we're just going to do a running stitch all the way down. Just make sure you've got a knot at the end.
Okay.
Okay, then as you take that through, you've got your thread running through it. Mm-hmm. And then you're just going to hold the thread and you're just going to concertina it. And that's just going to give it a flower. And then just put all the folds between your fingers, and then you're just going to stitch.
So just secure that.
Just a couple of stitches is just going to hold that in place. Let's just take that across.
Caught at the corner. There you go. You got it.
So just a couple of stitches, and then that can be, I call it a fabric flower. But you can always, you can make it more textured, and then use the same thread to attach it. I mean, it isn't. I know it's not in this one, but I mean, I just think the different ways of using the organza, because I think people really, if you've not used it before, you say, well, what can I do
use
with it? And really, so by putting the organza over the top, if you don't want lots of pins in it, then it's definitely worth tacking it in place.
Yeah.
And really, it doesn't have to be exact. You're only wanting sort of like a mistiness in the background.
Well, I mean, obviously with the organza, perfect for adding that colour to it. But with the stitches as well and the flowers, you might have your personal favourites. So it might be that you find yourself doing a particular stitch over and over in lots of different projects. And there might be another project where you learn a stitch and you think, oh gosh, I didn't really enjoy that one. And you kind of substitute it with your favourites.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of this. You're almost creating as you go along.
Yeah, which is nice.
I mean, there is a bit of a plan, but you can really be quite freestyle with it, and I'm just going to show you.
The beauty is that Katrina sources everything that you need. So I've got the details on the screen at the moment for your basics toolkit. So that's where you're going to get all your different kind of hoops and things like that. I've got the little display in front of me here with the piece that Katrina's working on at the moment. So you've got your gorgeous finished piece in one of those decorative hoops. So we have got the hoops available if you're wanting to get hold of those. So there you go, beautiful design as you can see. The kit itself has got everything that you need in there. So maybe thinking of this as a gift for somebody, either making it up and giving it as a finished gift or giving the kit itself. But you can rest assured everything that you need, including the instructions, are within the kit. So you don't have to go and find anything else. It's all there, good to go the moment that it arrives. £14.95. Not many crafts, is there, that you can kind of get into, and that's all that you need to invest.
I think it's just so fabulous, because a lot of people do send us images of their stitched projects, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
They're lovely, and or whether they're handing it down to the other members of the family. It's really really good.
Do you still do all the kind of the show circuit and the little make and takes and things like that?
I don't do the make and takes at the moment, but we do the Stitch Festival and the Quilt Festival, and we did the new one in Ireland and that one in Northern Ireland, and that was absolutely fabulous. So we're doing that one again.
Lovely.
So it's good to meet people.
So yeah, if you're out there, do go and say hello to Katrina and Ted, because they'll both be on the stand there. So yeah, lovely. What are you doing next?
Okay, so we haven't shown how to use any of the beads yet. So when you get a kit that you'll have, there's a thread in there that's a bead thread. All it means is it doesn't stretch. So when you're applying it, it'll stay in place.
And you do need a different type of needle, so is that included?
So that's included.
Oh,
and it's not a bead needle, but it's called a milliner's 10. So it's slightly heavier than a bead needle, but it goes to all the smaller size beads. And I prefer it because it's a lot easier to thread.
Okay.
So all that you do, put the beads in a little container, and then you're just going to pick up a bead, and then all that you do is you're just going to take one stitch, and that's enough to hold that in place. And then you're just going to bring the next one, and you're going to fill that little space with the sparkly beads.
Does it matter how the beads sit, whether it's on the side or whether it's you see the hole? Does it make any difference?
Sometimes, especially when we do the next show later on, I'm showing you with some of the wooden beads that are, and that you stitch through the hole. But I think the smaller ones, you can use those in lots of different ways, and you can either turn it on its side, or you can actually, put several beads on at once. So if you're applying a sequin or a beads, more or less the last thing. But you can't resist it. I can't resist putting the beads on.
Well, they are little treasures, aren't they, as you call them?
So you'll fill a space with those, and then it's really, really easy to do. And then to fasten off, you just take the thread.
Beautiful. Love it.
You just use those, and at the end of the session, you can I think sometimes you forget to admire what you've done.
Yes,
so you need to stand back, put it in the kitchen, and just say, I've done that. And then that's just a lovely, and then the beads here for the leaves, and little bits of organza again. So you can add more or less. You can use all the beads in the kit, and then again you've got a little bit of the stem stitch that we did, and then filling in. And because the multicolour threads are great.
I think they're brilliant, aren't they?
They're just
ombre effect.
Really, really good. And I think now the spaces in between them are closer together.
I love this.
Which
I also
love.
like that you just left an outline for some of them as well.
I think that's great.
Nice. So, if you like the idea of getting hold of that one's your salvia and heleniums. I hope I've said that correctly. We have been very, very busy for lots of kits, including the fabulous one that we're going to pop on your screen now, which has got the foxgloves in there. So the foxgloves and the cosmos. If you like the idea of getting hold of this one, we've got twice as many of you with these in baskets as we have stock available. This is your warning. We've got no more demonstrations. We're not going to show you anything more now, so now is the time to go and check your basket out. Katrina's going to be back later on with different kits, so this is the last time that we're going to be seeing these kits today. They will remain on the website while we have stock available, but the one on your screen, the Cosmos and the Foxgloves, you have been loving taking advantage of that one. So I'm going to take that one out just for a few moments and bring in the Foxgloves and the Candy Mountain. These would be a nice little set to have, wouldn't they, with that kind of continuity of size and everything?
They look great together as a set of 3, or you could give those as gifts. It's a nice size, a nice size to complete as a project. And I think I quite like these ones because they've got a couple of other stitches there and some flower sequins. Really, really pretty.
Beautiful. So Ben, what's the next one that you want me to share with people? I'm completely demolishing the scene that we've got.
I've got a great big pile of stuff.
It's under here somewhere. It's in a safe place. It is indeed. There we go. Let me bring that one in while I find the kit for you. So let me pop that one there for you. Now, loads of you are shopping for this one. Oh no, I killed a cosmos and flower foxglove. I'll get the kit for that one in just a few moments. Feast your eyes on that one. I'll come back with a kit in a second. This one has proved to be very, very popular, the little garden gate. It's a lovely little size kit as well. So this one, I don't know what I've done with the kit now. It's in a safe. Oh, this is one that I opened up, isn't it? That's why. So this one is your large kit. I didn't get round to putting it back together. So please excuse me. I've demolished.
It shows everything.
It does. So in fact, let's take advantage of that while we've got everything. Don't forget, every kit that you see, you will get all of your carded threads. So those are going to be included. So you will have those. This one's got those lovely little flowers you can see in the foreground. So you're going to get your gorgeous little satin fabric there. And of course the organza to create your your sky. And you might have blue skin, but there you go. Your sky and your ground you've got with that. But you'll also have additional elements of organza in many of the kits to build up the display. Full instructions, so you know exactly where everything needs to go. You've kind of got your diagram there, giving you the rough outline of where those stitches need to be placed. But of course, at the end of the day, you decide. It's your piece of art. And then, of course, on this one, you're going to get your lovely cotton canvas with that pre-printed design on there. Put it all together with a little bit of time and stitch magic. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely design, and don't forget, admire what you've been stitching.
Absolutely,
put it in the, in the kitchen, or just and show people what you've been doing, and just enjoy the texture, because it's a fabulous project.
And if you do like those little display hoops, we have got those available. Less than a £5 you're looking at for those, and it really does make the difference, doesn't it? So if you do want to get hold of those, then you can do. And while you're working, then you obviously have your working hoops, which is in your accessory kit number 1. Katrina, I don't know about you, but I've had a lovely time. Congratulations,
good.
sellouts
Thank you.
as well.
Great, lovely.
Yeah, no, it's been good. Are you back a little bit later on?
Yes, we've got a whole new, different theme altogether. So we'll be on the beach, we'll be in the...
I love it, trip to the seaside.
And maybe some landscapes too,
Love
so
it.
lots of things to show everyone.
Well, thank you for joining us here at Sewing Street. We'll see more of Katrina a little while later. Emma's going to be back in just a few moments, so we'll get her to explain why she's looking so dapper today. And she's going to be bringing a fabulous new book to us. Signed copies are available while stocks last, but make sure you get in nice and early. We've got plenty of kind of supportive stock, but they won't have the signatures in there. So I'll meet you the other side of this break. Thanks, Katrina.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, If you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much more. Search Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to another hour, which I know you are going to love because I'm back with the lovely Emma and she's going to be inspiring us with a brand new book that we are sharing with you in just a few moments. But I have to mention the beautiful outfit that you are wearing. So many people have commented on this. So tell us why you're wearing what you're wearing.
Yeah, so I've got my dapper outfit on today because I'm going to be doing the Distinguished Gentleman's Ride in Bordeaux this month.
Lovely, on your motorbike?
On my motorbike, so it's a motorbike ride for charity. It's a global thing, so it happens everywhere. I just happen to have chosen Bordeaux to do it in. And it raises money for the charity in Movember.
Perfect, yes.
Yep, so I thought I'd try out my outfit today. I'm on the bike, which incidentally today is also International Female Lady Rider Bike Day.
That's a long title.
Yeah, no, it's shorter than that, but it's basically Ladies Rider Bike Day.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, so I'll be doing that later.
Wonderful.
But yeah, so
you're fundraising for
my
the charity.
fundraiser.
How do we get involved? How do we sponsor you?
So far, with all the support from all the people that I've had, including the lovely John Scott, I've managed to raise £550. I'm ranking 4th in France, the whole of France right now. I'm leading the Bordeaux ride, but I've got a link to the sponsor page on my Swift Quilting Facebook page.
And I know some people have followed that and sponsored.
I've already got some donations from that, some sponsors from that already this morning. Thank you. And I've also shared that in the Sewing Street fans page just now as well.
Wonderful, so we can go and find out. Well, I shall be hitting on that link a little bit later
bless
on.
you, thank you.
And if you are able to, by all means, go ahead and do so. But I'm going to get you to come and join me because we've got a fabulous book that we are sharing with everybody. And we're going to see some lovely projects come to fruition. But we're going to take a bit of time to go through this because you've got 35 projects in here.
It's a really nice little book.
Love it.
Really handy.
Now, we have got it available for you with a signatures. Ours hasn't got a signature in it, but yours will have. But we don't have a huge quantity of them with the signature. So the details on your screen, take advantage of that. You will get a signed copy. We do have others available after this one sells out, but it won't have the signature in them. So let's start at the very beginning. It's always a good place to start, isn't it? So we're looking at mini quilting projects, using up your stash.
Yeah, which is perfect.
Brilliant idea.
Yep.
Brilliant idea. Lots of hand sewing kind of projects in here, lots of machine sewing.
It's a mix, to be fair. And actually, I learned a couple of new techniques.
Oh, okay.
Well, one technique for piecing, which I hadn't tried before, which I'm a complete convert to.
Okay.
One making, I don't make a lot of bags, but I did make a little pouch, and I'll show you, which I'm also going to be addicted to. And using continuous zipper.
Zips on a roll, yes, yeah.
So this is a lot of nice little projects that don't take a lot of commitment, so that you can try something without a lot of expenditure or using your stash and try different things, see if it works for you and if you love it, and things that you might have been a little bit afraid to try.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I've just been thumbing through, so we've got some lovely imagery in here as well, which is going to help you. So loads of projects in here. So you've got mini makes in here, you've got bags and pouches in here, you've got home decor and wall decor, and they're all broken down, obviously, so you can go off and find those if you want to. My suggestion is, though, when you get this back, have a little thumb through it, because it's a lovely book to look through. A little bit of an introduction there, and it's lovely because you get a little introduction as well to Laura, because she actually shows and explains to you how she got involved. Mentions the brownies, and it's the UK equivalent of the Girl Scouts, so obviously accommodating the American audience there. But brownies, a lot of us get involved with sewing via the brownies, so which is nice. Talks about different fabrics, and also as well, assuming that you don't know anything about fabrics, which I think is nice, because she kind of goes through pre-cuts and the sizes, so that might kind of explain a bit of the glossary that we often use on Earth. So I like that as well. Perfect for how to use your scraps, how to get your scraps organised, things like your wadding or your batting, interlining threads, what threads to use. So assuming that you have no knowledge at all, or maybe reinforcing that knowledge that you've kind of accumulated, because sometimes we do kind of pick up bits and pieces, don't we, as we go. But then talking about the different elements that you might need, you might already have them. You might have elements that you look at and you think, what on earth do I use that for?
Yes.
It explains it to you.
It does.
It's lovely. So a lovely, informative book, but very quickly you get into the makes. So chapter 1 is all about your extra mini makes. So smaller projects using smaller pieces of fabric, I guess.
Smaller pieces, and very simple. So this starts off with a lanyard and a little key fob. I actually think this book would be perfect for, like you said, we learned to start often in brownies.
Yeah.
It would be perfect for a younger person to start sewing on their journey, because it has all those explanations in the front, but then they can get right in and start doing things that are actually quite simple, but doable in an hour or so.
And it's not just about the little girls at Brownies. If you've got after school clubs, the lads love getting involved in sewing as well. They were often taught in the army, weren't they, to sew many years ago.
How to sew and repair things.
We are very, very busy for this book. You are loving it, taking advantage of this one with the details on your screen, getting yourself a signed copy for just £14.99. This is a lovely little project as well.
Isn't it? A little coaster, little mug rug.
And again, you're learning about quilting. You might not want to create a quilt, but you might be intrigued by how a quilt block comes together. This is teaching you the Ohio Star, which is a very traditional block.
Yes.
Very traditional block, but nice little project that you've got in there as well. Very good with regards to the explanation.
It is. I love pictures. I'm very much a picture girl.
Me too.
I do words if I have to. I'll resort to words, but I really love pictures to start off with.
Absolutely. I love it. And everything is broken down. So it's deciphering what a fat quarter is, deciphering what a half square triangle is, all those different kind of elements, phrases that we will often mention. A little bit of applique as well.
Applique, postcards. I love a postcard.
These are cute. I've not come across fabric postcards before, but these are kind of cute, aren't they?
They're really nice to actually make for birthdays and things as well.
That's
So
a
you
nice
do that,
idea, actually, yes.
Just a nice little, just again, you can
Something
really be
different.
creative. So maybe get outside of your comfort zone and try something that you've never done before. And because it's not a risk, it's only a small little thing.
This is so true, so true. So, and again, it's a little project to enable you to learn a technique. This is the thing, I think quite often we might want to learn a new technique, but we might not necessarily want to get into a 2 metre square quilt.
No.
But it'd be nice to be able to learn how to kind of do the framing of projects and things like that. So little projects like this are perfect. This is a lovely little one that you've got here. Isn't that sweet?
Again, and different techniques. So it's like a cathedral window.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, it could be hand stitched, it could be machine stitched if you're wanting to, but again, it's teaching you a different technique. So once you've got the technique of how to create the little patches, you could make that into your 2 metre square quilt if you wanted to, or you can make your little Japanese fabric box, as you can see there. Hexes as well, do love a hexie.
I love a hexie.
Lovely little needle book that you've got here.
Yeah, and this one actually is using printed fabric, so the little quilt blocks are actually printed.
Okay.
And I know from previous times when I've had Sewing Street printed panels, you often get little extra vignettes on there.
Quite often people will just pop them in, won't they, because of space.
Exactly. So if you have an accumulation of those, this is the perfect little project to use.
Absolutely, nice little idea. Or maybe you've got fabric that's kind of got a repetitive motif in there, then you could use that. Or you might just make it out of plain fabric. You might not put any hexes on there at all. And you're learning the foundations of that needle book that you've got there. Always useful. So I like that idea. Oh, this is a clever one. Little wrap around. Very nice. Going with a notebook. Little holder for your pen. You always need a pen, don't you? But it could be that it's a pair of glasses. It might be that it's if somebody only wears glasses when they're reading a book, they could wrap that around a book or use it as a bookmark almost, couldn't they? And they've got their reading glasses there ready for when they want to read the next part of the book. Lovely. Oh, look at this.
Isn't that cute? I have made bibs before, a long, long time ago.
Oh.
But yeah, it's always nice to have a good bib pattern because it's a nice, practical gift.
Yeah. And I'm guessing that as we get through the book, I don't want to scoot through too quickly, but you've got kind of all the patterns and the templates and everything featuring here as well, I'm guessing. So
and additional explanations of techniques and.
Gosh, there's a lot of techniques
in
here.
There's a lot of things.
Okay, so working our way through, a little pin cushion here. That's cute, like that. Very sweet. But again, you could go on and make that larger or make it with wider fabric.
Yep. I think this book would actually be really perfect if you like to make gifts for birthdays, or I don't want to say the dreaded
but if you
end of year holiday.
Yeah, if you're making presents for that season, you need to get started nice and early, so you're not panicking and rushing.
Perfect time to get started. There's no pressure. You can really, sort of pick and mix and see what you'd like to make.
Well, you don't have to make it with seasonal fabrics, though, can you? You could be making these and then just putting them in your kind of what I call your gift drawer.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Nice little project, that one. Do like that one. Notebook cover, maybe to go with the pen holder that we saw earlier on. So again, showing you how you can make that. See, that's a clever little kit.
It is. I like that because you've got the little pad of paper.
That reminds me of taking kids to the restaurant and giving them something to play with while you're waiting for your food. That is really cute. I like that.
I'd have to give that to my husband, actually, because we always struggle to find a piece of paper to write on when we need to.
Oh, that's a good one, yes. Yeah. Oh, it's pocket size, nice and easy. You've got all sorts of lovely projects in here. This is a cute little one here.
I really like that one. It's like a little fiddle.
Well, they can feel the different textures and everything.
But again, it's a nice little mini version of a quilt, so you can have a taster of, if you've never made a quilt before, a little taster of how it is to actually make one. And very manageable size project to quilt under your
This is
domestic sewing machine.
You can just literally size these up, couldn't you? So if you're working with it, I don't know what size they are, but you could increase the square size and you're making a much larger version of it. So beautiful. Oh, lovely little rainbow banner as well. This is cute. A little bit of a plique using up some of your scraps. The whole book itself is designed to use up some of those scraps that we have within our stash, so a lovely one to go through. We only looked at chapter 1. There's a lot of content within here. So now we're looking at bags and pouches. So another wonderful make. We always love making our little bags and pouches, don't we? And you made a pouch working from this one, which when we get to it, we might show you. So this is a cute one. So, oh my goodness. Really, nearly half the stock has gone already. We're not even 20 minutes into the show. Wow. Very, very busy. Good morning, Christine. Thank you for your message. Nice to see that you're joining us this morning. Thank you. Cute one. Nice one. And this one's another nice one. Now, is this using the technique that you were talking about?
Yes, I will show that, which I'm a complete convert to. I was a bit sceptical, I'll be honest. But yeah, no, it's really surprised me.
I love it. I look forward to that one. So yeah, we'll learn about that one in a few moments. Little boxy pouch. Now this is the one that you made.
I have.
Do you want to grab the one that you've made?
Yes, so I've actually scaled it up. So the technique. Once you get the technique down, you can make whatever size you want.
This is good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is larger than the suggested size.
It is.
Okay.
What I will demonstrate is the actual size.
Okay.
But you'll see, once you've got the actual technique down, you can make it to whatever. This is actually my makeup bag. I needed a new makeup bag, so I whipped one up yesterday.
Love it.
Yeah, it was really quick.
But that could almost be like if you've got a gift for somebody, and rather than wrapping it in wrapping paper, you could pop it in one of those, and they've got an extra little gift, really, haven't they? Lovely idea. Thank you for sharing that one with us. So again, you're going to learn how to create that, and as Emma said there, play around with the sizing. Drawstring bag, always useful. Loads of different ways you can use those. Always think of pump bags at school with those, but it could be a laundry bag or anything really, couldn't it? Oh, this is interesting. What's this one? Oh, a tablet sleeve. Very nice, just using strips. So I suppose that could be using things like your 2.5-inch strip rolls.
Yes.
All different sizes, to be fair. I mean, some are wider, some are thinner.
But again, a very nice, practical, modern gift that people would use.
Absolutely. And this is the thing, isn't it? Making things that people will use. Now, an on-the-go project bag. Oh, I like this.
Oh, perfect for hand piecing.
That's a good point, yeah. So we were chatting about that earlier on, weren't we? And incidentally, Emma was here earlier on. So, yeah, do go back and watch that show. 9 o'clock this morning, she was here with a fabulous array of American paper piecing. So, hand piecing, not paper piecing, hand piecing.
There's no papers.
There's no papers involved, that's right. Forgive me for that one.
That's all right.
The tote bag, that's a lovely idea.
It is nice.
Like
it is
that.
nice. It's very simple.
Yes.
So we needed some webbing. That's the one thing that for making, because I do make bags, but you don't always have the hardware. You don't always have the zips.
That's true.
So having something that you just can use from your stash. Because you could also alternate the webbing straps with just fabric straps.
Yeah, that's nice. And also, so they're nice if you use them for like your shopping and then the boot of the car. They're quick and easy to just throw into the washing machine, and you haven't got any magnetic clasps kind of clanking and clunking as they go through the wash. So it's a nice one. Beach bag, good idea. Yeah, absolutely. Lovely project there. These are brilliant projects. I mean, this is almost like covering so many different things that you're going to be making in the future.
I can see this being a really useful, going back to the younger sewer, perfect for the summer coming up. Keeping them organised, amused rather. And
well, they're all, and the way that it's laid out and the way that it's broken down, very, very easy for them to be made. Obviously, we always suggest that you have a little bit of adult supervision with children when they're sewing, but it's one of those situations that, literally you can go through. I'll quickly flick through the next section because we're already, I can't believe that we're already 20 minutes in, and I was having a little thumb through there. So these are your home decor pieces, so we'll have another little look at those as well. So we'll go through those in closer detail. But you have got 3 fabulous sections there. So you've got your home decor section, you've got your bags, you've got your small projects in there as well, all within that signed book. Now, the signed book itself has been flying out. Lots of you taking advantage of it. We do have further stock, but there won't be any signature in it. So you might not want it signed. It's always nice to have the author's signature though. But if you don't want it signed, here you go, £14.99. So exactly the same book, it's just giving you choices. So if you want it with a signature, obviously be as quick as you can. But we have good stocks of it unsigned. So if you do want to get hold of that as well. And we've got loads and loads of other things to share with you, which will all be on the website as well. I know we're going to get into a demo, so I'm going to let you get ready
Let me
for
go
the
up.
demo.
Let me go.
We're not going to go through them in greater detail now, but we've got some wonderful fabrics, free spirit fabrics that we will share with you at some point. So by all means, jump ahead and have a little look, because lots of the projects within the book do reference pre-cuts. So if you are in the market for pre-cuts, and I have to say the Free Spirit one looks amazing, then do pop those into your basket alongside, because you've got so many wonderful projects, 35 different projects that you're going to be working your way through, which is a lovely idea, I think, as well. So yeah, you could set yourself a challenge, couldn't you? It's almost like a project a month or something like that. Love it. There you go, details are on your screen. I'm going to leave the details with you as Emma takes us through her demonstration. You've chosen one of the projects from the book.
Yes, I have. So this is the little pouch that we're talking about. It's actually made from 2.5-inch squares. I've actually just made a pattern, but you can have it as scrappy as you want. But the technique that they show you how to do to sew your squares together, which is a little bit different, is you iron all of your squares onto a piece of interlining. So it's not bond web, it's not double-sided sticky, it's just sticky on one side. And I have to admit, I'm like, okay, I'll make it, but I'm a little bit skeptical, because you can see the gaps that I've got in between my squares are not completely even. So I'm not entirely sure how it's going to match up in the corners, but I'll trust the process. And I'll just give you a sneak peek of one I did earlier.
Oh, is this with the lovely Liberty we had earlier? Oh, wow.
The corners are matched. It's magic. You don't even have to worry about it.
You had such a lovely kind of glow around you this morning when she was like, oh, look what I made. I'm very proud. And we were,
I was
so
proud,
right,
and also just amazed at the accuracy without any effort.
And this is the thing, it's without the pressure, isn't it?
Yes.
So, yeah, love it.
Yes.
This is one of the projects within the book.
Let's get this ready. So I've got it all put onto my interfacing.
Lovely.
Now the technique is, actually let me do it this way first. So you fold over your squares, and then you just sew one long seam through the interfacing and everything, 1/4 inch seam allowance. So maybe make that, there we go, 1/4 inch. Where's my foot? There we go.
And I suppose with this one, it suggests the 1/4 inch, but as long as you're consistent, that's the main thing, isn't
Sorry,
it?
I did test it, and it's decided to...
Is it misbehaving? Oh, don't worry, you
has
carry on and I'll show everybody where it falls in the book. So in the book, the small folded wallet, that's where you're going to learn this particular technique here. So it shows you laying out all of your little squares, whatever size, I suppose, that you're working with. This one, you can kind of play around with the design, but a nice, small, manageable size project, maybe to learn that technique, to hone those skills. But then, as Emma said there, it will be one of those kind of techniques that you'll find yourself doing a lot of. And of course, it is a scrap buster, because when you're working with these squares, as long as they are all of the same size, even things like your 2-inch squares you could be using. So those small scraps that often find themselves going into the scrap bucket, you're actually turning them into something. So obviously you've got the investment of your interlining that you're working with, or your stabiliser, but really like more of an interfacing, because it's going to stay in there, isn't it? You're not going to take that out. But with the investment of that, which is very, very affordable, you're making crafty projects that then might be fundraisers for charities. So it's nice to be able to create things like this. Now, Emma, I heard you going at quite a pace along there.
Yes, because you can.
Because it's straight lines, isn't it? Straight lines.
It's just straight lines, and there's no pinning. So let me just do... I've got a couple more long seams, and then we can start seeing the magic.
So you just work your way in one direction, so just keep going across?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so that you're working horizontally at the moment, aren't you?
Yes.
From left to right. So again, folding it where those fabrics are kind of butted up together. Ooh. Quite roughly, to be fair. Emma won't mind me saying that. So the seam allowance is being measured from the fold that you've got with this one, so that's where you kind of need to be careful. Just make sure that your fabrics butt up together, and then they'll get captured within that seam when it comes together.
Yep.
But very forgiving, and maintain it, keep it a 1/4 inch throughout the whole project.
Sorry, it's not behaving today. You did it earlier.
Now, I wonder if this is the one that Jenny Jackson was using. She was blaming
Oh.
Adam Brooks. It was quite funny, actually, because they've got a little bit of a kind of banter thing going on between the two of them. And I think he broke a needle, and then she was saying that she wasn't sure if the needle was in properly because there was an issue with the threading up. So whether she fixed it or not, I don't know.
Oh, that's right.
So
I forget that. I'm going to put it in the middle. That's why.
Oh, you off to the side?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Hopefully that'll...
No.
Yeah, we might need to get somebody to have a little look at this one to make sure that the needle's all lined up.
Ah, got it. I got it.
You got it.
I got it.
So, yeah, it's okay. You got it now. Perfect.
Yeah, I got it. Cooking with gas again. 06, there we go.
Wonderful. So, again, find that fold. And then 1/4 inch down full length.
And I really like the 1/4 inch foot. I use the 1/4 inch foot on all my machines. And it works really well with this because it doesn't let it go past the 1/4 inch foot.
Well, I suppose the thing is, and I'll just mention it quickly just because Emma's being quite repetitive with her sewing there. Obviously, you're working with, is it 2-inch squares, 2.5-inch squares you've got there? Yeah, so maybe you've got strip rolls. We have got some pre-cut squares with these little packs that we've got here. So if you wanted to do it on a larger scale, maybe these are ones that you might want to look at. So should we start off with this one here, the Free Spirit one? So with this one, this is a Tim Holtz palette. So very quickly going to pop these details up. We will go back over to see what Emma's up to in a few moments, but this is a nice little palette of fabrics. These are available by the half metre because we had some of these on the show the other day, but this is where they are already put together. So you can put a little bit of all sorts, $9.99, you've got 20 pieces in there, they're all pre-cut, all good to go, so you could actually use these within a project instantly. Just add in your interlining, your fusible interlining, fusible on one side, because you don't want it all fusing together throughout, but that's all pre-cut, ready to go. So that one is $9.99. Another one that we've got for you is this lovely one, Hollyhocks and Roses. Very, very pretty. And you've got all of the different fabrics featuring this one. Won't spend too long a time on it, because I can see that Emma's just finished that last bit of the seam. So this one, just £17.99. Is this a brand new one? Oh, okay, interesting. So if you like the idea of getting hold of that one, then please do so. From Moda, so beautiful quality throughout. Incidentally, we have got the 10-inch squares of that first one that we looked at. So if you're thinking, well, 20 of those isn't enough for my needs, then of course you can go for the larger version and cut that into quarters, so you've got more of those available. So I'll tell you more about these ones a little bit later. Oh, you're going to pop it in quickly since I've got it. But yeah, if you wanted to get hold of that one, then you can do as well. So I'll tell you about that one in a little while. Oh, okay. Oh, you're just going, oh, right. Oh, Ben's on it. He's on it. The price is coming down. So here you go. Just £29.99. So you're getting a lot within there. So, yeah, again, the same range, but with I think you're probably getting the 20 in there. And then, obviously, if you're cutting it up, then you're going to multiply that by 4. So it'll give you 80 of those squares if you're cutting it into that size for $29.99. Love it. Okie dokie. How are you getting on over there, Emma?
Good, good. So I've got all my seams done. Once you've got your seams done all one way, and I find a seam ripper is really useful for this.
Okay.
You open your seams up.
Oh, just run it along the fold.
So you're only cutting the interfacing. You're not cutting any fabric at this point.
Okay.
But I found that was a really easy way.
Good tip.
And then you need to press the seams open. Now I actually used a tea towel when I did mine because you got interfacing involved.
Yeah.
Or if you have a fancy dancy posh, one of those applique mats or one of those, just something to protect your iron.
Yeah, because interfacing doesn't like being pressed very much, does it? So,
no, well, you've got the sticky side sort of facing up at this point as well. Also a seam roller, or I often use I actually have a wallpaper seam roller.
Okay. A little bit wider.
Yeah, it's a little bit wider, a little bit, it's not rubber, it's like, it's almost like
well, my dad, bless him, he had a wooden one, which would be perfect actually in this scenario, yeah.
Yeah, just something to press the roll of those seams open before you get the iron out.
Wonderful. Looking good so far.
Yeah, just one more. Then you'll start to see the magic.
You see, I love a bit of magic with when you're working with fabrics, especially.
Yeah, and actually those charm packs would work really well to make a quilt if you had some very lightweight interfacing.
Yeah, that's a good point, yes.
Just so long as it's
like
sticky enough to hold things in place, it would be a very quick and easy way to do even a baby size quilt.
Yeah. Because sometimes it is nice, isn't it, to have what I call a breakaway project. You're working on a big project with lots of piecing and lots of concentration, but it's nice to have something that you can kind of step away from, do a bit of sewing, but it's something that you don't have to think too much about.
Yeah. Now I'm just doing same thing, just in the opposite direction. So now we're doing the up and down.
Okie dokie, wonderful. So, of course, as I mentioned before, the book itself has got this technique in there. So while Emma is doing those verticals, should we have a little look at the home decor element in here? Because that's the only chapter that we didn't cover. And because it's proven to be such a popular book, it'd be nice to be able to cover that with you as well. So the last chapter that you've got is your home and wall decor. So within here, you've got loads of wonderful little projects there that you could be making out of your scraps. Proper scrap busting little book here. A little bit of fun as well, so it's almost like the little heart emoji coming together there. You've got a wall hanging, but dependent on the size of the actual squares that you're using, you could turn it into maybe like a little coaster or something like that, so, or a cushion cover or something like that. There's loads you can do with these. And they also give you tips on how you can actually put your wall hangings up as well, so it's always lovely, isn't it, to have your artwork displayed on your wall at home. Your Somerset hanging star, this is a pretty one as well. Folded elements there as well, so another new technique maybe to you. Or what about turning an old lampshade into something quite new with a little bit of patchwork going on there, which is clever. Loads and loads of wonderful projects that you are going to be able to make time and time again, because that's the thing, isn't it? Once you've got the tuition, once you've got the templates, once you've got the instruction, then you're going to be able to make things that you're going to use over and over. I love that idea. Somewhere for all your different quilting bits and pieces to go. But that could be makeup brushes, couldn't it? It could be, I don't know, screwdrivers or whatever you want it to be, really, that are going in there. Lovely little quilt there to sit in the centre of your bed, but again, you could make it larger if you're wanting to, which I like that idea. And then you're learning about how to do different traditional type quilts, but quilt blocks, should I say. But it depends on the size that you're working with. Nice contemporary style with that one, like that one, the wall hanging there, or then taking it onto a smaller scale with the little windmill blocks that you've got there. Absolutely beautiful. Loads and loads of techniques, loads of ideas, all within that $14.99 price. Now, this is where you're going to get your tuition. So these are different quilting techniques. So it's teaching you about how to cut your fabric, how to nest those seams together, how to put together a 9 square block. That is the first ever block that I made when I was learning to create quilt blocks. 9 square block, but then a disappearing 9 patch, which is a similar sort of idea, but you cut it into quarters and you play around with those quarters to get a different effect. Very quick, very easy. Half square triangles. You might see HST in a project and you think, what on earth is that? Well, that will explain it to you and also give you some lovely techniques on how you can make these 2 at a time or making them 4 at a time. But then you've got your templates. Now, the templates are all, well, it mentions to you here. You look at them individually. So on some of them, it's shown at 50%. So if you enlarge by 200%, then it becomes the right size that you need it to be. And all of these have kind of got their different kind of figures that you need to go for when you're working with them. But then some of them will be a technique that you think, you know what, I don't need that template. It's just a case of like, I know what to do. I know the size that I want him to make it, and then you can do. So they're all there for reference, but as time goes on, you'll probably find yourself creating lots of things without those templates. But for $14.99, brilliant value for money. If you consider a pattern for that, we might bring that to you at Sewing Street, and that could be £6. Multiply that by 35, and that is a lot more than $14.99. It works out at just 42 pence per project. It probably costs more to actually print that off it as a download and print it off on your own computer, wouldn't it? But it's a lovely, lovely book. Loads of wonderful photos in there. Fabulous as a gift for a novice sewer, but equally so, somewhere where you can go and find a quick and easy project to make, maybe as a gift for somebody as well. So if you'd like to get hold of this one, please be as quick as you can. Don't forget the details on the screen of your signed copy. We don't have a huge quantity of those left. We do have more stock of the unsigned book, which has got a different item number. So if you do want to go down that route, you can do. But to be honest, this has been the most popular way for you to get hold of it, but it is flying out. We're a little over halfway through the show now, so we will go back to the demo, see what our lovely Emma's up to. But if you're wanting yours, get it as quick as you can. How have you got on over there, Emma?
Good, good. So I've done a few vertical ones, you can see. So this is what the back looks like. I did exactly the same thing.
Okay.
I folded it over and I did my 1/4 inch seam, and then I used my seam ripper to open those seams up and press it out. And if you have a look at, because you can see, I mean, you saw how roughly I was sewing that.
Well, I didn't like to say, Emma.
I know. Right?
How forgiving.
Look at those
that.
corners.
Wow.
So you can match it, you can make it look really professional without even trying.
And you know what? That's a real confidence builder for any novice sewer, that technique.
Yeah.
Also as well, Sue, thank you. Sue left a message on Facebook. Clover do a chenille cutter, a rotary blade with a guide. And I've got one of those at home. You're so right.
Yes.
It's kind of like got a protective bit, hasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. And that'd be good for cutting through these strips.
Yes, that would be good.
Top tip. Don't know if we've got that on the website, but yeah, it's worth having a little look.
Right, and
what's next then?
So now, I might need the book at some point.
Oh, yeah, let me have that. Hand that over to you. There you go.
Thank you. Oh, my zipper's on fallen down. Thank you. So the other revelation, making this project and other things, is this continuous zipper.
Okay.
I've never used it before.
Oh, they're genius.
It's
the trickiest bit is actually putting the zip pull on, which I know we haven't got with this particular piece.
No, but I can show you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You can talk us through it?
Yeah, I can definitely talk you through it, because it's not nearly as tricky as it seems. So let me just open up my book to the right page, just to make sure that I'm not leading anybody astray. There we go. So, because we've got a lining on this pouch, I'm going to oh, can you see, is that, there we go, out of shot, there we go.
Oh,
so I've laid my continuous zipper down. I want sort of the even edge to be on one side. I've purposely left this long. You don't need it quite that long.
Okay.
I'd say maybe a couple of inches. Just a little bit of a tail. So you've got something to grab to. That's where, this end is where you're going to put your pull onto.
Okay.
So the other one just needs to be even. It's the zipper teeth faced down.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got right sides together of your outside of your pouch and your zipper teeth. And then I've cut a piece of lining the same size as my outer. I'm just going to line that up. Put a little pin just to make sure it stays in place. But this continuous zipper, because you don't have a pull on it yet, you put the pull on after you've sewn it on.
Okay.
You don't have to do that weird, tricky thing where if you put a normal zipper in, at least I have to, you have to lift your presser foot up when you get to the zip pull, move it up, and it's a struggle. This, you're just sewing on zipper.
Okay.
And it's perfect. I don't like to fight too much with the sewing. And and sometimes you forget to put your needle down and you miss your place, and then you're just like, oh, it's really obvious, you can't see it. Oops, come on.
You got it there?
Yeah, got it.
I bet.
That's gonna go there. Okay, good, good, good.
So off we go again.
Yep. Okay, so machine, me and you are going to have words.
Is it not playing?
It's not playing.
Oh, that's a bit naughty.
Let me do it that way.
Okay, you okay there?
I think so. There we go. There it goes.
There we go. That's Brilliant. Obviously stopping when you get to those pins.
Yes. Go. And then,
perfect. Okay.
This is the next bit I need the help with. So now, because we want to marry this up to this side.
It's almost like fabric origami, isn't it?
It
Wrapping
is.
it around and getting it to the right points.
And this is where the pictures, I mean, if it wasn't for the pictures, I would be completely lost.
Well, the thing is, sometimes you can interpret words in different ways, can't you? So it's always good to have the kind of the combination of the words and the pictures there, because it kind of reinforces that you know that you're doing it right. So the lining is now coming together with the other side of the zip and the other side of the fabric.
So let me open it up so you can see.
So you've almost got like two tubes.
Yeah, exactly. It's like almost like a figure eight. If you picture it, if I opened it up, or when we went sewn, you'll see it's a figure eight.
Wonderful. Now, just as you're putting that together, it's just a straight seam again?
Yep, just a straight seam. Okay. Yep, so I'm just going to layer this up and then sew it down, and then I'll show you how you would put the zipper pull on.
Wonderful. I'm going to let you continue doing that because I've got some fabrics to share with people. I've just realised the time, so I might not have time to go through everything. So if you forgive me, I'm just very quickly going to show you some of these fat quarter bundles that we've got. Thankfully, you found some of these already, and these are beautiful. Got some lovely prints with these. Very much a kind of forest feel with some of these, but nice little collections. To be fair, we've got 3 different sets, but they all look beautiful together, to be honest. So let's start off with this first one that we've got. I'm going to move those gorgeous bold fabrics to one side. So in this first bundle, you're going to get this lovely Ditsy Daisy, which is lovely. You've got that navy backdrop, lovely kind of wispy design with this one. Good size piece with a fat quarter, very usable, especially when you do look for these in the projects that we've just been looking at. So you could cut that down very, very easily if you're wanting to. So absolutely gorgeous, really pretty design, that one. So I like that one. Cut it into your squares, whatever size you like. You could measure the piece and actually maximise how many squares that you're going to be creating, and using the technique that Emma's taught us during this show from the book. So that one is in there. Lovely soft grey in there, which is beautiful, like this one. Very, very pretty one with that kind of almost like a watercolour dot on there. This is a pretty one as well, because you've got these lovely almost like little dragonflies featuring in there as well. So that one is £15.98. It's called the Secret Garden Herbs Fat Quarter Bundle. I'm guessing from a larger bundle. I don't know. It's not one that I've seen before, but I do like it. So £15.98 if you are shopping for that particular one. I like that one. I'm going to swap that one out and bring the little woodland characters in. So with this one, you've got lovely fabrics, again, featuring the little woodland characters with the foxes. You've got a little hedgehog feature in there as well. Obviously, the greenery from the foliage is there. This is nice fabric to work alongside it, because you've kind of got that print of the leaves featuring in there. You've got your little trees in this particular one here, and our little hedgehogs and strawberries as well, which is a cute one. So £13.98, so 4 fat quarters. All of those coming to within this particular one. First time we've seen this one, and I love it. It's brand new. And it's called The Forest Wonder. And little hedgehogs. Anybody that follows me on Facebook knows that we kind of saved a little hedgehog that was very poorly, took it to a sanctuary. Little Pickles, bless her. She got fixed. We actually installed a little CCTV type of thing, because we've still got a hedgehog house in the garden, and we watched her coming and going, and because she hurt her leg, we don't know what she did, but she kind of walks with a limp now. Bless her. But she has now vacated and moved out to she's on the road, or not on the road, but you know what I mean. She's gone out, and she's gone, in my head, she's gone off to find herself a nice little romantic partner, and she's gone off into the sunset. And you never know, we might see lots of little hedgehogs at some point. But yeah, she's moved on. So anyway, there you go. You're going to get all of those at £13.98, brilliant value for money. And while I've got your attention, very quickly, can I show you this one? This is beautiful. If you like your floral prints, you're going to love this one. You've got a very watercolour kind of idea with this one, imagery-wise. You're going to get your 4 fat quarters again. beautiful bundle with this one. Now, I don't know which collection this one is from, but some of these you will see from some of the others as well. Is it all from Secret? This one's Secret Garden as well? Because that one was Secret Garden, wasn't it? So it might be that you've gone for both of those. So there you go. If you like the idea of that one, £15.98. Another nice little set for the bundle, of a bundle to do what you're doing, Emma. So yeah, love it. Leave those details with you. How are you getting on over there?
Good, good. So I've got my zip all sewn in.
Lovely.
I've turned my lining around, so it's actually where it was. It was flapping about this side, so I've actually just turned it around.
Okay, okay.
And then what you would do, so I've got my tail here.
So that was the bit of the zip that was
extra.
Well, it's in the same position, isn't it? It was at the bottom, yeah?
Yeah. So what you need to do is open it up a little bit, just a little bit.
Okay.
And then you cut a V in the bottom.
Okay.
To give you a little bit of an easy way to, just through the teeth, and match it up on this side. And I'm sure if you go onto YouTube, there'll be umpteen different ways of doing this as well, but this is the way that I found worked for me. And unfortunately, I don't have a ring pull, a tab to show you here, but open the teeth.
Our sewing imagination.
Use our imagination. So, with it opened up a little bit, don't do the whole thing.
Okay.
You then insert your tab this way with the round end here. So you're essentially feeding it up from the bottom of the zip.
The way that you would pull it up from the bottom to the top, yeah?
Yeah.
Got you.
So the round end this way. So when you put it on, you can hold on to these two V's. And so you hold it, I kind of held it this way with my fingers and then pulled the tab up through, and then you pull the zip all the way to the top. Not off again.
Okay, yeah, not off the other end.
Yeah, I mean, you can. If you put it off, you just have to repeat the whole process. There's no damage, but yeah, so you do that way. But that makes sewing in a zip so much easier.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. So there you go, all coming together. Now, time-wise, what sort of time have we got? Oh, gosh, about 10 minutes or so left.
10 minutes.
So, I don't know, did you want to share something else with us from the book? Or
Yes, I will. I'll just finish it with a pouch. So the pouch is literally, you sew either end. You can insert, so on mine, I inserted some ribbon. In the book, it says to insert a little loop of webbing.
Okay.
So you insert that in the middle. So your loop is on the inside, your raw edge is along here. And then sew across the edge. You cut out a corner piece. All the instructions are there. And then in that corner piece, you literally fold it out and then sew across that.
Okay, like the, yeah.
And that makes your pouch.
Perfect. And how
It's
quick
so
and
easy.
is that?
So quick and easy.
Love it. Now, I'm going to let you get ready for your next demo very quickly.
Oh, I might have to ask Levi. I forgot an embroidery hoop.
Oh, okay. Right, we'll see if we can find one of those for you. Very quickly, though, can I show you some fabrics that I haven't had a chance to share with you? So we've got two different kind of formations. We've got your 10-inch squares, your layer cake from Moda. So this is a really pretty one here. It's called Love Blooms, and it's literally a combination of kind of hearts and little flowers in there, lots of pinks, lots of red in there as well. A really pretty design, or selection of designs within there. Pre-cuts again, so perfect to use alongside the book, but a lovely healthy discount there, bringing it down to £42.99. If you like the idea of getting hold of this one, then obviously the details are on your screen. And then what you can see here in front of me is a beautiful array of different fabrics that we've got here. So these, now are these part of a bundle, Ben, or are they individuals? Okay, so you will be able to find these. Now, these are your rose hubbles, so we keep these in stock a lot of the time, and it's a good one to kind of go back and find them time and time again, because you'll have your favourites. My top tip is keep just a little swatch of it, and a little kind of pin a little note or staple a little note to it that gives you the item number. Then you can come back and order at any time that you like. So we've got loads and loads of different colours. The beautiful peacock blue there as well. So because I've said the word peacock, go on then, Ben, off you go. Now, you won't hear that. Or you might have heard it. You might have heard it in the studio. It's going to probably come into the studio and do it now. Go on then.
It's uncanny.
It just sounds like it's calling for Leanne, doesn't it? I must admit. But there you go. So that is your peacock blue. It's only £3.99 for your half-metre piece. So that is that particular one. This one, what colour have we got there with this one? What's this one? Sage. Okay, can you do an impression of a sage? Yeah, very good. That was, yeah, just like sage. Yeah, I almost felt like we had sage in the building. Next one that we've got for you is this one. Lovely grey, deep dark grey with this one. So we're calling that one dark grey. So if you like that one, then the details are on your screen. We've also got this lovely kind of ivory, almost like an oatmeal finish actually as well. That would be a nice one to work with fat quarters. So if you like your cream tone, then the details are on your screen there. Moving that one out of the way. This one's kind of like a terracotta colour too. It's kind of like a burnished orange with this one. Are we calling it terracotta? I don't know. What do we call it? Oh, paprika. We're going a bit spicier. Spicy. At $3.99 if you're wanting that particular one. Next one, this kind of mustard tone. Beautiful. I ought to know all these colours. This one is called gold. There you go. Sorry if I burst your eardrums with that one. But there you go. That one is gold. Orange tones with this one again. And this one is very, very kind of creatively called orange. So if you like that one, there we go. And then last one, this gorgeous regal purple. If you like the idea of this one, guess what this one's called? Go on, Emma, what do you think? Purple. There you go. I'll put you out of your misery. Purple. There we go. Not incredibly inventive, but there we go. And then another little fabric that we've not shared with you either. This one, is this one a felt that we've got? This is again because in the project book you have got items where you will need felt. So we've got your cream felt, half metre there. Ooh. For $2.50.
That'd be perfect for this project actually.
Oh, in that case it's winging its way to you.
Yeah.
We've only got about 5 minutes or so left, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. So the other project that I was going to show was the wall hanging organizer.
Okay.
Because how quick and easy and useful is that? So what I've done, the only part of the quilting you have to do is the background. So it does tell you all the sizes.
Okay.
And this is a good chance for you to practice your quilting. I literally just did this, very straight lines.
Nice and easy.
Nice and easy, so it's just a grid. And then the other two pockets, it's just a piece of fabric with your interfacing again.
Okay.
A very small seam on the top to neaten the edge. And you just layer them up. There's no sewing beyond that.
Oh, wow, okay.
And so then you just layer it up in a hoop. And I've used a slightly different size hoop. But again, once you've got your technique down, nothing to say you couldn't do a big one and do a little mini version.
That's a good point, yeah. And quite often you'll pick these up in charity shops and things like that, don't you?
Yeah,
So yeah, giving them another lease of life.
And then the felt, what I thought would be good is because you just cut the edges off.
Okay.
But what you could do with the felt is maybe with some glue, some fabric glue.
Back it.
Back it
Course,
and make a nice, neat and even tidy backing.
Nice idea.
Yep. And then you just have a little bit of ribbon or string to hang it up.
Wonderful.
Yeah. The other thing I thought I would add, because the patting says to just leave these pockets open, is if you had a pair of scissors or something in particular, a tool in particular you wanted to keep, nothing to say you couldn't actually layer everything up and then do some sew lines down.
Just to keep it secure and upright, because sometimes the scissors might swivel, mightn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good tip. Like it. And again, it's something that you could be making in so many different styles of fabric. So it could be that you're using it for, I don't know, crayons or quilting tools or whatever you want, to be honest, anything that you want to keep organised. Emma, come and join me. Bring the book with you and we'll just reiterate those details for you. So the book itself, we've got 2 different ways for you to get hold of it. Details on the screen of the book as a signed version, which lots of you have been taking advantage of. You've got 35 projects split into different chapters for your mini makes, for things like your books and your bags in there as well. And of course we had that home decor section in there, which of course is a project that we just saw Emma explaining to us. We have got lots more of you with this in your baskets, and we have stock available of the signed copy. So if you want the signed copy, you better be quick. And it's always nice to have a signed copy, isn't it, when you've got the author signing.
Yeah. Especially when she's an English girl, right?
She is, indeed, yeah. And it's lovely because she actually gives a little bit of a kind of editorial as to how she got into sewing as well, which many of us will kind of resonate with and maybe have been on a similar journey. There's a project that our lovely Emma was just explaining to us, but you've got loads and loads in here. I love the idea. It's all about scrap busting.
Yes.
Yeah, using all of those little pieces of fabric that we've got. But you need to be quick. A large quantity of these have gone, and it's your last opportunity potentially to get hold of this. If you're watching live, you're ahead of everybody else. People might be out doing Saturday morning
Yeah,
things.
it's a nice sunny day. So
Absolutely, yeah. So get ahead of the game, get your signed copy, and then when they come back in, we will have it available, but not with a signature. Now do stay tuned because the lovely Katrina is going to be back, and look at these beautiful gift cards that she's going to teach us how to create. Aren't they gorgeous? But in the meantime, Emma, thank you very much. When are you back on our screens?
I'm having a little bit of a break, so I actually won't be back on until August 4th during the Festival of Quilts.
Okay.
But I will have 2 new patterns. That's a plan. I'll have 2 new patterns.
And one of them is going to be Bordeaux inspired, maybe?
Yes, Bordeaux. So it'll be another, we decided just this morning, it'll be another hand piecing project.
Wonderful.
Another hand piecing blog, but possibly, well, likely inspired by my trip to Bordeaux.
And do check out, and where do we find you? Swift Quilting, was it?
Swift Quilting Company, yeah. So I'm on
Lovely.
Facebook, I'm on Instagram, on the Swift Quilting website.
And you'll learn all about that fundraising project there as well. And I have to say, it's been a pleasure working with you again. So best of luck from us all here at Sewing Street. And I know you guys will be resonating with that, so thank you. I'm going to see you straight after the break, so don't go anywhere. Last live hour of the day, and it's a cracking hour. You're going to enjoy it. See you in a mo.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST, or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure that your edges match carefully and pin them.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge.
They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles, or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello there and welcome back. Here's Katrina again. We're having such a lovely day here, I have to say, at Sewing Street. And of course, Katrina, you may know from a former life, our paths have crossed many a time, and it's good to have you here at Sewing Street. We had a lovely show earlier on.
We did. Yeah. Enjoyed it.
Lots of brand new things, but this hour we've got lots more brand new things that we didn't even see in the last hour, and we were incredibly busy.
We were.
Had your first sell-out as well as Sewing Street within probably about 6 minutes or so, something like that. It didn't last long, I have to say. So let me introduce you to brand new kits. Feast your eyes on these. Now, we've actually got a series of 3 of these, so you might want to go for all 3 of them together. So we'll introduce them individually, and they're all absolutely beautiful, but inspired by the sea and the seaside.
That's right.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now this one is called your Shoreline Seaweed Kit. Beautiful little kit with lots of components in there, which I'll take you through in just a few moments. But what an affordable price for a beautiful little kit.
Oh, I think that I like this size of piece. I think it's really finishable really quickly.
Yes,
so you can actually go to the beach, sit there and stitch a bit of the beach and then take it home, you know.
Love that idea. So absolutely beautiful. So if you're wanting to take advantage of this one, all the information that you need is on your screen there. Now, can I just take you through everything that you are going to get? Because I've got the kit here. So I'm going to open up and everything, because within here you are going to have everything that you need. Now, you will have your inspiration sheet showing you the artwork as well. You're going to get your full instructions, so there's no guesswork. It is all there laid out beautifully. You don't have to go off and hunt for anything, because it is all there, including your needle. So your needle for your threads, your needle for your beads is included in there, and a little bit of bead thread as well, because of course you need a different type of thread for that. You're also going to get your beads. So in your beads, you've got a selection of different styles of beads. Reason being, can I show you this? because within here you have got a bead, a large bead there, which is your large wooden bead, which has kind of got like a wraparound stitch, which is keeping it in place, as you can see. So lots of depth and dimension with this particular one. You're also going to get your organza, and of course your organza is going to help you build up and get that feel for that kind of sandy texture that you would experience at the beach. You've also got a little bit of felt, and we'll chat about why you need that in a few moments. But you've also got your canvas. Now your canvas is printed on wool, so it's a beautiful medium to work with, feels lovely in your hands, and it's really, really pretty to give that final result, because it's a lovely kind of very natural feel to the back of it, Katrina.
It looks like the sand, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
It really lends itself.
Yeah, now it's a very, very popular kit. So we get straight into the demo with this one. I'm intrigued to learn about the pebbles and how they come to be. But the details are on your screen. If you want to get involved, go for it straight away. And any messages that you'd like to send in, studio at, where am I? Sewing Street. I had to think where it was for a minute then. sewingstreet.com. Pop the messages through, and on social media, I'll keep an eye on the tablet as well in case you pop anything on there. So what do we need to know, Katrina?
Okay, so obviously you'll get everything in your kit that you're going to need to complete the project. So I'll just show you the colours to start with. So we've got some variegated cottons. We've got a couple of yarns from the Shetlands, so they're just lovely. I mean, that one's called Granite, and they're just really, really lovely. And then some more variegated thread. So they're the beachy colours. So these ones here are going to be for the pebbles. Right, to start off with, you'll also get in your kit, you'll get a little bit of organza. And like we did before, we're just going to take a little bit of the organza on the bias.
Okie dokie. And this might look a bit horrific, what you're going to see happening here, because you're going to distress it.
I know,
it gives the texture, and you get the fluffiness and all the fibres coming through with this one. So don't be afraid to do it.
So you're just going to be a bit mean to it and just try and give a little bit of texture there. And then that's going to be placed over your print. So I've got two sort of colours, just with an orangey one, and well, it's called Coin, I think. Okay. Just quite a nice light colour. So that gets pinned over your design.
Lovely.
And then you'll still be able to see the print there. And the thing about this design is that I'm just going to show you how to do the pebbles. Pebbles are, this is why we need the felt. Right?
I did wonder, because I said I'm not quite sure what the felt was for.
Okay, so in the kit, I've traced the shape of the pebbles. Okay. You could do it freestyle and just cut a shape, or you can use the template. So it's a wool felt, which is actually quite nice. So I'm just going to take a little bit. You just don't really want to be able to.
So is this going to add that kind of padding?
So it is a padding.
Oh, I see.
So let's just go over. So perhaps a little bit big, but you know.
One more of a boulder than a pebble.
Yeah, just a big rock. So you can just cut that, and we're just going to have one layer, and then just pin that in place.
The daisy head pins, incidentally, they are an accessory bundle number 2, or accessory pack 2, I think it is. You're going to get your chenille needles in there, you're going to get your daisy pins, and you're also going to get your magnet that's going to be your kind of like little needle keeper if you're wanting to as well. And can I bring in the needle keeper that Katrina's?
Yeah,
this is lovely. Look at this.
So this is just when you've either cut some off off the fabric when you're making it or framing your design, but it's just a little tiny bit of, and then use the colours that are left over in your kit. And it's just a magnet on the front, a magnet on the back, and then it's great.
You've got the magnets in that accessory pack 2, isn't it? I think
there's 2 in the accessory pack.
Yeah, you've got a little magnet inside there. You've got a magnet there which you can get on the accessory pack number 2, and of course we have got the wool that's available, which you just use in scraps or bits that are left over from any of your projects. So yeah, you could be making something like that.
I mean, the idea is that you can put it onto your work.
So you put one of the magnets
one of that, and then you can just drop your needle on there and your pins.
Clever,
you know? So that's quite good. But as well as that, you know, I think that's a lovely thing to do. Just to keep them.
Nice. And so if you want the magnets, do check out accessory pack number 2 because they're in there.
Okay, so for doing this one, it's so easy to do. It's called padded satin stitch, and don't worry about getting the stitches even. We're just trying to create the rock strata in the pebble. So I've just got the pin there, and I'm just going to go over the thread, and you're just going to go over the complete shape, and you're just going to take that, and as you start to stitch, just go over the felt.
So do you need to keep the stitches quite loose, or not too, because you don't want them too loopy, I suppose, either.
Not too tight, but you want to make sure that you're not stretching the yarn so that it makes it wrinkle.
And it's lovely kind of variegated, isn't it? Well, it's almost like I don't know, describe it as a tweed
I can't remember the
yarn.
name. I can't remember the name, but it's some of the natural ones of these it's made from the different kinds of sheep.
Oh, really?
And so these are the natural. They are the natural colours.
Or anything. Oh, wow.
So you know, there's the hardy sheep up there, so
Yeah,
that you get some
absolutely,
fabulous
You
kinds.
must love sourcing all the different kind of pieces that go into your kits.
I think that's one of the things that I do enjoy. So as I can choose what I want to play with, you know, what I want to include in a kit, and that's always been really exciting, and it spurs me on with different kinds of projects.
See, I wouldn't know the first place to start. So if this was just like kind of, I don't know, just a pattern or something like that, without it being a kit, you probably spend ages and maybe not even getting the right kind of feel for because when you're shopping online, you don't always get a feel for things, do you? But with this, you've almost been like our personal shopper, haven't you?
I think you've got the colours there, and you've got variety, but only probably in small amounts, which is really, really good.
Well, this is it, because you don't necessarily need a huge skein of this, do you? You just need enough for your project.
Just enough to create, and then that raises the surface, which is quite nice. So as you approach, you can just take the thread to the back.
It's a nice thick thread as well, so it doesn't take long to actually come together, does it?
I mean, it's very, very quick.
Yeah.
So you're just going to take the thread, and then you're just going to wind that thread a couple of times through. So at the back, that's going to be enough to hold that in place.
Lovely.
And then you repeat those individual pebbles, but just to give it a little bit of difference.
Oh, okay. What are you adding in?
So this is a metallic thread. You know, that sort of, when you're on the beach and you're walking along looking at all the pebbles that have been washed by the sea, you know, they get that, they show the colours up.
Yeah, and sometimes they do almost have like a metallic look to them, don't they? They're kind of, well, not inclusions. I don't know much about it. I just know they look pretty.
So you're just going to take a couple of stitches over the top so that you can just, obviously you'd finish the whole pebble, but you can take a few of those. And that's, when you look at the stones, you can see the different strata in the rocks, and you can make each one individual.
I'm using the phrase geodes, but I don't know whether that's the kind of the right word for it, but it runs through the actual formation, doesn't it, of the rock, so yeah.
So you can add those, and I think that's quite nice. So they're all sort of individual on the design.
Lovely.
So that's fairly quick to do.
Wonderful.
And then the next thing is I'm going to show you a little bit of binding stitch.
Okay.
And a little bit of fly stitch. So those are stitches that we haven't really used yet. Yeah. So I'm just going to take a little bit. I mean, the colours are great. And then somewhere on here, I've buried all the treasure. And this is treasure. This is really treasure. This is
again the treasure. I love the phraseology of the treasure.
Oh, I mean, look at the treasure here. So we've got some faceted beads. We've got wooden beads. We've got some bugle beads. We've got a couple of little starfish, and then we've got some things that you'd pick up on the beach. And actually, there is a shell as well.
Well, the thing is, I've got the piece here, the finished piece here, and the thing is that with regards to the actual embellishment, you can be as little as much as you want to, but I mean, you've got a couple of beads that are being used here, but I can see that you've probably got about half a dozen of them within the actual pack, so there's way more than you actually need.
There's a lot more, and I think you've got choices as to which ones that you'd like to use.
So this one is your shoreline seaweed. Now, we'll probably stick with the same, I don't know if we're going to stick with the same demo on this one, or because I
think we might move. I'm going to save it. I'll just show binding stitch a little bit to start off, and then we'll go on to the next one.
Because there's 3 of these which work really well together.
Okay, so this is binding stitch, so it's going to create a little bit of the seaweed here as a bar. So you do a giant stitch, the length of the print. So you do that 2 or 3 times. So the more times you do the stitch, the thicker the binding thread will be.
I think I'm showing people the wrong one, you know, because this is the pebble.
This is Pebbles.
This is Pebbles. We've got the wrong details up on the screen. The next one
is Pebbles, and that's seaweed.
So that one's Pebbles. Pebbles.
Okay, so this time it's very, very easy. You've done your stitch, you've got the sort of bar, and this time you're just going to wind round a couple of times, and it doesn't matter. You know, it's a bit like what we used to be a belt loop on a dress. So you just take the eye of the needle rather than
so it's not the pointy end.
And then so you're not going to go through the fabric. This is lying on the surface of the fabric, and you just wind that round. You can be very neat.
Nice.
Or you can leave it quite messy. You know, it's things that have been washed by the sea and the waves. So that's going to give you.
And do you just leave it loose?
You just leave it loose.
Secure it down.
So I mean, perhaps when you get halfway, you just take one stitch,
just a little stitch to
and
stop
just
it moving.
just to stop it moving, and then you can go further down and carry on all the way to the other end.
Mm.
So when you look at the picture,
you
can see we've got several different colours there. And they're overlapping and intertwined, so that's a really quite a nice one.
That was a variegated thread.
That's a variegated thread, and really easy to do. And I think, so the time disappears, we're going to move on to the next one. I'm going to show you some French knots as well.
There you go. Details on the screen there for Pebbles in the Sand. That kit, obviously, if you want to take advantage of it, the details are on your screen. But I did mention there is a trio. So the trio that we've got is this one here, which I think is the one that Katrina's going to be working with. I was trying to figure out what that little kind of little curly bit was. And that's,
I'll show you.
I didn't even notice the pins.
Well, I just, when we were sort of packing things yesterday, let me, if you take out the pin, let me take out the pin. That's what it was like to start with. All right, and then I kept looking at it, and I kept looking at it, and I think, I need some more seaweed. So this yarn is one of the hand-dyed ones that I dye.
Wow.
And so I think it looks like seaweed.
Yes,
and then I know you wouldn't normally have a pin in it, but, you know, you could add the seaweed at the bottom. So that would be couched down just with a straight stitch, just so that you can't see the stitches. And I think that's kind of cute. I think I would. That's definitely in the kit.
That's a nice idea.
Because it's
Like
you know,
that,
just had a little bit of a look at that.
So you wouldn't have the pins holding it in place.
No. I think that would be probably not a great idea.
But again, you are going to get your carded thread. So the details on your screen are for this particular kit, your shoreline seaweed. So you can kind of get that essence of being under the sea, can't you, with this one? You're going to get all of your carded threads. You're also going to get your needles featuring in there, including a beading needle and some beading thread for your treasure that you are going to get within there. You're also going to get your seaweed, hand-dyed seaweed. It's not actual seaweed, obviously.
It's a very good look. It looks a bit like it.
It does look like seaweed. You're going to get your different layers of organza, obviously on that kind of sea shoreline theme with the blues and greens in there. And of course, you are going to get that base wool, which will be the foundation of your project, as you can see there. And then on that, you're going to build on that with the guidance from the instructions. So if you are new to Rowandean, you're not left on your own in any way, shape or form. What Katrina does is she's a brilliant teacher. She kind of puts everything down there, assuming that you've never stitched before. So even down to the formation of your stitches, that is included in there. And then what you are creating when you put it all together is a fabulous design, just like this one. So if you like the idea of this one, £19.95, and this is the one that we're going to see demonstrated next.
Okay, so this one, I'm just going to put it back into the hoop. You can see there on the fabric we've got the print. All right, we've got the print of the seaweed, and then in your kit you'll get a little bit of the organzas again, and then we're going to just use a little bit of a template to create the sea and a little bit of water, and then a little bit of green organza.
Lovely.
And that's just going to be pinned on to start with. If you want to, you can do as we did before with the others. You can tap the organza in place.
Okay, yeah.
Right, but for speed, I'm just going to leave those on.
No problem. And the hoops, 2 different sizes of hoops in accessory kit number 1, comes along with the little gold-plated scissors as well. So it's a nice little accessory bundle if you wanted that one to help.
That's that one. I'm getting all the cards mixed up here. There we go. Pebbles. This one. Okay, so you've got all the colours that you're going to need. And earlier on the last show, we did a little bit of stem stitch.
We did, and you were saying that that's one of the stitches
So-
that's brilliant for curves.
So it's a great, I'll just do one little tiny bit.
Lovely, thank you.
And then the other one. And these are just so lovely. I mean, a little bit of metallic thread, and again, a little bit. That one's great.
Nice,
They look,
I
it
like
looks
that
like
one.
stones.
Yes,
It just instantly
yeah.
look like stones. So let's just get a little bit of that one.
So we've covered 2 different kits, which I feel as if these are almost like a series. I'll show you the last one in a few moments, but I'm going to put all 3 together because I've got a feeling that you will want to actually go for these all together. So I'm going to start off with the first one that we saw. So this is the one that we showed you the pebbles earlier on. The one that Katrina is working with now is the one in the middle, and we are going to come to the last one, which is called your limpets and barnacles, which I love. So we will show you this one in a little while, but you can see why I bring all 3 together, because I think they would be really nice to actually put together as a trio of artwork. And if you do like the display hoops, we've got those on the website as well. Make sure I've got these in the right order. So that's that one, and then this is that one, and that's that one. How
Okay,
you getting on?
so we've got a stem stitch, which is great for curves. We did that earlier on. It's a really, really useful one. So on the front, it looks like a solid line, but on the back, it almost looks like just a back stitch. So it's not as nice. It's not as interesting. It's just a solid shape. And then obviously, the tighter the curve, and the smaller the stitch, the better. And then it keeps a smooth finish to that stitch. So if you're doing like lettering or something like that, you know, this is the stitch, you know, if you just want to outline a shape. And then that's going to be really, really easy to do and really part of the design.
In that short time, so much of this coming together. So, I mean, these are almost like a lazy afternoon project, aren't they?
I think so. I mean, the dream would be to be at the beach doing stitching this, but, you know, we'll make do with this.
Ooh.
I think it'll be.
So
really,
where would your beach be?
Where
then,
would
if
my
you use
beach
your
be?
imagination? Or
I like Welsh beaches.
A Welsh beach,
Welsh
nice.
a Scottish beach, of course.
Absolutely.
Well, any beach,
I'm
any beach I like.
heading off to Tenby, and
Lovely.
Tenby's a lovely place to go.
Lovely.
So yeah. Anyway, I love being by the side of the sea. I must admit, there's something about that noise, isn't it? Beautiful.
It's just, quite calming.
Absolutely. Well, it is
really?
calming once you've got off the boat.
Yeah.
It can be a
I've
bit
got a lot.
traumatic on the way, can't it, when everybody else has got the same idea?
Okay, a lot. So we're going to do a French knot. So we've got all the treasure in there.
Okay.
So to start with, we're just going to create, again, a little bit of texture in the foreground. So
And
we've got 2
French
kinds of
knots.
French knots.
You kind of get an idea of where the French knots need to go because you've got these little kind of dots.
I think that's good. I mean, you might want to add more than there, but that's the basic. You're going to go around twice.
So 2 little twirls.
2, and this is 6 strands, so they come out quite large. So you're just going to add a few of those. And so if you want to get carried away and add a few more, you're welcome to do
We did
that.
have a conversation earlier on about French knots, so don't be tempted to put more rotations on your thread to make them bigger. The key thing is change your thread, make it a thicker thread. And with this one, you've got all 6 strands, so it gives it a nice kind of, not a bulky feel, because there's nothing that's bulky about any of these designs, but more substantial, shall we say, with the French knots.
And I think you get the idea that once you've created your shapes, then you can add the texture.
Yeah.
And then again, you can add the texture with some of the chunky beads, and that's so easy.
When it comes to actually putting the beads in place, is it a different technique?
It's exactly just for the larger ones, you can use the same needle.
Okay.
All right. So for the smaller ones, you've got the needle in the pipe.
Yes, yeah, like the seed beads.
So for
and
this
things,
one, you're just going to hold the bead so you can see the hole at the top, and then you're just going to go over the edge of the bead and then back round. And then you're just going to take that.
You right, Michael?
It wasn't me.
And as you go all the way around, then that becomes part of the design. It's
They're
not
almost
just
like spokes on a wheel, aren't they?
Yeah.
Going from the centre to the outside.
And then you can do those in other colours. You can add some of the metallic threads. You know, you can make them sparkle as well. So I mean, I use that quite quite a lot of those beads. I mean, I think
very,
they're
very-
fabulous, all different shapes, sizes, just like you'd get on the beach.
Yeah, they're lovely because they're all very different, aren't they? Some of them different sizes, different colours and things like that, and they're adding the texture. This piece here, it's gorgeous. When you've actually got all the beads in there, you've got your seaweed. Obviously, the seaweed has just been pinned in at the moment, but you've also...
Probably lose that on the way back, you know.
Oh, no. Well, we'll put the pin back in it, don't we?
Yeah,
So you've got it there.
Yeah.
You've got all the little pebbles there that have been created utilising your wooden treasure. You're going to get your little sequins in there, which are like your little shells, which are adorable. Loads of little beads. I've just spied the little
I know,
fish.
there's a little
fish in
there's
there
some
as well.
yeah, there's a glass fish. So and then you've got sort of like lots of little shells. I think the fishes are lovely.
Adorable.
And then you can decide where you're going to put these different elements. Or as few as you want, really.
Love it. All included within the kit. So that is the shoreline seaweed. As I said, my feeling is that we've got 3 in this kind of little trio. So this is the last one that we've got, which I love. Your limpets and barnacles. I was saying that it sounds like you've got some sort of medical condition, didn't I? But with these, you're going to get everything that you need again within the kit. And again, you're learning different things. We can still see, obviously, the beads being used with that little stitch. Is that a spider stitch?
Spider's web, yeah. So this is the one.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can.
So that's securing those. We've got these. I'm intrigued about these larger pieces that we've got.
Well, these are just like we've got. I'll just find mine.
Wonderful. Again, everything that you need is within the kit. So all the instructions are there. You're going to get your kind of insert that's going to give you your artwork to show you how it all comes together. Your photograph, should I say? But you've also got lots of kind of tuition with the instructions, assuming you know nothing about embroidery. But then you've also got your picture there, close up. All the gorgeous threads, including the fluffy ones, which are fabulous, and your treasure is in there. Way more than you're going to need.
I know this one's
very
like
generous.
a rock pool, you know, so it's
Yeah.
got everything in there.
Loads in there. And of course, it all starts life as that wonderful wool base. So the wool, it's got it all printed on there. It's not heat erasable or washable or anything like that. It's going to stay there underneath your stitches, but your stitches are going to cover it as you go. So,
okay, so this is the third one now. So this is to create the limpet.
Okay.
So the stitch, you've got a print on the fabric, and you're just going to use the colour to go. I'm not putting the organza on yet. I think it's easy to do the limpets, then put the organza on afterwards. So I'm just going to go all the way around. So rather than go all the way around, time disappears, really.
Oh, doesn't it?
Probably should have done
Doesn't it?
a little bit more.
Well, we've got some cards coming up as well. So if you joined us, maybe you're tuning in for Hobby Maker in the next half an hour or so. We've got these fabulous cards featuring in a kit that we're going to be chatting about in a little while. Other pieces of artwork as well, so do go and check those out. But at the moment, we're focusing on those 3 brand new kits that Katrina's brought to us from Rowandean Embroidery.
Okay, so this is quite perfect. That's a spider's web. Where you're just using it flat, so you've created the shapes, the legs of it, the spokes.
Yeah.
And then once you've gone all the way around, then this time you're going to go back and under the next one.
Oh, so it's
and
like weaving.
And then, so you're using the eye of the needle, and then you're just going to go round.
Oh, okay.
And so where you're going over that thread, that forms a ridge. And that's the raised bit that you can see. So that's going to go all the way around.
And then variegated thread.
Variegated. They're all changed, so you can have fun with those. You can change the layers. So that makes quite a flat shape. Whereas this one here, to raise and make it like the limpet, you've got a bead underneath. So you're just going to do it. So that's the one.
Excuse me bringing this in. So that's kind of where you are.
Yeah.
This one
and this
over
one,
here.
And these have a bead underneath.
Oh,
so you do exactly the same.
Okay.
So you're going to go under and round. So you're going to keep going round until you fill the whole shape in.
Wonderful. And that's where you've got that gorgeous kind of fluffy thread. Is it like a mohair that you've got in there?
Yes,
yes,
it is.
Soft, I have to say. Isn't that gorgeous?
And that will fill the shape really, really quickly.
Nice, yeah.
And lovely.
And you don't have to, I see, I wouldn't know what thread to use to get the right results, and you've done it all for us. So all of these threads are in there. £19.99. That is the third of that trio, if you will, of those kits. We are going to have a little look at some others. Now, is there anything else you want to add to this one?
I think we'll just those are the easy bit, and then really the part where there's the seawater, you're just going to fill that with shells and beads and just as textured as you wish and as many as you wish. I love it.
Let's bring this in so
you look at the sparkle there. That bit there, you've got a couple of French knots, you've got some fabulous glass beads, you've got some other wooden beads, and look at those when you've got the different colours.
Yeah, they
it just
look
creates and a few sequins there. So there's a splash of the blues, and then you've got a little bit with the gold beads for the sand. So really, really, really a nice. And as a tree, I think they look really nice.
Absolutely,
and then you know, if you've got them, you can always take one of those shells and you can add it to the others, so you can mix and match the different
Nice
things.
idea. Lovely one to take on your holidays with you as well, because obviously if you're in that kind of seaside beach theme, then that is something that you could be creating very, very easy, because everything is included within the kit. You just need to add in a working hoop if you're wanting to add in a working hoop, but you don't have to. The three of them have been hooped up in the display hoops that we've got on the show as well, but there you go, that one is your limpets and barnacles. But we've got more to share with you. We have got a lovely kit. Now, it might be that you're looking at everything that we're sharing with you and you're thinking to yourself, I love this idea, but I don't know whether it's really for me. Well, this is a perfect kit to go for, because this is where you're making your smaller size projects, and this is your kit to create your cards. Now, with this one, you're actually getting a larger piece that you're going to be working with, but all of the designs are actually printed onto it. And you can see with this one, it's got that gorgeous kind of pistachio green backdrop, but you're going to get everything that you need to create your card. So you don't need to go and find your card bases, you don't need to go and find your envelopes. It is all included within there, giving the ability to make some beautiful greeting cards. And with this, I shall bring them in to show you, because these are beautiful. They're like miniature pieces of artwork, but it's one of those situations that you can put them on greeting cards if you wanted to. But you know what? You know when we were looking at the little needle keeper? You could very easily use these smaller designs in that kind of scenario if you wanted to.
Definitely.
So it's one of those, yeah.
Perhaps I've made some that are called like lavender pockets.
Yes.
So it's the same design except we made them into sort of lavender inside. But you could do the same, you know, if you didn't want to make it as a card, you could use it as a.
So how many cards are we making?
So we make 6. So 6
wow,
in this
6
set.
for £29.95. That's amazing value for money. So you can see all the different styles that we've got here. Quite a few of the different techniques that we've been talking about during the course of the show as well. So we did see this kind of fluffy technique with these almost like poppy-like flowers that you've got there. Beautiful. And then you've got the little bumblebees featuring here, and also the snippets of the fabric that we were talking about. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think oh, it's over there. Excuse me. It's that one there. There you go, little landscape one as well. So I missed that one, sorry. So this is a brilliant one. We are going to go into a demo with this one in a little while, but there's a couple of other kits I want to share with you before we get to it. So 6 cards you are making for £29.95. This is brilliant. So many are checking your baskets out speedily with this one, which is a good idea, because when so many of these are going at the pace that they're going, it's probably the best way to get hold of them, to be fair. I've got them upside down. I've got the folds on the wrong side. I've got totally higgledy-piggledy, so I do apologise. These have got a hook and loop on the back, and I'm quite conscious I don't want to catch the threads and the fabrics and things with these, so I'm trying to hold them so they don't do any damage. Katrina, I might need a bit of help. Can you hold that one up for me as well? There we go. So all of these, there you go, all coming together for just £29.95. If you have just joined us waiting for Hobby Maker to start, well, you can get involved with these as well. A little bit of stitching. We'll see them in action in a little while. So yeah, please do take advantage of those. But before we get to them, your seaside treasures. Now, let me just place these down. So this is a kit that lots of you have been taking advantage of. Now, I can't see from the back here. Is that this one?
Yeah,
no, it's not. It's this big one here.
I've got the other bit. So this one is this one. So this is how. So hopefully we'll get a chance to do that. So it's got all the elements.
Yeah.
Of well, more. It's got probably starfish and
beautiful.
You know, lots of layers of fabric. It's big like the other one, like the Flower Festival one. So it's, you know, you can make that into a canvas design.
Brilliant.
Really, really easily.
What I'll do is I'll very speedily go through all the other kits and then we can come back and demonstrate this one. We can dedicate the rest of the show then to demo. Won't take me too long to go through everything, but if you like the idea of that one, £37.95. That's beautiful. Love that one. So do get hold of those. We've got other kits which are featuring on the front here. I can't quite reach those, but the most popular of these ones, your Fields of Gold. So absolutely beautiful. So if you're wanting to get hold of your field, is that this one here? Some of them I can reach. Is that Fields of Gold that I've got here? Oh, look at this.
That's now, isn't it? When we were coming here, the fields are full of rapeseed, aren't they?
Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely. Make my eyes itch, I have to say.
Oh, do they? Oh,
yeah, hay fever, but there you go. As long as I've popped those antihistamines, I'm all right. But it's a beautiful sight, isn't it? And I love that.
It's really powerful colours, isn't it?
Wonderful. Again, all of the kits, comprehensive. You've got everything that's included. You don't have to go finding anything else. £19.95. Really nice size project as well. And of course, it is oversized because everything comes to you as kind of like a square or a rectangle base. So if you wanted to kind of frame that in a different way, then you could make that larger. You could put like one of those frame apertures around it, couldn't you? Make it much bigger, yeah.
The organza that's inside goes to the outer edge of the fabric, so that if you want to change it, and there isn't a circular shape printed on these ones, so if you want to make it a rectangle, you can just square the design up and frame it how you wish.
Gorgeous, beautiful, beautiful day, as you can see from that scene there. So if you like the idea of getting hold of that one, £19.95. That is that one. That was the card making kit that I touched on. We've been very busy with the card making kit, incidentally. Makes a lovely gift for somebody as well. So you've got everything that you need within there. So you've got all the different designs, all the different threads, all the different components for just £29.95. So leave those details with you as well. Poppies in a Field. Now I think I've seen this one before. Is it this one here? No, that's the one with the wall. That's the wrong one. Let me pop that one there. It's going to be the last one, isn't it? The one with all the red in there. Pretty obvious, really, isn't it? This is beautiful. Look at this.
So this is a lovely landscape, but it's got that extra bit on the edge.
Okay.
So that's made out of organza. Okay. So it's stitched separately, and then you glue it onto the mount.
So that's explained within the actual kit. So
everything's there.
Is it printed on the organza?
It's printed on the organza, the shapes of the flowers and things. So you stitch them as a totally separate piece of fabric, and then cut it out and then glue it on.
Have we got the mount in there as well?
No, there isn't. There isn't a mount. So because lots of pictures that you buy have a mount.
Yeah. That's it. So yeah, it comes with the frame, doesn't it? That's so true. So there you go, £19.95. If you like the idea of getting hold of that one, please do so. Then we've got another couple of kits for you. That one I've just picked it up and took the frame out of it. So this one's your dry stone wall. Lots of these in your neck of the woods.
They're definitely. I mean, they're just so beautiful.
Gorgeous.
You know, I mean, they're in, stone walls are everywhere, aren't they? I mean, you could be in the lakes, you could be in Scotland,
isn't it?
you could be in Cornwall. So all those things, I just like the idea. So you're not covering, this time you're not covering the whole surface. You want to leave some of the green as part of the field. So it's really just stitching the wall and the sort of hay field in the background, and then add a little bit of a few beads and a few sequins.
Could be Derbyshire, could be the Cotswolds, it could be anywhere. Could be anywhere, couldn't it, as you're travelling around. Don't have many dry walls in Redditch, I have to say, but there you go. Next one that we've got for your Willow Herb Bank. This one's a riot of colour, so this one is beautiful. Last of the kit details I'm going to share with you before we get into the demo, and then we can let Katrina run free rein with the kind of card making kit or anything else she wants to show us. £19.95, Willow Herb Bank. Again, a beautiful design, everything that you need within there. We don't have huge quantities of any of these, and they're all looking extremely limited regards to their availability. So don't forget, first time that we have seen Katrina here at Sewing Street, won't be the last for definitely. You've been welcoming her with open arms, and lots of you shopping for lots of different styles of kits, so thank you for that as well, which is lovely, so thank you for that. But we're turning our attention back to the card kits now.
Okay, yes, so that we've got all the cards here, so let me just find the fabric. So the fabric comes with the outline of all the 6 designs on the fabric, all right? And I suggest that you stitch all 6 before you cut them up and put them in your cards. So I've got 1 or 2 here. So in the kit you'll find, I mean, it doesn't matter which which one that you want to start with, but they're so easy to do and very quick. And the 5-inch hoop that we have, that one will just fit perfectly as you start your stitching. So you can move the whole design around again, just bit by bit, and then see the whole lot of the designs. So I'm just going to show you, we've got a little bit of frayed organza there. And now my card is a used card, so it's a little bit messy, but I'm just going to show you how to use the thread. So again, you've got everything in the needle, everything in the kit, all the different textures.
And this is the thing, it doesn't matter which kit you go for, you just know that everything is there that you're going to need, and you're actually going to have bits left over, to be fair. So
oh, you will. You'll have quite a
good
lot
idea
of
to
it.
go for the wool bases as well, because you're going to be able to make your own designs from these too. So.
Okay, so it's very easy. To start with, you're just going to take the thread and you're just going to take one giant stitch. So this is the basis of most of the stitches, really. Okay. Straight stitches is really, whether it's random grasses or whether it's, I'm just going to move that out of the way. Whether it's random grasses or a field or horizontal stitches, you know, they're all perfectly easy stitches to do. It's so easy to do. So to start with, you're just going to go over the print, and then you're going to add other textures in between. So you'll go over those. Those won't be seen, and that goes through.
Very quickly covers the base image, doesn't it? So you might look at this and think, oh gosh, I'm going to have to put lots of stitches in place to hide it, but because of the thickness of the threads, it disappears very quickly.
It's very, very quick. And that's, so there's no glue or anything. That's what's going to hold your the design in place, all the organza. And then you can start layering more stitching, a few French knots and some lazy daisies. So it's the same stitches as we've done already. And as you go, you can take those out, and again just fasten the threads off at the end. That's it. And then comes the fun bit. This time in your pack you'll have some organza, but you'll also have a little bit of satin.
And this is lovely because it's making these fabulous little poppies.
So it's like, do a bad circle. I think that's it. Cut it.
The time when you don't want to do an accurate circle.
But this just don't be perfect at it. You've got to just make a messy poppy, really. And then you're just going to take a little bit.
You've got way more fabric there than you're going to need.
And there's loads. But this one's got, you can pop poppies on everything.
That's a fair point, actually, yeah. If you've got the bases there, but then you can adapt them as you wish, really.
And then, of course, it's got but yellow satin for the buttercups. So again, you're just going to take a little bit. You could either add a bead, or you could add a French knot, or you could add just a straight stitch. So make sure you've got a knot underneath, and then again you're just going to add a couple of French knots, and that's just enough.
Exactly.
And it's so simple.
So dramatic, isn't it?
And then the more that you do, so if I move that one up a little bit, the more that you do, you know, you can make that really bold.
Absolutely.
And there's the lazy daisy that we did earlier on. So, you know, when you look at the 5 stitches, you've got all of those
you'll spy
stitches.
them because you got like stem stitch, you've got French knots in there as well, the lazy daisy. So you'll see those kind of repetitive natures coming through.
And again, the organza.
Oh, more the little kind of pop-up organza.
So again, this time instead of, you're going to use a little bit of that, just a fairly small square, and just fold it into 4 like that, then hold the point end, and then you're just going to round the flower, and then that's going to be pinned on, and then just hold it down with a couple of stitches. So you see, there are lots of ways to give it that little bit of a card or it just makes it 3D already. So again, I mean, this box of treasure here, there's quite a lot.
Is this all the treasure that comes in the card?
This is one.
Wow.
I definitely have moments when I get carried away with how many beads.
We don't mind.
Yeah, no. So some of them will be used to make
It's
flowers.
nice because some of them are quick little flowers, but then you might think to yourself, "Do you know what, I'm actually going to put those in place with a little French knot in the middle," but then it might be, well, actually, I'm not going to do a French knot. I'm going to do more of a long stitch to put them in place and let that stitch nestle between the different petals.
Absolutely. There's so much
scope, isn't there?
So, I mean, here, this landscape, it has little French knots in the distance.
Nice.
And then the foreground with the field. So it's a miniature landscape.
Love it.
You can make that field a buttercup field.
Yeah,
you could add
good
some
point.
of the, you can add some of the satin
Yeah.
in amongst there, so that you can mix and match
Love
each
it.
of the designs and really enjoy the whole thing.
Now we've got about 10 minutes or so left, so if you want your card kits, you can see that all the cards there featuring in front of me here. Each and every one of them little miniature pieces of artwork. Well, I say miniature, they're substantial sizes really, all printed on the same panel. Of course these have gone onto cards, but it's entirely up to you. You might want to make them into smaller gift projects. Oh, what a lovely message coming through. What a joy to watch this embroidery. Such life to all of these arrangements. Well, yeah, this is it. And our lovely Katrina captures those scenes that she visits, or they might be kind of imaginary scenes, but they could relate to anywhere that any of us are going around the country. So whether you're heading up north, whether you're going down to the south coast, it doesn't matter. These are the kind of images that you might see, or even just from your back garden. But they're all techniques utilising probably a range of maybe only about 5 embroidery stitches, so all incredibly achievable. So if you've never hand stitched before, then definitely do consider going for these. If you joined us because you're waiting for Hobby Maker to start, yeah, it'd be lovely to have your company. Katrina, you might recognise from a previous journey that we've been on together. But of course, everything from the little cards to larger pieces of art is something that Katrina does, bringing us kits with everything that we need in there. So while we've got a little bit of time, we're going to take ourselves off for that seaside treasure. And this is a big kit because you're going to get everything that you need, bar your working hoop within the kit. So all the treasure there with the beads and the little kind of elements that you're going to add to it, but a nice size kit. Sometimes people like to have something more substantial to get stuck into, don't they?
I think this one, it's got a lot of different elements on it, and you can work the design in 2 halves, so you can still use your hoop. You've got organza that you can layer, and there'll be a picture of that in the instructions, and then you can decide which little elements you're going to go for, and it doesn't really matter. So we've got a lot. We've got some French knots here, so they were done in 3 strands, and those are done in 6,
okay.
so they look much more textured. There's one of the limpets that's got the bead.
Nice, yeah.
Right, and again, and there's the pebbles that we did earlier on.
Do you know what this reminds me of? Remember the Victorian samplers that people would do to show off their embroidery?
Yeah.
This is like an up-to-date version of it because you've got lots of different stitches in there.
And chain stitch.
Oh, yes.
See, chain stitch,
yeah.
we did that on our PE bag,
yes,
didn't we?
That's right, yes.
So all of those elements, you can, basically you fill the elements in, and then you add the texture, and you add the texture. So we've got watery colours, we've got beachy colours, and then we've got the wooden beads. So you can add, and basically you're going to fill in the sand and some of those, and somewhere in here buried are three fish. So there are fish swimming across the top.
I've just noticed a little scallop shell that you've got in there as well, which is lovely.
So really for that one, I'll just move my needle out the way. So that one is a piece of white organza. So you put the organza over the top, and then you stem stitch again all the way around, and then cut the excess off. Beautiful. So that it's almost a bit like a plique.
Yeah,
it's a bit like a plique. And you don't have to match all the grains or anything like that. You just place the white organza over the top, and then add as much texture as you want.
Isn't it gorgeous? I love it.
So it's a nice way.
So anybody that's not actually embroidered before, and I know this happens because when you've done the exhibitions before, people will wander around the shows and you find people kind of drawn in because they see all the artwork and see how amazing it is. And instantly you look at this and think, oh gosh, this is textile art. That's way above my head. I can't do any of that. For anybody that's thinking about it, what would you say?
I'd say just have a go.
Okay.
Don't think of the whole thing.
Right.
When you're starting to do it, just think of one section at a time and have a go at that. There'll be in the there is a plan. you know,
Yes.
which ones to do first, and just have a go. It doesn't matter how long it takes either. So how long is it? How long is a piece of string? If you're enjoying the project,
Absolutely.
you know, then you know. And I think the sort of the three with the individual designs are nice because there you can take those on holiday and sit at the beach. But I think this one here, it's got all those things that I like: the pebbles and the shells and the little bit of the binding stitch that we did on the other one. But it's the treasure as well. The treasure inside is really nice, and some really nice shells there.
And I think it's a project that you may make it and you may put it into a picture frame with a mount to make it even larger than the size that it is at the moment. It's a substantial size to start with. So you've got enough there that if you did want to turn it into a picture and mount it and put it on the wall, then you could do. But don't forget, what you could do is take inspiration from the cushion that we saw on the pistachio wool. This is kind of like taking all the skills that you've learned from the different kits and putting them together and turning them into something that you could display at home. So the artwork that you've got, it could be that you're actually displaying it rather than it going into a frame, rather than it going into a mount, that you're actually making something that can display in your home. It's not going to be a cushion that you can allow anybody to sit anywhere near because it's a piece of art, isn't it? But then don't forget, because we've got the extension of the wool. So if you're making this kit, we've got more of the wool available, so you could turn it into a cushion if you wanted to. We've also got this wool in the pistachio finish as well, which we touched on earlier on. So if you do want to get hold of that, you can do. In fact, there you go. I've put the details up on the screen so you can add that in alongside. What else have you got there?
Well, I just thought in this particular one, as well, you've got some organza, just a strip of organza. So all that you do for this is that you just put a knot in the organza.
Okay.
So there we go. So, and then just another lot, and then you perhaps do another one.
Love it.
And then you start, and you can either tighten that, and then you start and build up the seaweed.
Ah, yes,
the
of
seaweed,
course,
the seaweed
yeah.
that's going. So things like little details like that go on at the end, and so you're not going to get that through the fabric, so that lies on the surface.
Yes.
And then just do a little straight stitch with the bead thread.
Yeah.
And it'll just hold it in
You
place.
don't want it to sit too flat, do you?
You want it to be as well for those. And I think the idea that the wooden beads, if you turn them so that you can see, and then it's almost becoming like a sea urchin or you know, sea creatures. So you really, with very, very simple ideas, you can make a really fabulous design.
Such a wide variety of kits that you brought to us. Obviously, this is a second show that we're seeing with Katrina. We did have a show earlier on at 10 o'clock, wasn't it? I think it was, yeah. So you can go back. Very much kind of garden themed, that
Yes,
hour,
well,
wasn't
yeah,
it?
that was the garden one. And
Sellouts
this
as
is on the
well,
way
yeah.
to the beach, and
That's
when
it.
I were at the beach.
Absolutely, and I love it. Don't forget, there's loads and loads of inspiration from the artwork that you can see here. Loads of kits available for you as well, so you can still continue to shop for any of these kits. Don't forget, the new kits are the ones that are most popular, so of course, whenever we see new items come, those are the first ones to go. And we did see a sellout very early on. The card kit is proving to be very, very popular as well, because it kind of gives you manageable size pieces, I think. So yeah, maybe not as, daunting. Is that the right phrase?
I think that it's nice to have a project that you finished very quickly.
Yes, yeah.
And then you say, well, that's for my friend. I'll do the next one. Well, that's my other. So really, they're not going to take very long. I mean, if you sit and did it in one afternoon, you know, you could still do some fabulous stitching.
Absolutely,
But enjoy it, and don't worry about the back. And don't worry about how long is it going. Just enjoy the colours and the textures, and you can almost see people just going.
It is.
I'm just relaxing now,
it is
and just you can forget everything else and just concentrate on the textures and the colours and have fun with those.
Fields of Gold, incidentally, that you were looking at a few moments ago, that's been one of the most popular items. So a lovely design. Display hoops, if you want them, you'll find those on the website as well. Well, Katrina, I've thoroughly enjoyed my time with you today. Just need to give you guys a bit of a heads up as to what John is going to be bringing to you tomorrow. Well, we have got fabulous velvet fabrics and a special surprise. Oh, okay. That could be interesting. Oh, I think I might have a little bit of an idea of what that might be. You'll definitely want to tune in, especially for the early bird. Cheeky wink. 9 o'clock, Sussex seamstress, and we've got the Cookfield Cape. Gosh, that's a tongue twister, isn't it? But we've got Rebecca Harrison coming in with that one. Helen McCook, oh my goodness, such an amazing lady. At 10 o'clock she'll be with us, and then we're going back to another different style of pattern with regard to Rebecca at 11 o'clock, and then back with Helen at 12 o'clock. So a fabulous mix of guests again. I'm going to be back with you on Bank Holiday Monday, so hopefully I will get to see you there as well. But do stay tuned, we've got lots coming up with Hobby Maker, and don't forget, anything in your basket, check your baskets out. Any of the demos you can see way back for the 7 days prior to today, and everything else will be on the YouTube. Katrina, thank you, and welcome to Sewing Street.
I've enjoyed it, thank you.
Good.